Now, Stuttering John put out a show on Thursday.
Yeah. All right.
And he addresses the lawsuit. I'm guessing he mixes it in with the dotard known as Donald Trump talk. The Donald Trump dotard stuff.
Out of his 90-minute show, and I know you guys just talked about this recently.
Yeah.
88 minutes is all Trump, and it's frothing at the mouth. Fuck this guy. I fucking hate everything about this fucking office.
But it's not even him. It's like somebody else talking about Trump.
Goes on and on and on. But so what I'm going to play, and I was actually interested because I'm like, all right, well, he's going to discuss this. He's going to talk about his feelings. Like, why does he think this is a good idea? I mean, this is his platform. This is his time to talk about it, and his chance to convince me because I'm on the fence. I could be talked. John, sing to me. Tell me what the story is. This is, and I'm not even fucking with you, the sum total of it. Number 20. Pause it anywhere you like, but this is everything he has to say about it.
Okay, great.
As you know, the start of my career began on the Howard Stern Show, where I devoted 15 years to creating or contributing to some of the most memorable moments of the show. First as a lowly unpaid intern, and later a lowly paid writer and performer. Having continued to nurture my celebrity status and name recognition in the 16 years since leaving the show, SiriusXM should not be allowed to exploit my name, likeness, voice, and celebrity without permission or compensation by replaying nonstop from the Howard Stern Show archives my work to line their own pockets.
It's just not true.
I didn't sign up for that, and enough is enough, people.
You did.
Sirius has earned hundreds of millions of dollars off the backs of performers like me for too long. I'm not alone here. I'm just the first out of the gate. This isn't about me and Howard or the show per se. All I am seeking is to be fairly compensated from Sirius for it freely exploiting me since leaving the show. And that's all I have to say about that.
That's all he has to say about that. What a fucking moron.
Dude, you're the backup tambourine player for the Monkees.
Right.
And you're suing SiriusXM because they play Daydream Believer once a month. And you're like fucking flipping out about, no, that's not how this works. You got paid for the session. Get the fuck on with your life. And as Dave Landau pointed out, be happy that you were part of that. Be proud. I was the fucking backup tambourine player for the Monkees, and now I'm going to go do great things. Not, well, fuck those SiriusXM guys. I'm going to sue them.
Not for nothing. If he had a case, don't you think Artie Lang and Jackie Martling would be all over this? Those guys are played way more often than Stuttering John. They had a much bigger role on the show.
Or any celebrity that's been interviewed. Or any phone caller that calls in. I mean, where does
any whackpacker, right?
Where does the line end? You know what I mean?
No, this is so stupid. And I was talking about this with Andy on our bonus episode. In entertainment, you have to work your deal out ahead of time.
Yeah.
So if you want to get points on a movie, you could actually make money based on how well the movie does.
Yeah.
Right? But you got to work that in as a back-end deal before you sign the contract. And a lot of people have been in a lot of movies that have made hundreds of millions of dollars. They got paid the salary one time for filming the movie, and that's it. The key grip isn't making residuals because they were on Empire Strikes Back that is now, sold for $4 billion. Like that, they're not seeing a dime of that. That's how this works.
Taylor Swift has been one of the biggest stars in music for, 10, 12, 15 years?
Yeah.
She doesn't own her first, 6 or 7 albums. She doesn't own it.
Right.
It's gone.
Well,
and she's pissed about it.
Yeah.
But
that's actually shitty.
She signed a contract when she was 18, and that's how that shit works. And I'm certainly not defending it, but that's how it goes.
That's actually shitty, and I'll tell you why. Because that music, every time it's played, makes money. Now, what John's describing with Sirius, okay, they got to fill this channel up with content.
Yeah.
But they're not making money. There isn't money being exchanged every time Stuttering John's voice is heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas in music, it's very different. Money has to be exchanged every time it's played.
It is, and there's publishing, there's mechanical. It's a whole thing. But point being, you can easily sign a thing that says, I don't own any of this, which is exactly what happened. So he reads that fucking whatever the fuck that was, a statement.
Yep.
And then here's number 21. He'll be taking no questions.
Okay, great. You find out something interesting. This fucking numbnuts, since the Donald Trump call, which was 2 years ago, he's finding out something interesting, and he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yep.
Next week, I'm going to have my lawyer on, the great Michael Popok. And then if you guys have any questions for him, we will certainly, he will answer all your questions. But,
talk to my lawyer.
Well, that's actually interesting. I feel like we should ask some questions when he has his attorney on. Yeah,
so
that I might want to check out.
And then the chat responds to his statement. Here's number 22.
John, go from the heart, not a written statement. That is from the heart. Okay?
Okay.
Sure.
By the way, John, you don't have to read these things. I don't know how many times I have to tell him that. He gets so irritated, but just don't read it.
Well, it's a big part of his show.
Yeah.
So who's in the chat these days? Carl, you may be asking yourself.
Yeah.
Here's number 19. Here's a compilation. Who's in the chat?
Seamus 28. Thank you, Nice Doug. Thank you, Vic's Japanese stepfather. Patrick's lonely baby. Never changed for anyone, John.
That's amazing.
Still great.
Shout out to the listeners of WATP. Vic's Japanese stepfather.
That's great. And Patrick's lonely baby.
Lonely baby.
That's great.
Those are fucking great names.
And they're all asking questions and participating.
Oh my god.
So
that makes me so happy.
My hero,
Nice
like
work.
the light of my life, is a guy or gal going by the name Nice Doug.
Okay.
They invested, I'm guessing, $21 whole in the Stuttering John show to ask a series of questions that I think you may find interesting.
Okay,
now,
good.
first, they're trying to stir the pot a little bit. Remember, this is an anti-Trump show. Here's number 23.
Crap. Oh, wait. Someone gave me a super chat here. I might as well. Nice Doug. Trump's a loser. Well, I'm not going to agree with you there. And he's saying it. So was his pal, Anthony Cumia. Anthony Cumia is certainly not a loser. He's a friend, and I have nothing. I have nothing to say.
Keep going with that.
Oh, no.
And Nice Doug's back. Here's number 24.
Can I just point out?
Of course, yeah.
Anthony Cumia.
Just
is
for him, you
not-
asshole. Yeah.
Well, he also had me on his show, and we played clips and made fun of him
Yeah.
when I was on the show, and he's calling him a moron because this is what happened. What Stuttering John did, which was a poor calculation on his part, go figure, is he really went after Artie Lang hard.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember, Artie Lang was a co-host with Anthony Cumia, and Artie Lang is beloved by Howard Stern fans.
Yes.
He might be loved. I mean, he's definitely loved more than Howard Stern.
Way
at this
more.
point.
Yeah.
Artie Lang is a legend. So if you're a Howard Stern fan and that's why you know Stuttering John, you might not like Stuttering John for the simple fact that he told Artie Lang to kill himself.
Yeah, well, if
Like, that was a really poor decision on his part. Everyone who likes Howard Stern's like, no, go fuck yourself, Stuttering John. Artie Lang's the best.
if you have any empathy in your heart at all for someone who's been very public about their struggles with their father dying and their drug addictions and their issues, if you
No,
have any
he's just
empathy with that, and this guy's saying, "Go kill yourself," like, well,
Yeah. And solely out of jealousy, too.
Yeah.
Because Artie Lang has never been anything but a ball buster. He busts his balls. John doesn't know how to take it because he's not smart or witty.
Yeah.
So he just goes, oh, well, then you should go kill yourself.
yeah.
All right,
Great stuff.
let's keep going. Nice dog here. Sorry.
Nice Doug. Thank you for the $7. Will you have Opie on? He was saying he'd like to do your show on his podcast. Opie says he has tons of Trump stories for you. Bubba Booey, Tata Toothy. Nice Doug. I would certainly have Opie on. I'm a fan of Opie's. I've done his show, and anytime Opie is allowed on the program. So there you go. And no, Ryan, Opie is not banned. I like Opie, just like I like Anthony. I don't choose sides between those two.
Now, ace level trolling by Nice Doug. He sprinkles.
Yep, I like
he sprinkles in the right words to get his attention. He throws in the $7. Whoever you are, you're beautiful. I love you. You're great.
Yeah, well done. Nice dog.
And then
He's even better than the real Nice Doug.
And then he's got this cupcake baked, and then he takes out the frosting and puts it right on top. Here's 25.
Okay, let me just read this question. Nice Doug. Thanks for the $7. Is Carl from WATP banned from your show? He's number 5 on iTunes top list. And what did you do to make him so angry? I think he's jealous, Papa Fooey. I don't have any problem with this guy, Carl, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know why he always trashes me. I mean, I never met the guy, never done a thing to him. It's so weird, bro. Like, he's a guy, he's like these other podcasts, you know, they just like trash me. And quite honestly, I don't even know what the hell I ever did to piss the guy off. You know, it's
nothing. It's show fodder. It's our format. We didn't do anything to piss us off. We reviewed your show. Well, he did threaten to sue me. All right, never mind. He did do things.
He also threatened to break your legs.
He threatened to break my legs. He's threatened bodily harm. He's threatened lawsuits. All right, take all that back.
Yeah.
He's actually done a lot of things to piss me off.
Yeah.
But it's our show format, you moron. I'm backing this on. Let's hear this.
I don't even know what the hell I ever did to piss the guy off. You know, it's like
hilarious.
I get these 20ers who go crazy on me. Yeah, I don't know why these people go. I don't understand. Like, I never did anything to any of these people. I don't know if you get it, Brent, but I get these people hating me so viciously that I don't know. Like, I don't know what the hell it could be. I mean,
who's he talking to? Who's Brent? Is it his guest that he had on the show?
He has a comedian on. It's really not important.
It's funny because you noticed that Brent didn't respond to that. I don't know if you have people viciously hating you. Like, no, nobody does. All right.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
And I cleaned up a bunch of these because he's like Bert. He'll get halfway into a sentence and then he'll start reading another super chat.
Okay, I got
and then he'll go back to what he was originally talking about 2 minutes later. So there is
you clean this up. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't get all the way through it. I'm backing up. Let's get through this. This is just too fun for me. I haven't heard this yet.
Crazy, yeah.
Like, I don't know what the hell it could be. I mean, is it my face? Is it because I'm half Puerto Rican?
Oh, God.
Is it because I have, smelly feet? What is it? I mean, I didn't, I have people that hate me that I've never even met.
Stuttering John just pulled the fucking race card on you, dude.
Jesus Christ.
He hates me because I'm half Puerto Rican.
That's amazing. What a fucking idiot.
So that's the beginning of the show. At the end of the show...
So wait, can we talk about this? I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you like that, but somebody asked if I was banned from his show, and he said no, right?
That was a long conversation because he said that they were asking his Opie band, his Carl band, all these different things, and that's when Nice Doug gets right the fuck in there with expert precision. It's like,
love it.
But his Carl from WATP band, he's just jealous of you,
Yeah.
So good.
Well done.
Good.
But does that mean that I can go on his show? Because I want to go on his show.
Well... And what about him coming on your show, Carl? Now, let's talk about that.
Let's talk about it.
Carl in the chat enters the conversation. Now, I choose to believe that this was really you.
Yeah.
I don't know that it was or not. I have no proof. But in my heart, I really want it to be you.
That's hilarious.
So here's 26.
Carl, come on my show, wuss. I've never been formally asked, you dumbass. And, let me ask you a question. Why the hell would I come on your show if all you do is talk about me? Go on Anthony Cumia's show, a friend of mine, to trash me, and go on Jim Norton's show, a very good friend of mine.
That's a fucking lie! Jim Norton's a very good friend of his? Why? Because he called you once to tell you that he's going to put out a video of me bashing him? If you remember, he said, and this is out of Stuttering John's fucking mouth, he said, Jim Norton called me to tell me that he had this guy on to trash me. I had to call Jim Florentine to confirm it wasn't a prank call. He didn't have Jim Norton's number. He wasn't even sure it was actually Jim Norton.
Yeah.
And now they're very good friends.
Oh, they're besties.
Holy shit, John, you fucking liar. You can't talk on the internet as often as you talk and lie this much. It's too obvious.
And this is his 30th time telling the story. And every time
it's different.
The next time he tells the story, my roommate, Jim Norton.
Yeah, my first husband, Jim Norton.
Trash me. And so much so that Jim Norton calls me, because Jim Norton, unlike you, is a friend of mine, and calls me to say, John, I had no idea this guy was going to be on here to trash you.
By the way, Jim Norton called me also. I've never called him my very good friend. Jim Norton literally called me afterwards and said, by the way, you said that Jim Florentine agreed that Stuttering John sucks at podcasting. We're going to take that out because, Jim Florentine, I don't want him getting out there.
Yeah.
So he called me to tell me that. My very good friend, Jim Norton, talked about my very good friend, Jim Florentine. This guy is delusional.
Yeah.
Who does he think he's fooling? The 20 people watching his show?
And I said, it's okay, Jim. The guy's a loser with no life, working at a loser marketing company in Rochester, and whose partner/boss should know that he does these things and trolls me on his work time, because maybe he'll get canned like he should be, because he shouldn't be doing.
Oh, so now he's going after my job?
Now he's going after your job.
I don't know why they hate me so much. I think his partner should can him. And he goes, he's doing it on his work time. Why would you assume that? Why would you ever? I don't even shit at work, let alone call Stuttering John up. Why would he assume that? I'm doing it on my work time.
And I
come on, John.
I didn't
fucking
look for
moron.
it. I guarantee he's got rants about cancel culture going all the time. He's one of these types. And then he's like, well, this guy hurt my feelings on the internet. He must be canceled. Cost that guy his job.
If his business partner knew that he was making fun of Stuttering John Melendez on the internet, I bet he wouldn't be too happy about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I bet he wouldn't give a fuck. That'd be my guess.
He would be like, who the fuck is that? Why are you calling me? What is this?
Who cares?
That's so crazy.
That's amazing. All right. We got more here?
Yeah, it keeps going into the next clap.
So is this me again?
This is a continuation.
Continuation?
Carl from the chat really got under his skin.
Okay.
Unlike Nice Doug, who's just asking questions. You understand.
I love that he thinks that I'm watching him live.
And fucking with him. It's so
fucking
great.
with him. It's so funny.
And why only troll me? If your show is Who Are These Podcasts, why do you just troll me?
We don't! We troll everybody, you moron!
No, Carl. All you think about all day long, every day of the week, is Stuttering John.
That's amazing.
I mean, why? You know, it's kind of sad that, you know, your life is so pathetic that you trash me. I mean, there are millions of other podcasts, yet you choose to troll me and trash me. But you know why? It's very simple. Because I'm, unlike you, interesting, funny, and poignant.
Poignant.
People are entertained by me. I've been in the business for 30 years. You're a nothing loser. You're a do-nothing loser and haven't done a thing in your life.
Yeah.
Done nothing.
But, you know, you want to continue trashing me? Go ahead. You just promote me. Doesn't bother me. It's not like I'm going to go listen to you trash me.
It doesn't bother him.
Full Seamus. 8 minutes into his Carl rant, but you don't bother me.
It doesn't bother him.
And look, like, you ever had to, like, you get one of those relatives, they're getting up there, and you got to pull them aside and be like, listen, Grandma, if someone calls you and says they're from your bank, they're not necessarily from your bank. Like, you know what I mean? Not everyone is. If you get an email that says tell me your password, it's not necessarily from Gmail. Like, someone needs to have a talk with this guy. And
someone
be like,
from the IRS left me a voicemail. Should I call them back? They want my social security number.
Yeah, not everyone on the internet is who they say they are. Believe it or not. For instance, Patrick's lonely baby might not be an actual baby. I mean, I don't have proof of that, but
it's possible.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, you know.
Wow, John, you are a special kind of stupid.
Holy fuck!
I want to point out in this New York Post article. And this is doing him no favors. He just said he was in the industry for 30 years.
Yeah.
He's a 30-year vet of show business. Melendez said he averaged a $35,000 annual salary
in New York,
while working for Stern.
Yeah.
He averaged $35,000 a year while working for Stern. Now, of course, he's got an angle here. He's trying to get the pity, like, I didn't even make any money, and they're making money off of me. But why would you want that out there?
And
by the way, being an intern does not mean you're in show business. There's that old joke about shoveling elephant shit.
Yeah, well,
which is pretty much what Stuttering John is.
And your job of answering the phones for 4 hours a day is not that fucking impressive.
Right.
And you didn't even show up to work on time, which they talked about on the air constantly. That's so crazy.
That's amazing. So I'm a little bit confused. I would never invite him onto my show because I only have people on my show that I like.
Nah.
We don't do, except for that woman from Philadelphia. Since then, I haven't had somebody on to debate. This isn't a debate, Jerry. I'm not going to debate you.
Yeah.
But I would love to go on John's show. If John would have me, I'd love to go on and talk with Stuttering John.
I bet you're $7 and a super chat away from that happening.
Wow, okay. Fair enough. How much do I, all right. Real question. How much do I have to pay Stuttering John to be a guest on his show, and how much time will he give me? Real questions. I want to know.
That's out there. I mean, honestly, Nice Dog will have an answer for you the next episode.
Perfect.
So there you go.
Love it.
So here's just a couple clips I want to fly through. This is just John being John. Now, there are two jokes that I want to play because they're the only two jokes he tells during this whole show.
Well, he doesn't do a comedy show anymore, Crush.
But he wants... This is leading up to something.
I know.
Here's his baseball joke, number 28.
I'm sorry, let me just shit on your package here. I apologize.
Okay, the news is not Tom Brenneman, who, as you know, is the Cincinnati Reds broadcaster who got caught off mic saying that a certain city is the F word, not, the F word meaning a disparaging term for a homosexual capital of the world. And then he, in his apology, it's kind of weird. In his apology, he calls a home run. I don't know. Seems kind of disingenuous.
No, he was still calling the game. What? What?
And what I love most about the joke is...
Come on.
If you were going to teach a class on this is the wrong way to tell a joke, this is it. I mean, he's Stuttering John, yes, but he stutters and stumbles through every single part of that joke.
What was the joke? What are you talking about? He was apologizing while calling a home run. Did you know that? It's the funniest audio you'll ever hear. Because in the 5th inning of the game, now he said it in the pregame. In the 5th inning of the game, he gets told, we're bringing in somebody else to take over for you. You're out of here. And he comes back. He's like, all right, we're in the top of the 5th. The Reds are up. So I apparently said something that got on the airwaves earlier, and I am deeply sorry. And that's a long fly ball to left field. That's out of here. The Reds are now up 4-0. I'm a God-fearing man, and I apologize if I offended anyone. I swear to God, it's the funniest fucking audio. Right. So that wasn't even a joke.
I'll look it up.
And it's so funny that Stuttering John doesn't understand what's going on at all. He doesn't understand the context at all.
Yeah.
It makes it really disingenuous when you're calling a game. That's what he was doing at the time. He was calling the game.
Yeah.
It was actually impressive. Because he's the Reds announcer, and he should be excited about a home run. It would have been way funnier if he had been like, I used a term that I would never normally use. And, oh, my God, it's back. It's deep. It's out of here. Reds on the board.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I thought it was John trying to tell a one-liner. So
okay. Well, I'm sorry. I got him shitting on your package. Next.
So here is a joke about Indian food. I'm really not.
Okay, great.
Sean Hockey Count 25. Have you been dipping your naan lately? Sean, that's nonsense. Hey-haw.
That's a 30-year show business veteran, by the way, Carl. So now we know what the humor we're dealing with. Let's listen to him shit on his own point twice.
Okay.
Now, this one does include the guest he was talking to, and the reason I left this in is because the guest is like, oh, I used to love those jokes. The guest is a comedian, tells him one of the jokes he loved. I mean, just try to get your way through this. Number 30.
Watching stand-up was Leno monologue.
Oh, wow.
That,
well, you know what? You know what? I wrote a lot of those jokes.
I still remember some certain Leno monologue jokes, like just in my head. Like what I remember when that movie Hannibal came out, and he was like, Hannibal's favorite part about Pizza Hut, the delivery guy. That was the joke. Like, I just remember certain jokes. I
haven't heard this yet. Is John going to take credit for this? I'm just guessing.
I don't know why I remember those jokes, but I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say a lot because there's 20 writers, so I wrote some of those jokes. But it was always great to have him tell, because I did a lot of drop-ins, which with the video jokes, those I did a lot more of. But it was great to have him do a monologue joke.
Okay.
So we went from, I wrote a lot of his monologue to, well, there were 20 writers, I wrote some of them, to, well, I mostly found funny shit on the internet and forwarded it to them.
Correct.
Play it in the thing. In one little 30-second thing.
And John, no one is fooled by this. You were hired as the announcer as a goof. You can't talk. And they decided that it wasn't funny because you were trying so hard. You were such a fucking try-hard that they're like, all right, well, John, if you're not going to play along and you mean his audition tape. I mean, I don't have to say Pamela Anderson and N-wordless Cage. I mean, we don't have to rehash this. It was a goof. Yeah. And then they're like, okay, this isn't working. Let's make him a writer.
But his job was, and I used to tune in every once in a while back in the day, he would find funny shit on the internet and give it to them, and they would play it. Here's a funny thing.
Okay.
And so we went from, I wrote Jay's entire monologue. He told 29 jokes a night, 4 nights a week, and I wrote every single one of them. Well, I would forward a few emails. And this is another one I just love.
He was the king of the cold open, too, if you remember.
Oh, was he?
He declared that.
This is, he's trying to introduce a video clip that he wants to play.
But it's just amazing. And I don't know, if you missed it, I had a date. So I missed some of it. But here we go. I don't know if it's a date. I hung out with an old friend of mine. But here we go.
He's like, oh shit, she might actually watch this.
Yeah.
I would never go on a date with Stuttering John Melendez. His press release is going out.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Stuttering John mentioned on his podcast that he was on a date. That was not me. Anyone who speculated that it was me.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Did I tell you I got married last night, Carl? Well, I didn't get married. I wasn't a date. I was in the bushes while she was on the corner. But it was really, you should have been there. It was pretty cool.
Wow.
All right, my last one. This strikes me, and again, in my job at the gas station, this comes up a lot. This is so fucking stupid. He was trying to book an interview. He doesn't know what time zone he lives in.
Oh, no.
He's lived there for 20 years. He doesn't know what time zone he's in.
Ryan Sharman, McAfee is a train wreck. Yeah. I kind of got that feeling as I started to do some more research on him. So it might have been a blessing in disguise that I screwed up the PST, EST. Look, I'm going to do it. Why? It's because I'm from New York. And you could take the guy out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the guy.
Oh, no.
So when I see EST, sometimes in my head, I still think I'm in New York or something. So I don't know.
You imbecile! You bloated idiot! You stupid fathead!
Wow.
And not to...
He fucked up an interview with John McAfee because he doesn't know how to read a clock.
He doesn't know what time zone he has lived in for 20 years.
How is that possible?
And here's the worst part. This is even stupider.
I get confused by mountain time from time to time, but I think we all do.
And I know
Pacific is pretty easy.
I know I'm nitpicking here. There is no EST or a PST right now. You're in PDT. This is daylight time. You're making up these acronyms so you can sound smart. You're using the wrong acronym. You sound like a fucking idiot.
You always nitpick that.
Jesus Christ. Because at the fucking gas station, that shit cost me fucking hours of work, dude. That is so much fucking work. The fucking time zones are my enemy. I've spent years of my career dealing with fucking time zones.
At the gas station?
At the gas station.
That's weird.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's because of you I write ET and PT now.
Yes.
I leave the D and S out of it because of you, because you get so pissed off about it.
I only speak in UTC. I'm like, oh, we're having band practice at 0400, right?
Right.
And you're just like, yeah, whatever.
Sounds good. But we do have to play this jingle. Yeah. I have to admit, go ahead. You were going to say something?
I just like that when it plays, producer Chris has to get up and do a shot of Gagia.
One in Rome. So I have to point out, I was wrong about something.
Oh.
John was saying that he was asking for super chat money to build a new website. And I'm like, he never does anything he says he's going to do.
Yeah.
He actually did. He did two things he's been talking about forever. He built a new website and launched it, and he sued SiriusXM.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the lawsuit is available on his website. I have in my hand the lawsuit.
I see this, yes.
And I've highlighted some parts that I want to read to everybody.
Okay.
Because I found this to be highly entertaining. I recommend people check it out. So, it tries to talk about all of the things that he contributed to the Howard Stern Show. Mr. Melendez, along with other writers on the show, are responsible for some of the show's most famous and classic skits. In this sentence, it admits he never did anything on his own. When he was the one asking questions of celebrities, he didn't write that shit. Not his material. Sorry, Joe, I'm throwing paper around. In summary, SiriusXM exploits Mr. Melendez's own fame and celebrity to drive subscribers and advertising dollars to SiriusXM. This is what he's purporting. Now, keep in mind, this guy can't sell advertising on his own show. He uses a company called CLNS to pay to get his advertising, which there's very little of.
Yeah.
Speedweed is his buddy. There's a guy's house in LA that he's trying to help him sell. And then there's like maybe one other ad. That's from CLNS, who I've told you, it reached out to me and I told him to fuck off because they like Tom Brady.
Yeah, right.
Tom Brady's not even in New England anymore. Maybe I should be friends with those guys now. I don't even know. During his 15 years on the show, Mr. Melendez turned a cult following into a national fan base of millions. No, Howard did that.
Yeah.
Stuttering John didn't turn a cult fan base into a fan base of millions. Howard Stern turned his fan base into millions. When Stuttering John left, the show got better.
Yeah.
It was the best time in that show's history. So then it goes on to talk about all the things that he's done. This is great. It sounds like an episode of his podcast.
Yeah.
It lists all of his accomplishments.
Sure.
So it goes on to talk about what he was able to do after he left Howard Stern, including serving as its regular, he's talking about The Tonight Show, including serving as its regular warm-up act for the studio audience.
Oh, please.
He was the jamoke that goes out and gets the audience warmed up before the show starts. That's one of the worst jobs in show business. Adam Carolla made a movie about that, where he was like the warm-up guy for Jimmy Kimmel and he wanted to kill himself.
Yeah.
It's like, how did I fall this far?
Oh, my God. They're just like, Howard's taking his shit. Go in there and tell everybody, like, to go keep him distracted while he finishes in the bathroom.
So what this is trying to prove is that Stuttering John has been building up his name and celebrity since leaving Howard Stern, and SiriusXM is taking full advantage of that. This is preposterous.
Does it say how many baked potatoes he microwaved in there?
No, but wait till I get to the stats about how popular he is. Mr. Melendez' pop culture status is further enhanced by the Stuttering John podcast, which focuses on political, legal, sports, and entertainment topics for a national audience and loyal fan base. First of all, I have a problem with sports. All he ever does is go, I watched my Yankees at the pub yesterday. That's not a sports talk show.
And loyal, you have a bunch of trolls,
dude,
figuring out ways to insert the N-word in your show.
No shit. Oh my God. Wait till I play the clips for you later. Guess who's now talking to him in the super chat? Trucker Andy.
You're awesome.
Trucker Andy's over there.
Finally made it.
SiriusXM knows of Mr. Melendez's fame and celebrity status. It continuously airs old clips from the Howard Stern Show archives featuring Mr. Melendez
without permission.
Without his permission, to exploit the commercial value of Mr. Melendez's celebrity, attract new subscribers, generate rich advertising dollars, drive up the ratings of the show, and keep Mr. Melendez's fan base listening to the Howard Stern Show.
I disagree with the word rich advertising.
Dude, this is the funniest sentence. I won't read it again, but go ahead and back up 15 seconds. That's the funniest sentence in this entire thing. It doesn't get funnier than that. He's figured out that they're using old bits from him on the show because it's getting them more advertising dollars. It's attracting new subscribers. It's driving up the ratings of the show. Is anyone listening to the Howard Stern archives?
No. People, they're like, oh, I hope there's something fresh on here. Oh, it's just a repeat of like some shit I heard already. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so they sent a cease and desist. In response to Mr. Melendez's lawyer sending a cease and desist letter to SiriusXM, its general counsel marginalized Mr. Melendez's contributions to the Howard Stern Show and attempted to bully him by threatening to take his current show, having nothing to do with Howard Stern, the Stuttering John podcast, off its Pandora streaming service. Bully him? You're suing them. Yeah. You're worried about bullying?
They were mean to me.
You're literally suing them. I can't believe you tried to bully me. Fucking idiots. This guy's so stupid.
I wish you would ball up the paper when you're done and throw it right in Joe's face. That would be better.
There's a lot more paper here. We'll have an opportunity. Oh, this is funny. It admits, in his own fucking lawsuit, he admits he had no talent. Mr. Melendez was hired virtually sight unseen once Mr. Stern learned that Mr. Melendez, who has suffered from a speech disorder since childhood, stutters. In short, Mr. Stern thought it would be funny to have Mr. Melendez on air during his radio broadcast to exploit plaintiff's speech impediment for comic effect. Yes! Finally, a truthful statement!
The only reason.
You were hired because you stutter. That's the only reason why anyone knows who the fuck you are, Stuttering John.
And you can't patent that. Thank you.
So now it talks about how successful he was. At its height, Mr. Melendez was part of the staff on a show that enjoyed an incredible 9.5% share in the radio listening market, New York City, the largest market in the U.S. Mr. Melendez made an average salary of approximately $35,000 per year while on the Howard Stern Show. 15 years, his average per year was $35,000, which means he made a lot less than that for a while.
Yeah, right. You had to work up to that.
Why is that in here? How does that help your case? They're like, you didn't see value in yourself. Yeah. Why do you think listeners see value in this?
No.
Why do you think advertisers are buying advertising? Because John Melendez is on the Howard Stern Show? By 1994, the show had 15 million listeners. Oh, this is under a section called Mr. Melendez Becomes Famous. It's a legal document.
It says that in his legal document?
Yes. This is the lawsuit. Mr. Melendez Becomes Famous. By the way, I looked up this lawyer who's representing him.
Yeah.
And the other big case that he had was some kid from a boy band got molested by his manager. And he's got
so every kid from every boy band.
He's got links to like 20 articles about it from his website. He's very proud of that case. All right, so this is where it turns into the Stuttering John podcast. Number 17 under Mr. Melendez Becomes Famous. Mr. Melendez was selected for acting roles in numerous popular movies, including Osmosis Jones, Airheads, Dude, Where's My Car, and Mr. Stern's Private Parts. I'm going to stop right there. Private Parts.
Yeah.
What was his role in that movie? Does anybody remember?
Post-credit, throwaway, like pity involvement in the movie.
Yeah.
Bitching that you weren't in the movie.
That was it. He just had a quick thing to be like, I wasn't in the movie. Like, yeah, good. It's fine.
I don't remember him being in Osmosis Jones or Dude, Where's My Car?
No. It had to be quick cameos.
Yeah.
He's not like a star.
What was the other one?
Airheads. I don't remember that either. He was probably like a DJ.
You know
or
what? I do remember he was on the soundtrack for that. And then like he's just like in the crowd somewhere. Yeah.
That he jerks off constantly.
He appeared on.
Yes, that's right.
What was that?
He has like a cameo where
he has one line in it.
They're like they're panning to different people in a crowd, and he yells out that he jerks off constantly.
Jesus Christ!
I do remember that. I like that movie.
No, I know.
I don't like John.
I know, but that's the thing, though. Is like John
has one line.
John
that's
said,
not a role in a movie.
This is under Mr. Melendez becomes famous.
Yeah,
that's not what famous people do. Jim Norton was in the first Spider-Man. He had one line.
Yeah.
I don't like him, and he stinks. It didn't make him famous. All right. He appeared on television shows such as Celebrity Fear Factor and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, Wings, and Baywatch Nights. So two of those...
Baywatch Nights.
Baywatch Nights. Two of those are shitty...
He's jerking off in the bushes. Sorry. I'm too
Joe, you can talk if you want, but get near the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
It's the worst of both worlds if you talk and no one can hear you.
That's my role.
Yeah, I know, I can tell. Mr. Melendez also starred in the long-running off-Broadway show Tony and Tina's Wedding.
Oh, my God.
That's the most embarrassing thing. It's listed in how he's famous.
Isn't that fucking dinner theater?
Yeah, it's like a dinner theater thing.
That almost ended Fred's marriage.
It's literally what you do when you can't get work as an actor.
Right.
And received praise from Rolling Stone magazine for his rock and roll album Stuttering John, produced by Atlantic Records. He was most recently the television host of the CBS's inaugural broadcast of the Pro Football Arm Wrestling Championship. And by the way, if I'm Howard Stern and I'm reading this, and he probably won't talk about it on air, it'd be funny if he did. If I'm reading this, I'm going, John, the reason why you were on Wings and Baywatch Nights and Celebrity Fear Factor, and the reason why Rolling Stone talked about your album, and the reason why any of this exists is because you're on the Howard Stern show and they want me to talk about it. It's all to get a publicity stunt.
Celebrity Fear Factor. He ate a piece of cow shit on TV. That made him famous. I don't know. That's just... And then Rolling Stone praising his album.
Praising his album! Rolling Stone!
The guy that wrote it's just like, I thought he was full on retarded. I didn't know he could play guitar. he gets a little bit of my respect.
Pretty good for a retard.
Rolling Stone's like, Zeppelin 4, not really good. I'd skip this one if I were you. Oh, Stuttering John's got an album out?
He doesn't even stutter when he sings. Praise.
Number 18. As Mr. Melendez continued to gain fame, he became known for some of the most unforgettable on-air moments which remain classics replayed incessantly on channels 100 and 101. Now, I have Sirius XM. I've had it for many, many years. His bits are not played incessantly. I promise you that.
They're not, but it's not because John is like a must-listen. It's out of laziness. They're like, just put it on a loop so we can go home. You know, it's going to play 3 times today so that whoever doesn't have to be there to put on something different.
So it's funny because the way this is written, and I've read a lot of contracts and legal documents, this is so poorly written. So it says he continued to gain fame with these bits. That's number 18. Number 19, for example. Wouldn't that be a sub? Okay. Number 19, for example, in 2001, Mr. Melendez got slapped in the face by A.J. Benza, a then-famous gossip columnist, after provoking Mr. Benza about his failed television show. That's why he's famous? In 2002, a series of on-air arguments between Mr. Melendez and Crazy Cabby sparked the idea to host a boxing match between them, dubbed The Flunky versus the Junkie in Atlantic City. Tickets to the event were sold out in minutes. The boxing match was also broadcast live on the Howard Stern Show and later aired on E! These are all Howard Stern's accomplishments, not Stuttering John. The fact that there was a boxing match called The Flunky versus the Junkie is a joke. It's a joke match. You're not a boxer. Nobody cares about Stuttering John boxing unless Howard's talking about it.
Right.
And betting on it and talking about it on air.
Yeah. And I'm willing to bet you got paid to do that.
Plaintiff's famous interviews that are now considered Howard Stern classics and brought him to fame with the Dalai Lama, Jennifer Flowers, Ringo Starr, Billy Crystal, Mike Tyson, and ZZ Top. Mr. Melendez also hosted a series of daily radio shows, including Out to Lunch, which were given the coveted time slot following the Howard Stern Show. Now, I remember this time in Howard Stern history. And what happens is, on K-Rock, the Howard Stern Show were a ratings bonanza on that station. And then they dropped off the face of the earth immediately afterwards. This is well documented. That slot, you guys know radio, that slot of 11 to 1 is death.
Right.
No DJ wants that slot. No one's listening to the radio. It's not a drive time.
Everyone's at work.
The only times you want to be on the radio is in the morning and then late afternoon drive time. That's when people listen to the radio. Midday, evenings, overnights, all garbage.
Yeah.
You're not famous for having that time slot. And he even talked about how it would take him 5 minutes to record his entire 2-hour show. He would just go on and go, all right, now we're going to listen to Smashing Pumpkins and their new on Cherub Rock. And then, like, that's all he did.
Right.
He would just record all those little things. He wasn't even there live taking calls.
Oh, my God.
In February of 2004, riding the wave of his growing popularity, Mr. Melendez left the show and became the announcer for and a performer on Jay Leno's The Tonight Show. Now, this is not true. He was not riding a wave of growing popularity. He was floundering.
Yeah.
He was going away. He was riding a wave of obscurity.
Yeah.
And what happened is Jay Leno had a revenge fuck moment.
Right.
Because him and Stern were feuding. And Jay Leno's like, fuck you, I'll just take Stuttering John from you and make him my bit now. Right. And that was the whole point of that.
And then Jay Leno regretted it
Jay
instantly.
Fucking regrets it. In 2009, when Mr. Leno became the host of NBC's The Jay Leno Show, Mr. Melendez followed, and he became a member of that show's writing staff. So think about that. This is in a document explaining how famous he is. This is still under he gets famous. He's a writer on a late night show. Can you name any writers, current writers on late night shows?
You know what?
No, they're not famous.
This whole you guys can't see how many pages this fucking document is.
It's a
it
lot.
should be one page with one letter on it. E. When it was on E, that's when people knew who Stuttering John was. Because they
agree.
could watch the E show and be like, oh, I know who that guy is.
Oh, no, that's why this is hilarious, Andy. That's why I'm reading this. It doesn't make any sense. In 2016, Mr. Melendez became an executive producer and on-air contributor to the Stephanie Miller Show, which he famously burned every bridge, and they don't talk to him anymore and don't even talk about that experiment. Apparently, he used to show up late and smelling like B.O. every day on that show. John won't have me on his show, but I'd love to talk to him about his experience with Stephanie Miller. Mr.
Maybe you
Melendez...
can get Stephanie Miller to talk to you about John.
Oh, that's a good idea. Mr. Melendez made global news in June 2018 when he prank called the White House during his podcast, pretending to be New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, and had a 4-minute conversation with President Trump, who was aboard Air Force One, primarily about immigration reform and then the U.S. Supreme Court vacancy.
Right.
It was a fucking snooze fest.
Right.
4 minutes felt like 3
nothing
hours.
to do with Howard Stern.
Well, this is about how famous he is. So he's like, I made a prank call once. Okay. So SiriusXM can't play your fucking time that you were on Howard Stern's show in '92 because you made a prank call?
And I got a B- playing saxophone, and I passed my student film class.
In October 2018, Mr. Melendez released his memoir, Easy for You to Say. Nobody owns that book. That doesn't make him famous. Mr. Melendez presently boasts an impressive following across social media platforms, YouTube and Facebook, and has over 5 million impressions per month on Twitter alone.
Stop it.
All right, so this is funny.
Oh, my God.
The only stat that this thing is throwing out there about how popular he is the number of impressions his Twitter gets. As you know, digital marketing. Been there, done that, know a few things about impressions. This is not a stat that anybody uses for Twitter. This is not impressive. And there's even like a little, it explains what this is. Impressions refers to the number of total times a post on Twitter or tweet has been seen, which results from activities such as being liked or appearing in a search.
That's pathetic.
It's pathetic that's how he thinks he's famous because people saw his tweet.
People liked it.
Oh, boy.
I got so many likes.
All right.
I saw it.
As part of Howard Stern's move to SiriusXM, Sirius claims to have acquired a license to air current episodes of the show and to air full or partial episodes from the Howard Stern archives that feature Stuttering John. Yes, correct. They acquired the rights to everything you did on the radio. That's how that works. The defendant frequently runs and publicizes Stuttering John's participation on the show, including his now infamous and highly popular interviews of celebrities and politicians, in order to enhance its subscription base, sell ads, and drive listeners to SiriusXM and the Howard-centric channels. First of all, does no one know what the word infamous means? His now infamous and highly popular interviews. Infamous doesn't mean famous.
Right.
It's a negative thing.
It's like famous for
negative.
being bad.
It's terrible. Demonstrating the value of the Howard Stern Show and the Howard Stern Show archives and include Mr. Melendez to SiriusXM and its own fortunes, the recent public news that Mr. Stern may resign with the defendant sent SiriusXM's parent company's stock price soaring. So he's dude, this is an illegal document. He's trying to say that obviously me being on Howard Stern channels is important because when Howard talked about he might stay on the SiriusXM platform, their stock price went up. That's for new episodes of Howard Stern, you moron!
That you're not involved with in any way.
If the announcement was we're going to keep playing the reruns, the stock price ain't going nowhere.
Oh, my God.
It has nothing to do with Stuttering John. SiriusXM promotes and advertises. Is this getting boring? This is a long one. SiriusXM promotes and advertises as Mr. Melendez's appearance on the old shows because of Mr. Melendez's own independent celebrity and fame, both while he was part of Howard Stern and the year since his departure. So he thinks that they're promoting that Stuttering John is on the... I've never heard of promotions like, coming up next, Stuttering John Melendez! No. SiriusXM has not obtained Mr. Melendez's consent, yet is deliberately and knowingly engaged in the outrageous and malicious conduct of using his identity, likeness, name, image, and voice for its commercial advantage with willful and conscious disregard of Mr. Melendez's own right of publicity. That's some bullshit, right? As Croce would say, that's some bullshit right there. All right. And then it goes on to explain what this code is that he thinks that they're violating. This is the funniest thing. Number 45. If you're following along at home, like I said, you can find this on his website and print it out for yourself. 45. Mr. Melendez has suffered actual damages while residing in California as a result of SiriusXM's deliberate use of his identity, likeness, name, image, and voice. Well, that's the thing you got to prove, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't explain what those damages are or how they occurred. He has suffered actual damages. And the word actual kind of makes it seem like you don't even believe yourself.
Brain damages from people throwing shit at him. They're like, they're Stuttering John, fuck you.
Who's he going to sue next? Coors Light?
Yeah, right. Some
actual damages. SiriusXM has engaged in deliberate, outrageous conduct carried on with willful and conscious disregard of Mr. Melendez. Right. That's a repeat from something earlier. All right, so this is what he's asking for. You ready?
Oh, boy.
This is the exciting conclusion, I believe.
This is going to be good.
Okay. An award of all recoverable, compensatory, statutory, punitive, and other damages sustained by Mr. Melendez, as well as equitable relief, including disgorgement of profits earned as a result of the illegal exploitation of his celebrity, and an order permanently enjoining SiriusXM from continuing the improper acts identified herein. He has no idea what he's suing for. It's like, you guys figure it out. How much money did you make off? No! How much money did you guys make off me? They're like, none.
Yeah.
We've made no money off of you. If we took off all the bits that you were on, we wouldn't have any change in subscribers or advertising revenue.
Wow.
And as John would say, and that's a fact check.
Don't ask a judge or Sirius to say how much your contributions are worth, because they're going to say
zero.
Not a whole fucking lot.
He has no case. The only thing in there is that he suffered actual damages. What? What are they? Doesn't say. Well, what do you want for that? Well, whatever you made off of it.
Yeah.
We made nothing. Case closed. Like, what are we talking about? He's made no case here at all.
Yeah.
His only case is 5 million impressions on Twitter and the stock price soar when there was news that Howard Stern might resign. That's his only case. Unbelievable.
He's such a desperate loser.
Oh my gosh. What's so funny is on Sunday's show, people started trolling him and he lost his mind.
I love it.
Now, as you know, and I played it on the show last week when Croce was here, Anthony Cumia had Bob Levy on and they were talking about this ridiculous lawsuit and goofing on him a little bit. So people started trolling him just to get him going.
Now, Walker Paulson, if this is true, you say Anthony Cumia completely destroyed me. And am I chicken to respond to his comments? I'll do me a favor, Walker. Tell me what he said, okay? Just tell me what he said, because you know what? I'm always nice to Anthony, but either you're trying to stir some crap or he destroyed me. Which is it? Tell me if he said anything.
So he's starting to get fired up. Now, he just said right there, either you're lying to get me fired up or it really happened. Which is it? He asked the guy who's trying to get him fired up. It's fucking idiot.
Yeah, you're right, you moron. And He did shit on you.
Well, let me play real quick. I think I played this on the show. I can't remember if I did or not, but this is Anthony Cumia kind of goofing on John.
There are certain people that will never make it, regardless of giving them or they will always be pathetic wastes of life. Did you hear Stuttering John is suing SiriusXM satellite radio?
Phenomenal. Yeah. So
I did hear him on Chip. They were like coming up with they were talking about a horse that runs in the mud, being known as a mudder, and they were just like, what do you call this? And it was just shit that rhymes with mudder. And Anthony was like, what do you call a loser that hasn't done anything in 20 years for the Howard Stern show? A stutter.
Nice.
Yeah. So I don't think you have a friend over there, Anthony Cumia.
So obviously, Stuttering John is bragging about how popular his show is, how many people watch it and listen to it, and the people who are watching it, listening to it, are trolling him.
And you guys let me know what Anthony Cumia said. I don't have time to watch his podcast, nor do I want to. Just let me know if it's true. I know he has that Carl guy on.
Me?
From who are these?
It's podcasts.
Okay, so Todd Bloodworth. He said I was retarded, which I don't even know. That's not a word we should be using.
Okay. He's worried about this PCP brain. He's worried about using the R word. Yeah. Whoa. Let's not use language like that.
My super chat is being flooded with links to all the clips of him calling me an asshole.
Well, then they make up because they know what triggers John is talking about his kids. We've seen this. This has been well documented. So these guys know that, and they decide, let's go get him. And they say that Ant was trashing his kids. Oh, no. I just did the thing that I was making fun of. I just set up exactly what you're about to do.
It's fine.
Oh, he also trashed my kids? All right, you let me know, Todd, if that's true. If you trash my kids, I got a big problem. Okay, Anthony? You trash my fucking kids, then we got a fucking problem, Cumia. Okay? It's that simple.
So I don't want to sit here and say that Stuttering John is on illegal substances or he's doing things that he shouldn't be doing, because I don't know. I don't know the guy. He introduced his guests. Now, his guest happened to work in the intelligence community, and of course, it's another political pundit who wants to come on and talk about Donald Trump. That's what his show is now.
Right.
But this guy also plays the bass, and he's got a fretless bass in his lap, and he's ready to fucking, let's talk politics, let's talk guitars, whatever. He's ready to have some fun.
How fucking lame.
This is, he's a tool. This is the funniest guest introduction you'll ever hear. It is over 2 minutes before the guy even gets a word in. Stuttering John brings his guest on. Now, this is a video, so you see this guy's face. Stuttering John brings his guest on and then goes off on a fucking tear. And this is what I mean. Like, this is not someone who's sober would act like this. This is fucking rage. This is coke-fueled rage, you might call it. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what kind of rage it is? But feel free to talk to this. It's long.
Okay.
It's just hysterical.
All right. Sorry, Eric. Come on in. Eric Garland, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Sorry, Eric. I'm getting some bad news hearing that my friends are trashing me. It's so weird, Eric. I don't sit here I don't trash any of these guys.
What?
Yet, I have these podcasts, that trash me. It's why? What did I do to these people?
He just brought a guest on. Yeah. And he's like, Eric, by the way, I'm getting trashed by these people. And then he's trying to
ask your guest a question, maybe?
Now he's trying to figure out why they would trash him. He's done nothing wrong.
Did I trash their kids? Did I try to get them fired from their place of employment?
Yes! You literally said that my business partner should find out that I'm spending company time trashing you. And he should deal with that. Yes! The answer is yes.
No. But then I don't know if these people are trying to get me all pissed off, Eric. I don't know. Sometimes you do have people try to do that. But why?
Because it's hilarious.
What would be the reason? I'm 3,000 miles away from you idiots. What's the reason? What have I done to you?
Put out a shitty podcast.
Tell me what I have
regular.
done to you to deserve you to be trashing me. Have I complimented you on this podcast? Have I had Bill Schultz and said, hey, say hi to Anthony? Have I talked to Keith Maresca? Hey, say hi to Anthony. Yeah, that's who I am.
So he's
I
mad
go
at
on my
Anthony.
show and trash you, Anthony? No. Have we had a Twitter war in the past? Yes.
Yeah, this is all about Anthony now because the guy said Anthony was talking about your kids. So he's all like fired up about this. His guest, it's time for his guest to come on, and he's still fired up, so he's still just fucking railing about this.
I wish the guest would just start playing the bass.
But I thought bygones were bygones. We both apologized. I came on your show, and it was over. And now you decide to trash me again.
By the way, he doesn't know if any of this is true.
Yeah.
He's going up on this rage because somebody in the chat was like, Anthony's talking shit about you. He was!
So was this in the same episode, like
Yes.
leading up to introducing the guest? And then he just can't let it go.
Yeah, this is all, I mean, it's pretty much the same segments that I'm playing here.
If I was the guest, I would have just fucking
Yes!
like, left.
I would have too. I'd be like, all right, you got something going on. That's fine, man. Talk to you later. It's insane.
You're a phony, Cumbia. You're a fucking phony.
Oh, he's fired up now.
I'll see you next time I'm in New York. We'll have a little conversation, Anthony, okay? and that's if this is true. Okay, I come to New York. You and I will have a face-to-face, okay? Don't bring your gun. Because we know you can't find it sometimes. A little dangerous, if you ask me.
That's a shot at Anthony. There was a famous video.
All right, sorry, Eric.
Sorry, Eric.
That's amazing.
He just broke out of this.
I start this podcast, and then
Did you hear that? I'm going to back it up a little bit. When he realizes that he's been on this psychotic rant, and then he breaks out of it and apologizes to the guest.
All right, sorry, Eric. That's amazing. I start this podcast, and then I just get like, hey, this guy's trashing you, this guy's trashing you. Brian Callen, I never worked with a guy named Brian Callen, Todd. I think people are just trying to get me pissed off. Who knows, Eric? I have no idea. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if they're trying to get me angry. People like to see when I get angry. I have no idea. But we have bigger things to talk about.
Dude, 3 minutes after he introduced the guy, he's still ranting like a lunatic. The guy's just staring.
A fucking word in edgewise.
The guy's trying to have fun. It's a Sunday afternoon. He's got his bass on his lap. Like, yeah, it's going to be fun going to Stuttering John show. And the guy's just like, I'll see you in New York. It's like a fucking wrestling promo.
Yeah.
By the way, this continues. He doesn't get straight.
But that takes a special kind of creep to go after somebody's children. Special kind of creep. So, and I don't take that lightly. I don't. And it shows what a soul the guy has.
This is a political
that
show.
attacks young children, teenagers. Anyway, let's get on to the show. I have a lot of things to talk to you about.
All right.
I guess.
All right.
The guy's like, okay, finally. So now we're like 40 minutes into their conversation, and he gets distracted by the chat again. I'm telling you, John, this is not a good show format for you. You should not be interacting with the trolls.
No.
You're really bad at it. They set you off. They trigger you all over the place. This is great. The guest has to tell the host how to stay on track.
These people, J.R. Carr, have you apologized to Angela Belcamini for creeping on her? I didn't creeping on her at all. People just trying to stir up crap, Eric. Who even knows if Anthony said anything? They're just trying to get me all riled up. But
let's focus on the post office. We are almost there.
Yeah, I know, but these people, right? I mean, I didn't creep on her. Anyway, she's like a kid. But anyway.
He can't stop himself. I think he's got to be on something, right?
Probably. I mean,
he's got mental problems for sure, but that's acting very weird.
Six-pack of Coors Light down, and then something else, but
he's on something else because that's odd behavior for someone who's live on the internet.
If you're having a guest on, you can't be looking at chat feed.
That'd be rude if you had someone over to your house to hang out.
Yeah.
Let alone interview on a show. Right. If you came over and I'm just like, these fucking assholes, Andy. This guy just tweeted me. He's a fucking cocksucker.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I guess I'll go. I'll see myself out.
Yeah.
The fuck?
There's no way to keep a show on track.
And of course, this guy is the worst at segues. He has these people on who are political pundits who are trying to make a name for themselves. This guy was in you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
This guy was in an intelligence agency, and he asked to ask if he smokes weed.
Yeah.
So first of all, Eric, are you a weed smoker?
I am not.
How could you be a musician and not be a weed smoker? Come on.
Well, I worked in the intelligence world. Remember that, and in D.C.
Yeah, John, remember you actually have like serious guests on? We're trying to take down the dotard known as Donald Trump. Remember the whole mission? Yeah, but hold on a second. Let's talk about speedweed.
Yeah, I gotta promote my speedweed.
And then they just start taking questions from people in the chat.
Another record. Trucker Andy, have you guys heard of the band The Isotopes? Have you, Eric?
Nope.
No, I haven't either.
Why would you?
You guys gotta check out The Isotopes. Trucker Andy,
Hey,
great
come on.
question.
Yeah.
Trucker Andy's very involved in this.
Sweet.
And then I guess he gets a little bit racist. And then he gets kicked out.
On brand.
Okay, Trucker Andy, I've liked you up until now. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm not going to make racist. I'm not going to read anything that's racist, okay?
So Trucker Andy's giving him money, and he's like, okay, I think this guy's trolling me. Trucker Andy is definitely one of your trolls. Yeah. I love when he's confused by people's names that are in his chat room, like Vic's Japanese stepfather.
Yeah.
Mark P is here, Vic's Japanese stepfather. One day explain to me what the hell that name means.
And then he thinks I'm in there. And Croach pointed this out.
So ridiculous.
Like, everyone's name in there is something ridiculous, but he thinks Carl is me.
Yeah.
You don't think somebody just came up with the name Carl
I know.
on YouTube?
There's never been one instance of a person putting their real username in a fucking internet feed.
I know, it's so ridiculous. But of course he starts arguing with who he thinks is Carl. And I guess the person pretending to be me says, hey, John, can I come on your show sometime? So let's find out the answer, shall we?
Yeah.
Carl, I'll tell you what. Become somebody. Do something other than talking about me, and then I'll have you on the show. Do something productive in your life. Do something like trying to take down the dotard known as Donald Trump.
Oh, that's productive.
Go on stage and try and tell jokes and be a stand-up comedian. Do something constructive with your life. Instead of basing your whole life on...
Can I just point this out? In his world, being constructive are the two things that he does. Why aren't you a stand-up comic or a guy who bashes Trump? That's how you live a good life. There's other things you can do, John.
Negativity and taking down...
Oh, I got to back that up.
He's
concerned that I'm focused on negativity.
With your life. Instead of basing your whole life on negativity and taking down the success of others.
I think he realized as he was saying that, he's like, oh, that's the only thing my show is now, is trying to take down Donald Trump and take down his success. He's like, why are you doing a show where you're just trying to take down other people and just...
When you do that...
Your negativity.
Then
How about the president?
you might be able to become a guest on this #1 podcast.
#1.
With over 1 million downloads just in the last 3 months. Yeah.
Okay.
When you have an audience like
after
mine,
that one.
Carla,
#1,000.
then maybe will I even consider having you on my podcast. Okay? When you have a fan base as big as mine, when you prank call a president.
These are the things that I have to do to get a spot on his show.
Yeah.
I have to get a fan base as big as his. Unfortunately, our listeners enjoy the show, so I don't know what it's like to have a bunch of fucking hate listeners.
A president.
Yeah, he's got to break off
A
president.
terrible
Get them
company.
to
We can
call
do
you
that
from
today.
Air Force One. When you make news on a regular basis like me.
Regular?
I know.
Put it this way, Carla. I have made news, more news in the last 2 months than you've made in your entire life.
Can I just point out, he thinks I asked if I could be on his show. Yeah. This is his response. How? This guy's a maniac.
Yeah, he's a maniac.
Like, wouldn't the response be like, Carl, I have no time for you? Instead, he's explaining all the reasons why he doesn't want to have me on the show, and they're all nonsensical.
From James Carville to me trolling Donald Dickhead Jr., Raw Story. I have made more news from my Donald Trump phone call than you have ever made. So when you make that kind of news, then and only then will I consider having you a guest. Because right now, you're a loser. A loser. You're a nobody.
Anyone else see the irony in him going off on over 2 minutes about what a loser I am, dude, you're a loser.
Yeah.
If you wanted to come on my show, I'd either say yes or no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go through a whole diatribe.
I know. I just want to hear a little bass lick in there.
that guy's gone. By the way, this part that I'm playing for you now is after the guest leaves. He goes, all right, I'll answer some questions now because he's looking for super chats. Yeah. That whole portion is taken off of YouTube. I'm glad I downloaded this when I did.
Oh, really?
Because, yeah, I think he took all of this down. He's probably blackout drunk at this point.
Oh, God, yeah, no doubt.
Apparently, I call him a bad father.
Yeah.
How do you know he's responding to this shit?
Oh, Carl, I'm a terrible father. Yeah? Well, that's weird. I just visited my kids, what was it, yesterday, 2 days ago? We had a great time. I visit my kids all the time, talk to them on the phone all the time. Great relationship with my 3 kids, all honor students. Yeah, all get scholarships.
Yeah, right. Come on.
All brainiacs.
Bullshit.
We have great relationships. I love my kids. I was the best father, you idiot.
This guy is triggered so hard when you talk about his kids.
That's understandable, but
why would you even respond to that? Why even acknowledge it? I'm saying he's a bad father, he thinks.
Yeah.
Why would he even respond to that, even if it was me and it wasn't?
How does he not understand that people are just fucking with him?
How does he not understand? That's what I mean. He's got to be on something. No one's that stupid.
Yeah. Apparently.
And then he realizes, he finally triggers in his head. He's like, oh, I don't need to be doing this.
But I don't have to defend myself, you idiot.
No, you don't. You don't have to defend yourself. But he continues to defend himself. And this is how he proves he's a great father.
Thank you, Sierra Mist. I'm a great dad. Thank you. You ask any of my kids. Any of them. Any of them. I could show you my Father's Day cards.
That's the one time you have to give a card to your dad. And it's written for you. This one says I'm the #1 dad. Holy shit. You should see my mug collection. I'm
got
also a great uncle.
Got the evidence that I'm a great dad.
Father's Day cards.
Fucking A.
Wow. This shit, I couldn't write this shit. If I was trying to write the worst podcaster having a debate with his fucking chat room, I couldn't write this.
Has any dad ever gotten anything worthwhile on Father's Day ever? It's always like terrible ties and fucking macaroni cards and like shit. You're just like, thanks, right in the garbage.
I can show you the macaroni card that I got. And John gets asked the question, you ever going to put your stand-up online? And
please do it. Oh my God.
This guy still thinks he's a celebrity and still thinks he has something going on.
But I don't like to put my stuff online because then, because then people know your bits. But I will if I'm offered a special from like a Netflix or Amazon Prime.
Offered a special on Netflix?
Oh my God.
Stuttering John. It'd be amazing if that happened.
Yeah. I mean, they're just giving them away. Rob Schneider's got one. Nobody will ever watch.
Rob Schneider's a famous comedian. Stuttering John is Stuttering John.
Right.
He was a stunt boy for Howard Stern.
Yeah.
He was just the guy they made do the ridiculous shit that nobody else wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And they wrote it for him. And they told him what to do. Don't fuck this up, John. Read the questions off the card.
And he routinely fucked it up.
Always fucked it up, but that's what stunt boys do. Because then they can make fun of him when he brings back the tape. That's all he ever was a stunt boy. Pretends that he was a writer. Which jokes did you write? Well, I actually didn't. I mean, there were lots of writers.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
When Billy Crystal called me an asshole, I said something, and I came up with that, so I wrote it.
All right, so this is...
Fucking idiot.
He's realizing now, he comes back on his next episode, and the one after this is from last Sunday, he comes back Tuesday, and he realizes that he let the trolls get to him a little bit.
You think?
Yeah, I think he's feeling kind of bad about it.
Couple things I want to clear up. Of course, you trolls got into my head while I was doing a podcast on Sunday and started saying that Anthony Cumia was trashing my kids while Bob Levy was there. I kept texting Bob. He didn't text me back, so it was fishy.
I think he was talking about my kids because Bob Levy won't return my text. Well, it turns out he doesn't have Bob Levy's phone number.
Finally, I DM'd Bob, and Bob said that he changed his number, so he wasn't getting any of my texts.
He didn't want to get them.
It turns out Bob said Anthony did not trash my kids. Yeah, he trashed me a little bit about my lawsuit. So I take everything back.
I take everything back. What a fucking idiot. After all of that, it turns out I was just reacting to people making shit up, and I probably should have done that. Oops, my bad. Wow. He does still have a problem with Anthony Cumia for one specific reason, though.
This is what happens. People get me riled up with BS. So I take it back, Anthony. I don't really like that you have that Carl dude on to trash me all the time. And I know you like to take pot shots at me, but that's fine. That's fair game. As long as you stay away from the kids, go do whatever you want to do.
Noted. Ooh.
Isn't that funny that even both times he brought up Anthony Cumia, the problem he has is that I've been on Anthony Cumia's show.
Yeah. And he hasn't, right?
Well, yeah, it's true. I have a better chance to get on Cumia's show than
call me when you break call a president.
All right.
Wow, that was great.
So Anthony was goofing on the lawsuit.
Yeah.
And
everyone is.
Everyone is. I make news. Yeah, because we're making fun of you. That's the news story. You're an idiot. And this is him explaining how legit his lawsuit is.
Because it's not stupid. It's not stupid at all. In fact, it's a legitimate lawsuit.
If you have to say my lawsuit is not stupid, it's not stupid at all. Actually, it's legitimate. It's probably not a good lawsuit.
Yeah.
Someone with a real lawsuit doesn't have to say, it's not stupid. I got a lawsuit. It's not stupid. I mean, it's obviously it's not stupid.
How long has he not been on the show?
How long has who not been on the show?
John not been on Stern.
Oh, he left in 2004.
Okay, and how long has he been? Like they've been a? It's serious. I mean, it doesn't matter.
He left a year before
Sirius. He's trying to get like $30,000, whatever his annual salary it was, $32,000 annually for the years between then.
I don't know if that's
now.
what he's looking for. I don't know what he's looking for. He doesn't explain it very well.
Yeah, well, right.
But I have no idea. He wants them to prove how much money he's made for them, and then he wants that money.
But I mean,
it's not never going to happen.
That's all he's owed, and it can't even total. It's not even $2 million, probably, right?
Oh my God! I was watching him.
Like, what does he want?
I was watching him on Radio Gunk with Monique.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were on live yesterday.
Was on?
Yeah, Stuttering John was on with Monique yesterday.
Really?
So I was watching that for a minute, and it was so funny because there's people chatting in there. I was chatting in there a little bit. It was actually Carl. It was actually me in that one. I was just writing Glory Days.
That was like a poker bluff, but it was real. You know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So somebody in there writes a question, and Monique goes, "Oh, that's a good question." So she asks John. She goes, "Are you concerned if the lawsuit is deemed frivolous that you'll have to pay the court fees of the other side?" Long pause, and then he goes, "No."
Yeah.
I don't think it occurred to him.
No.
I think that was the first time he heard about that.
Getting countersued.
I bet he's shitting his pants. Like, oh, they can do that?
Yeah.
Because in California, that's something that they can do.
Countersue, yeah. It's not a fucking secret.
Oh my God, it's so fucking funny.
Dipshit.
This is just a funny thing that he said. When he's always begging people to give him money, and he doesn't understand what Patreon is. You guys know what Patreon is, right?
Well, he doesn't because nobody would ever fucking join his.
Right. So this is what he says.
You know what? If you want to donate, you donate to the podcast through my Patreon, which is PayPal.
Through the Patreon, which is PayPal. No! PayPal is very different than Patreon. You don't have a Patreon. You're asking for PayPal donations.
I don't want to donate. Thank you.
I just have one last clip that I want to play of Stuttering John. He finally says something funny. And it's been a very long time, and it's well documented. This guy is not a funny person. No. But he says something that really had me in stitches. Get ready to hold your sides, everybody.
You don't have to believe in anything else. I know that my lawsuit is sound.
Home run, Comey, a home run.
Based on factual information.
That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Oh, even Patrick Hines is laughing at that one. Wow. How did that happen?
It's so insane.
Oh, my gosh.
That he actually has a case.
I'm sorry that was so long, but Stuttering John just never ceases to provide amazing content.
It's an epic saga.
I really
not
do.
Even remotely close to being done.
Oh, I know. I love it so much. Apparently, I'm looking at the Discord a little bit here and there. Apparently, he went on live today, which he doesn't normally do. He had his attorney on.
That's you.
Still
you
be
know,
live now.
Oh,
so that'll be interesting to see.
Let's go live.
It'll be interesting to see what his attorney has to say
to Stuttering John's lawyer
about this. We should have potted that up. Shit.
You should have dropped in the
I should have
big gay L clip.
Super. Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see what his attorney has to say about that.
I don't know. I can't even.
I know,
can't wrap my
shocking.
brain around
I
it.
can't either.
Yeah.
It's hard to describe his meltdown.
Like, what?
We're watching it in real time, and it's fascinating.
Why don't his kids who love him so much tell him that?
Yeah, Dad, get off the internet.
Yeah.
Dad, just spend a week off the internet. Speedweed won't care. Speedweed will be fine if you don't
Reading
advertise.
the chat is insane.
It's so stupid. Stuttering John has a lawsuit against SiriusXM. Do you know about this, Sean?
A little bit. Yeah. Spell it out for me.
Oh.
I read just a little bit about it.
It is hilarious. Let's get into Stuttering John talking to his attorney on his show. All right. Last week, we read through the lawsuit, and basically what they're doing is they're suing SiriusXM because Sirius has all of the old Howard Stern shows, and they play them on Howard 100 and Howard 101 because it's 24 hours of Howard Stern, so they play the new episodes, and then they play things from the archives the rest of the time. So you're going to hear old bits from the 90s where Stuttering John is talking to some celebrity and pissing them off and all the antics that John used to be up to. Now, anyone who understood how show business works would realize that this is free publicity that he's getting that's keeping his name out there all the time because Stuttering John is not doing anything that people would know about. He's fading off into obscurity with his podcast about Donald Trump. All he does is talk to these people who have Trump derangement syndrome and a bunch of trolls about Donald Trump. You would think he'd be stoked that SiriusXM is keeping his name out there. But no.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be the greatest thing ever.
No, there's a whole generation that isn't going to know who he is. Like, if you ask me, it's like, well, of course I remember Stuttering John from Howard Stern and like when he fought Crazy Cabby in a boxing match and all this shit. But then when he used to piss off, when he interviewed Joe Pesci and Billy Crystal and all that. But why the fuck would anybody who's 25 know who he is?
Right. And Stuttering John's 54, 55 years old. Like,
right.
How long is he going to be relevant for? It is a godsend that they're still playing him on this national radio station. I think there's 30 million subscribers. Now, granted, most of these people just bought a new Jeep and they get it for a year, but still, they can hear them while they're in their new Jeep for that year on these old Howard Stern shows. That's amazing. Anyone who did radio in the 90s, no one can hear that stuff ever again. It's gone. Maybe there's a couple clips on YouTube, but for the most part, anything you did in the 90s is gone, except for Stuttering John. So his attorney explains why this is a problem.
Continue to promote that. Continue to say, coming up next, Stuttering John is going to do X, Y, and Z and interview this celebrity, and you'll be amazed. But wait, we're going to a commercial break. So they're going to make money off the commercial. The bumper is promoting you going into the commercial. The money goes into SiriusXM and whatever their deal is with the show. And who's left out in the cold is Stuttering John Melendez.
Oh, poor John. There's a bumper that says John's coming up next?
Yeah, well...
And he's not getting money for that? Oh, no.
Who knows? I'm sure he has no rights to any of that, right? It's like a...
Of course. Howard Stern owns it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and there's no way Howard Stern has bad lawyers when it comes to that stuff. The guy's been super successful for a long time. The guy's been a multimillionaire for 30 years, probably. Even when he was just doing terrestrial radio, he was making a shit ton of money.
So I reached, for sure. Yeah. So I reached out to, Eric Nagel reached out to me. Eric Nagel was the producer on the Opie and Anthony show for many, many years, and he knows radio inside and out. And I asked him, what did I get wrong when I broke down the lawsuit last week? And he said, no, you're pretty much spot on. He said, Howard owns those shows. SiriusXM doesn't even own Howard's stuff. He's suing the company that only has the licensing rights. So Howard bought all of his archive and brought it to SiriusXM so that he could play it. But that's Howard's stuff. When he leaves SiriusXM, it goes with him. So he should be suing Howard Stern, but they're suing Sirius because Sirius is making ad revenue from it.
Yeah, all they're doing is they're paying for it themselves, right?
Correct.
They're licensing it from Howard Stern. So that's retarded.
Right. That's why they pay Howard $90 million a year, because he's only doing 3 days a week, a couple weeks a month. That's not worth $90 million. They're paying him for these archives.
Yes, yeah, it's worth $90 million if they can sell more than $90 million in advertising revenue.
Right. And as long as they get the subscribers, too, because it is a subscriber-based platform.
Or, yeah. I mean, when everything levels out, then, clearly that's worth it to them. But, yeah, you're right, they don't own it.
So, this is not a copyright lawsuit. This is about the use of Stuttering John's name that you can't use to promote something because John is a celebrity, as the attorney discusses here.
Look, California, because it's the home of celebrities, it's the home of people that make a living from their appearance, from what their voice sounds like, what their likeness looks like, what their name is. It's not surprising that state was kind of the first out of the box to make this kind of protection. And what it says is you have the right as the person to either exploit your own celebrity, your own name, voice, likeness, identity for profit.
Okay. So what John is going to have to prove, because there is a law just in California about this, it's supposed to protect celebrities from companies using their likeness without their permission. So what John is going to have to prove is that he's a celebrity. Good luck with that. I say good luck with that lawsuit, proving that you're a celebrity.
Yeah, well, he's becoming less and less of a celebrity, and it's not like he was ever that famous to begin with. He was more like a guy who you just sort of made fun of.
Half of his audience are trolling him. Half of his audience are WATP listeners who are trolling him. He does not have an audience anymore.
No, I'm sure. I don't know. If he makes enough noise, they might kick him a couple bucks and just say go away forever. But I mean, well, actually, why would Sirius pay him anything, like you said? Because they don't own the stuff.
Well, so listen to this, because the attorney, I think, made a blunder here and showed what he's actually hoping for when he says that they should just do a settlement out of court.
So they're going to have to make a business decision. If I were them, I would find a way to resolve this in an amicable way, because who needs this?
That's what they always want. They always want the settlement.
But Sean, this is interesting, because what he's saying is, if I was playing poker and the person said, you should just fold. You don't want to call me. I got too good of a hand. There's no way that they're going to hear that and say, oh, yeah, we should settle out of court. The attorney's pretty much admitting he does not have a case. Like,
That's right. He does not want it to go to trial.
Right.
It's just a money grab. It's a cash grab.
It's a cash grab. And the question is, because I read the case, they didn't specify what the amount of damages were. They didn't specify what they wanted. So somebody asked the question, and they said, what do you think you deserve from the subscribers and the advertising that you're saying Stuttering John's responsible for? And this is the answer to that. This is hilarious.
And Ryan Sharman asked, how do you calculate profits generated by the Stern Show replay, since they are part of a channel which is part of Sirius XM?
Yeah, well, look, that's a good question. We're going to come up with a formula that makes sense. We're going to have an expert who's an expert in this type of entertainment being sold on a radio or TV station, and we're going to calculate the amount of money in the period of time that we're suing that we think you were responsible for when it aired.
All right. They're going to come with a formula that figures out. Yeah, right. Step 2, figure out what the fuck
Step
this
1,
means.
sue.
They're going to come with a formula.
Step 2, come up with the details later. I don't know. All I know is we got to sue.
If I were the judge and they came to me and they said, we got to come up with a formula where we figure out how much John is worth to SiriusXM, I would say, okay, this is pretty easy. John, you have your own show right now, right? How much money do you make from monthly paid subscribers? Oh, 0. Okay, good. How much money do you make from advertising revenue? Oh, 0. Okay, you are worth $0 to SiriusXM. Case dismissed.
Right. You can multiply that by a trillion. You're still,
It's pretty
I'll give you $1 trillion of what you're worth. Oh, 0? Oh, 0. Okay, never mind.
If John was worth anything, he'd be employed right now. That's how you know that he's not worth anything.
This is true.
Yeah. All right, so a couple of funny things with trolls coming in, because I always find it funny when listeners at WATP are talking to John and he does not pick it up that they're just trolling him.
Okay, and then Crozier Shell Station also asked, Michael, But how is that different than copyright issues? Sounds like the same thing. So he's not understanding it.
Croge at the Shell Station. He kind of mumbled that because he's an idiot, but that's a hilarious troll name. And then another troll. This is a good question.
Christina Brown sucks, and this is just a troll, but let's entertain him, Michael.
Okay.
And he spells butt wrong. He spells it by, which already explains that he's a troll. But okay. But you weren't the reason people signed up for SiriusXM. I can answer that. How do you know? How do you know if people didn't want to hear the old shows? And I mean, how does this person? I mean, come on.
All right, that's a hilarious question. How do you know that Stuttering John's the reason why anyone would sign up for SiriusXM? I can tell you how you know that that's not the reason, because the Howard Stern show has survived without Stuttering John. It has survived without Jackie Martling. It has survived without Artie Lang. It has survived with Howard Stern.
Yep, that's it.
That's the reason why people listen. Stuttering
He's
John,
the only one that matters in the end.
Right. Stuttering John was just a stunt boy who was lucky to get a job on there because he had a stutter. This is funny, where he's just getting trolled nonstop during this this show with his attorney.
Well, great, Michael. I don't know if I have any other questions that are legitimate, if you will. I don't know if you can see the chats.
No, I can't.
I don't even want. There's something that we'll talk about after. But
So John's getting all flustered because everyone's just trolling him. Now his attorney actually comes up with a really good idea on how John could make money.
So many trolls, it's not even funny. But they don't understand it, and it drives me crazy, Michael, because they don't understand exactly what the case is about.
Yeah, you just have to find a way to monetize your trolls, like $1 a troll a day.
That is correct. John would be a millionaire if he just had $1 a troll per day.
That's it.
this guy's onto something. He's got a business model for John right now.
Exploit, what if people are talking about you, there's a way to make money from it.
And he does. He actually has people on the super chat on his YouTube who are trolling him or are willing to give him $5 for him to read their ridiculous question. And John is monetizing it to some degree. He's not paying the rent with that money, but he's making $7 or $8 a podcast with it. I love this clip because he literally admits the question comes in that he knows is not a troll, and he's all excited about it.
Good as gold asks, does this mean, and he's a fan. He's a legitimate fan.
The fact that he has to explain to his attorney, and here's a question from someone who actually likes me. Right. He's like, no, seriously, this person actually likes me.
In case the question comes out dumber than any of the trolls' questions.
Right, it probably did.
Seriously, but this guy likes me. I mean, he's, not the greatest question in the world, but, he really is a fan. I really do have fans, you guys. They're not all trolls.
Can you imagine having to say that on your own show? Like, this is a legit person who actually likes the show, and that's why they're here. When you have to say that, it's time to hang it up. It's really pathetic.
Oh, yeah. Have some self-respect, for fuck's sake.
Oh, boy. This is... John's so bad on his own show. And I think this is important to note. He has his attorney on for about 20 minutes. It's not a long show where he's doing this back and forth with his attorney, and he's not even paying attention.
When I had the opportunity to work with you, and after I evaluated the merit of the case, I jumped at the opportunity. And I think so far you've been pleased.
I didn't hear the last thing that you said, Mike.
Yeah.
He realized the guy stopped talking and just goes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Classic Stuttering John. Yeah, that's Yeah, I jumped at the opportunity. Fucking killed me on that. Oh, I jumped at the opportunity.
I know.
Really, I mean, to work with such a celebrity in such high standing as yourself. It's something that every lawyer just aspires to be attached to one day.
All right, so the attorney is totally ready for this case to be kicked out and not even seen.
But look, there's going to be some motion practice in the beginning. They'll try to get the case kicked before we even get to discovery. We're ready for that.
So they know it's a shitty case because they're ready for them to say, we're not even going to acknowledge that this is a lawsuit because it is a stupid case. And John has to explain that it's not a stupid case to people like me.
Yeah, and it is pretty obvious, but you got, let's just say, uneducated broadcasters out there. I won't mention any names, but who sit there, and call this case stupid and call me stupid, and
I think he's talking about me. I think he's talking about me and Anthony Cumia, because it is a stupid case, and you are a stupid person, John. These things are both true.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, they know that they're going to try to throw it out. They're ready for all that kind of stuff because that's what you would do as an attorney, knowing that this is probably going to get thrown out. So he's like, look, they're going to try to do this because it's correct. Then they're going to try to do that because it's correct. So I'm going to try to baffle them with bullshit and hope that hope that the people we deal with are as stupid as you are and maybe offer to give you money. But that's not going to happen.
The only thing that can happen for them in a positive factor is that SiriusXM looks at this and says it's going to cost us more money to litigate this than to just settle it. The reason why that won't happen is because if they set that precedent that anyone who is on the Howard Stern show who's still a celebrity deserves money from advertising revenue and subscribers, you're going to have a list of people lined up. Grillo's going to be the first person in line. I've had a podcast ever since leaving the Howard Stern show. I also deserve money. You play me on your show. Jackie the Joke Man, Artie Lang. All of you will be lined up to get money from SiriusXM. It doesn't make any sense. Of course they're going to fight it, and of course they're going to win.
Yeah. Because here comes High Pitch Eric. Here comes Here comes Hank, the drunk angry dwarf's mother. Here comes Beetlejuice.
Yes, and Eric the midget is really the only person who does deserve money because he was the best on that show. I miss him. So John had this co-host on the show back a couple months ago, Noel Kassler. And Noel Kassler abruptly left the show, and they pretended that it was because he was going to go write a book and he'd be back in September. So, of course, somebody asks if he's going to be back now that we're in September, and John says this.
Oh, yeah, Hockey Canada 25. And Noel will be back in September. Yeah, let's see if that happens.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm not going to say that it won't. He said it will. He said he'll come back in September. Why should I think that he would lie? So, September starts on Monday, so I will see if Noel will come in on Tuesday.
What do you guys think? You think Noel's going to be back on the show at some point? Noel called out John for being a drunken idiot on Twitter and then deleted the tweet. So I'm pretty sure that Noel's done with this guy.
Sure seems like
Don't
it.
think
That'd
we'll
be my guess.
Again, yeah. That'd be my guess. John's holding out hope. The last clip I want to play from this show where he had his attorney on, at the end, he does this dumb thing where he starts taking questions from people, which never works out well for him. I don't know why he does it. But he's talking about this time that he was with Sam Kinison, and they were doing a show. And you'll never believe this, Sean. Guess who the hero is in this story? It's Stuttering John. Sam Kinison needed John's help.
Poker player 9679. Hey, John, we met at the Sam Kinison show in 1989, Westbury. He was so wasted, couldn't do the 10 p.m. show. Keep fighting the good fight. Yeah, I was there, poker player, and I'll tell you, I felt so bad for Sam because he was a friend, and I remember he looked at me and said, John, help me here. And I hadn't started stand-up yet, and there was really nothing I could do.
Could you imagine Sam Kinison is looking at John and going, John, I'm going to need your help. No one would ever think of putting Stuttering John on a stage to entertain people. There's no way that happened.
I think he means like, I'm going to need your help to walk to the stage, or, I'm going to need a ride home.
Or could you cut up this line for me? Like, that might make a little bit of sense.
Yeah. Please help me. Please help me get home so I can, make another show that people want to see me at and not you.
By the way, Sagacious Zoo just reminded me, the way that Noel Kassler left the show was he said, I'm just going to take a little hiatus and then I'll be back. And that's very reminiscent of the way that you left the best debate in the universe. Sean, are you going to go back on Madison's show? Because you never formally left the show, right? You were just taking a hiatus?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what he said. That's what he said on air.
Okay. So you had quit that show.
Yeah. He
did
said
officially
that.
quit.
He was. That was the. He kind of got me blindsided with that one. I wasn't going to start a fight on the air, but he said, "Oh, maybe you'll come back." So yeah, maybe so. After I'm gonna, not busy with this other thing, and so I let him have a little bit of that hope, but no, he was the one who the show was left.
Yeah,
I left it wasn't a hiatus.
Yeah, this is not a sinking ship. Everyone still loves this show. It would be like if I was like, guys, producer Chris isn't doing the show anymore. I'd be like, this is not going well. I think Carl's show is ending. Not really. Producer Chris does nothing. Hey, John did a show just Thursday where he was attacked by cockroaches. And I love this because John likes to brag. He's got all this money. He lives in this really nice house. And then he's interviewing somebody. His eyes get really big. He jumps back. He starts freaking out because there's a cockroach in his house. This is how this went down.
Is there another cockroach invading your space there?
This is unbelievable. I have never had a live cockroach in this house since I bought it 3 or 4 years ago. And just now, I have had 2.
Oh man! Well, I hope I'm not bringing a plague upon you or something here.
I think it's because I opened this window. I have to close it.
All right, so John, you might know a little bit about cockroaches. I don't know if you've had any issues with that. Do they come in through an open window?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that typically how you get a cockroach infestation? Because your window is open?
Nah, some of them can fly, but no, I've never known cockroaches to. That's not how they usually come in. And everybody, who always gets publicly, has it known that they had a cockroach, like that situation, they always have to say, "I've never had a cockroach problem here." In other words, like, I'm not a filthy bastard. I'm not leaving like half-eaten pizza crusts all over the floor in front of the fridge. They always have to defend themselves because people are going to think they're disgusting, which they are.
They are! John lives in squalor! And this is exactly, to make your point, this is what he says later on.
I never had this happen to me ever. This is hysterical.
He sees 4 or 5 cockroaches, and he sounds like a guy who can't get his dick hard. He's like, I've never had this happen. I can't believe this is happening right now.
Yeah,
it's the first time ever.
Never happened before. Somehow it's your fault.
Right. Your feet aren't big enough. That's the problem. That's why I can't get up.
Right, exactly. Don't cover enough of my face.
I can still see through your toes. That's the problem. All right. The last clip that I want to play. So John brags about his house. And then as he starts seeing cockroaches, he finally admits that he lives in an apartment complex. And he tries to pretend that the reason why there's cockroaches is because of the people who live below him.
Of course. It's so funny because they just told me that the place below me has cockroaches, so they have the sprayer come. I go, well, I live above them, so you might as well have them come spray in mine.
Sure.
And sure enough, boom, 3 big-ass cockroaches, big ones, like this big.
John is such a fucking liar. Yeah, it's weird. I was just having this conversation the other day. They said they were going to come and spray for cockroaches. I'm like, why don't you hit my house too? I mean, I don't have cockroaches. I never would. But why don't you just hit my place too? My apartment, just in case, my neighbors. Dude, this guy is a disgusting alcoholic. You can see that there's shit thrown all over the place when he's doing his YouTube videos. Of course he's the problem.
Yeah, of course. There's nests that he hasn't even found yet.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to freak out one day, and his pile of like month-and-a-half-old laundry is just going to be rife with them.
I'm going to give the same advice to John that I gave last time. I hope he takes it. John, take some time off from the internet. It's not going well for you. Every time you put a video out of yourself, you embarrass yourself more. And you're just feeding the haters. You really got to stop. Take just a month off from the internet and see what happens. See if your life gets better in any single way.
And when you come back, take on a cowboy or a banana persona.
What would it be? Stuttering Jonadox? What would be the
something like that? I mean, hey, at least you get talked about.
I saw something amazing happen just this past Thursday on September 10th, and I have to share I have to share it with the world.
All right. Still the best. Still my favorite.
Yeah, PJ's killing it. Stuttering John was on the Chrissy Mayer podcast.
Really?
I actually watched an entire Chrissy Mayer podcast for the first time since we reviewed it.
Well, how did she get him?
I don't want to
Did they run into each other in a Little League game?
No, they actually don't know each other at all, which becomes abundantly clear.
Oh, I'm sure the chemistry was
There is no
electric.
Chemistry. It is so awkward.
It's like Carl Sean type energy.
Motherfucker. You're really grinding my gears today, Benny. You know that, right?
I'm sorry.
It starts off with John not even knowing what show he got booked on. Now, as I mentioned, Chrissy has a show called The Wet Spot on Compound Media. So John thinks he's on the Compound Network being interviewed.
Well, doesn't he have beef with Anthony?
Yes.
Oh, I thought this was on Compound Media. This isn't?
No, this is the Chrissy Mayer podcast. Wah, wah. Talk about a show that actually gets fewer listens and views than Stuttering John. It's hard to believe. That's not a good start.
Fucking funny.
Not a good start for him.
Well, my agent's fired.
Agent. Do you think he ever gets a call back from his agent?
No, that guy that I talked to, I never spoke to him again.
Okay, so this is on September 10th. So they bring up 9/11 because Stuttering John was on the Howard Stern show on September 11th, 2001. And if you remember Howard Stern that day, he was on the air as it happened. He reported it. He stayed on for hours beyond the normal time he would go till, getting people calling in. It was chaotic. There were news reports, all these things going down. So Chrissy says, you were there that day. What happened? And this is his story.
And finally, a producer from the E! Show called in, Doug Goodstein, and was like, they're evacuating all the schools downtown. My kid was at one of those schools because I lived downtown. And I'm like, all right, I'm out.
Oh, he went and picked up his kid from school.
Yeah.
Great story, John.
You got your book bag.
Amazing story.
Half day.
She's like, what happened at Howard Stern that day? Oh, I got a phone call and I left. Oh, great. Not the best story. Did you at least listen to the Stern show as you were walking to your kid's school? Did you hear what he said? Or
God,
did you pretend you're interesting?
Oh my fucking.
So Chrissy asks John. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of a 180 at this point.
All right.
Okay. And it almost pains me to do this, but I cannot help it.
All right.
Chrissy Mayer won me over on this podcast.
Really?
Chrissy Mayer.
This has got to be good then.
This is amazing.
Okay.
So Chrissy Mayer asked John, when did the Howard Stern show jump the shark? Because as you know, John's talking about how terrible it is now. And John gives the dumbest answer.
Can I guess his answer?
Yes.
No, you play it.
No, I mean, you're going to know what it is.
Is the day I left?
When he left.
The day he left.
Listen to the response Chrissy gives him, and I give her credit for this.
But in your opinion, when do you think Howard sort of like jumped the shark or kind of changed, his
Well,
brand?
the obvious answer is when I left. No, I mean...
That's pretty amazing. She just goes,
And that's the nervous laughter from him when he realized his line didn't hit.
Oh, yeah, it didn't work out all that well, did it? Nope, not quite. So,
wow. I knew he was going to say it. I knew he was going to say it. Of course. He has no other...
He's not a witty person.
Yeah.
He's not going to come up with a funny joke.
God.
Or even a series. He could have just gone the other way and said when Artie left and Marcy Turk took over the show. That's when it jumped the shark. Because that's the right answer.
Right. When Jackie Martling left. Ha, 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 ha.
Or that would be the joke.
Made a joke.
That would have been the joke.
Could have done anything.
So this is... Chrissy is prepared to interview John. Go figure. What a weird thing to do on your podcast when you have a guest. And John calls her out for that.
Can you tell me about, for people who have not heard of that, like kind of what your inspiration was or what you wanted to get out of that?
I love you, Chrissy. I love how you're reading all your questions on the page.
Well, I don't want to forget them. I have loose notes. I have loose notes. I have ideas. You know what I mean?
Are you living in Manhattan?
She asked him about the Trump prank call. He calls her out for reading the question and then asks her a question that has nothing to do with anything.
He sounds like a sleazy businessman of the 80s talking to his secretary when she asked him a question.
Yes.
It was very condescending and misogynistic, that whole little thing.
If there's ever been mansplaining, that was an example of it.
Absolutely. Hey, honey, you live in Manhattan? Like, is where it ends. Like, what are you going to get, a cocktail?
Well, John's the worst interviewer on the face of the earth. The fact that he would call out anyone for their interviewing skills is ridiculous. What is he thinking with that? Oh, what do you got, notes? You have questions you want to ask me? Yeah, I wrote them down ahead of time. Why? What do you do when you have guests on?
When I have guests, I just try to not to knock around the beer cans too much.
When I have guests on, I like to tell them about my music album and my book that I wrote and the movie that I made. And
Hey,
I was on the Tonight Show.
That's exactly it.
Oh my God, John is so drunk.
Did you hear my call to the president?
Did you know like call Trump? He's so drunk on this call. Now I was watching the YouTube video. Because his internet sucks, his video freezes up.
Yeah, it sucks when you're stealing your internet from your neighbors.
Right, or borrowing it, or whatever the case may be. But it freezes up. So I can't see how much he's drinking, but I can see that he was drinking before it froze up. And you can tell someone's drunk when they can't think of a word and can't figure out a way to pivot out of that.
Well, just so you know, Chrissy, he has said that he can't, what was the word? He can't, it's not associate. But it's like, he can't, I'm missing the word.
He can't, I don't know, fuck with anymore.
He can't relate. He can't relate to ordinary people. He's saying,
He couldn't think of the word relate.
Holy shit.
The problem with Trump is that he can't, he can't get it up.
Look at Chrissy being fucking
not
so
helpful
dirty.
at all.
He can't fuck anymore? Because when girls say fuck, it's shocking.
Well, they talk about this prank phone call to Trump. And I think it's interesting that John views all of his accomplishments in life through the lens of the guys at the pub that he hangs out with. He wants to impress the guys at the pub. That's the most important thing. So she asked about the prank call, and this is him talking about how he was at the pub, and him and his producer were at the pub, and they were telling the guys at the pub, and they didn't believe him.
I was with my producer at the pub.
And by the way, this audio sucks. This is John's audio. This is why it's cracking and sounds like garbage.
I was with my producer at the pub. That's where, hang out. And I'm like, and nobody, no press, no anything. And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah, and the next day, but I told the guys at the pub who didn't believe me, I go, watch the news tomorrow.
Why is this part of the story? You called the president and you're telling her, and I told my buddy that I did it. He didn't believe me. And then I was like, well, wait, tomorrow it might get picked up by Politico. And then I sent him the link, and then he had to go, oh, I guess you did do it.
I mean, that's where his head is at. I showed him.
That's where his head is at. Because then he comes back to it.
Then I'm at the pub the next day. What did I tell you? And then that night while I was at the pub, the Secret Service was knocking on my door.
If you don't play Glory Days right now.
Dude, he's talking about being at the pub. He's got the Secret Service going to his house. That's the story.
Yeah.
What kind of beer did you drink, John? Oh, I'm glad you asked. We got a pitcher of Coors.
Jesus Christ, John.
So this is another part right here where Chrissy gets a dig in. And I just give tons of props to Chrissy for this one. So he says, they went to my house while I was at the pub. And she says this.
They knocked on your apartment?
Well, yeah, on my condo, but
that's brilliant,
Good
Chrissy.
job, Chrissy.
Yeah, they went to my house. Oh, they knocked on your apartment door? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, Jesus.
That makes me so happy.
He has just a tiny little dad apartment.
So then they start talking about Trump, and John has Trump derangement syndrome, and has no idea what's going on in the real world because he just talks to other people with Trump derangement syndromes.
You mean his guests on his show?
Yes, the guests on his show who are fucking out there. So this is a clip that I call Chrissy for the win. She really crushes him on this one.
I mean, there's 190,000 people dead, and you don't think that Trump is responsible for any of those deaths?
I mean, I don't think he made the virus in the lab in Wuhan and then exposed it. Yeah.
No, he didn't make the virus, Chrissy. But if he doesn't tell us how deadly it is, and
it's
tells
not that
people,
deadly though. It's 99.9% survivable.
I don't think John hears this very often anymore.
No.
I don't think he hangs around with people who have a different point of view on things.
No.
He's like, well, obviously he killed 190,000 people, right? No, it's stupid. It was a virus that killed those people.
Right.
The president can't control that. What are you talking about?
Was he supposed to inject them all with something? What was he
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, too, because she even says, well, what would you have done? And he goes, vote Biden.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, good answer. So then at this point, John's getting riled up because he's being challenged and he has political views, but he doesn't understand why he has these views, and everyone always agrees with him all the time, so he doesn't know what to do. So he accuses Chrissy of doing something, and then once she reacts to it, he starts backpedaling.
I get that you're on the Anthony Comey network, and he's a right-wing guy, so you don't want to,
No, I'm allowed to have different opinions from the people I work with. If anything, honestly, I'm probably more libertarian, but I'm still a registered Democrat. Not like any of this really is any of your business, but I wouldn't say I'm afraid to have a different point of view than the people I work with. And not everybody on Compound Media is Republican, so I don't think it's a fair stereotype.
No, I was just asking. I don't know.
Oh,
he goes, do you live in Manhattan?
He goes, I know. You got to say that Trump's great because you work for Anthony Comey and you want to kiss his ass. Actually, that has nothing to do with it. Oh no, I was just asking. I didn't say that you do that. I was just asking if that maybe is the case, and I would never actually accuse you of. That's my backing up sound effect. You like that?
I did like that. It startled me for a second.
I prepped that, and then I'm ready to go. So then Chrissy, this is the best part of the show. And by the way, this show is mostly boring as hell.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm on the cusp if I want to go listen to the whole thing or not.
I'm playing you all the best parts.
Okay, good job,
It's mostly
Carl.
boring as hell. But this is where it gets really good. It's about 40 minutes into the show, maybe 50 minutes in. Chrissy asks him the question, do you think Trump is good or bad for comedy? Now, is that an offensive question to ask somebody?
Not even a little bit.
Right.
It's actually an interesting way of asking it.
It is. Because there's a lot of angles that you could go with that. So John is flummoxed by this and decides he doesn't want to talk about Trump anymore.
Well, what does he know about comedy?
This is thank you. You're leading us right into this segment, which is amazing.
Is this whole interview going to be about Trump or?
If you really don't want to talk about it, I just figured.
I
thought you had done. I thought you had dabbled occasionally in stand-up, so that's why I brought that up.
I dabbled occasionally, really.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was a thing you were really doing or not, and I wasn't sure.
Oh no! I've been doing stand-up for 20 years. I don't dabble.
Okay, that's good.
She goes, "Is Trump?"
I was on the Howard Stern roast.
Is Trump good or bad for comedy? I don't want to answer that. I asked you because I asked stand-ups that question, but the way she said it was, I heard you dabble in stand-up. Why did he take offense to that? And this goes on for a little while.
But you know what, Christy, to say I dabbled in stand-up is so disrespectful. I haven't been disrespectful to you at all. And yet you disrespect me and say I dabbled.
I didn't. I mean, I could have picked a different word. I didn't know that it was your main thing, honestly. I
dabbled in stand-up. Okay.
John is so butthurt at this point because he thinks he's a real stand-up comedian and he's not.
Well, here's the thing about the comedy world. You know who the real stand-ups are, and you know who aren't.
Right.
And, you may be friends with people who aren't stand-ups that are funny people sometimes, and you're friends with people who are in the entertainment business.
No one would say, what does Stuttering John do? No one would say stand-up
comedian, 100%. But John...
Nobody.
But John doesn't realize that, people in the comedy world are friends with entertainers, and just because you're friends with comedians, it doesn't make you a comedian.
Right.
Just because you've walked up on stage and talked into a microphone does not make you a comedian.
I mean, dabble in stand-up might be the appropriate way to talk about John's
exactly
stand-up
correct. He's been paid before, so I guess he's got that going for him, but whatever.
So he took offense to this.
Yeah.
And then Chrissy has to mansplain to him that this is how an interview works.
I mean, that's so disrespectful, and I'm doing your show.
I honestly, I don't know the extent to which you do stand-up. I mean, isn't that the point of an interview? Is you can correct me if I'm wrong about something.
No. You dabbled in stand-up when...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much stand-up you do, John. It was just an honest thing.
Play all over and you say I dabbled in stand-up. Come on.
So you're more than a dabbler. That's fine.
I thought Chrissy handled this so well. She won me over at this part. I was like, yes.
Goddamn well no. 3 hours later, 2 a.m, he's in that apartment throwing fucking punches in the air going, I don't dabble and stand up.
Well, right, because...
right. Fucking going crazy.
Because he asked her, well, is your stand-up online? She goes, yeah, you can find my stand-up online. I haven't done anything in a while. They're old videos, but if you looked, you'd be able to find it. She goes, What about you? Does your stand-up online?
Is any of your stand-up online?
No, I don't. I try not to allow it. I mean, because there's no good that will come of it.
All right, a couple of funny things here.
No good that will come from it.
That's my favorite part.
Holy shit.
That's how you know you suck at stand-up. If there's no good that can come from people seeing you perform.
Oh, God damn it.
I don't know if I've ever talked about this. I played a rock band called the Isotopes. I've been uploading videos of us performing all day yesterday because only good can come of it. If you're good at what you do, you want to upload videos of it onto the internet. And by the way, not for nothing, John, maybe that's why she didn't know that you do stand-up. I hear you dabble in stand-up. There's no evidence of it. We have no idea. But I've heard there actually is one video from a barbecue restaurant at a strip mall. Yeah, we've all seen it.
And can I say this, though? The one thing that I do feel bad for is, he doesn't put his content on YouTube, but Sirius Satellite Radio does steal his content, his intellectual property constantly. And I feel really bad for him. I hope he wins this fight.
All right, Vinny. Good troll. I like it. Oh, boy.
Bro, I think that Sirius is in the wrong here.
Here they've had this awkward conversation that's contentious at times, that they're not on the same page, they're not getting along at all, and of course John has to hit on Chrissy Mayer at the end.
Well, listen, if you ever happen to visit LA, we'll go out and I'll take you out for drinks, and I'm not hitting on you, but we'll hang out and discuss I'm sorry that I get very passionate when it comes to politics, because my politics is, my podcast is for the most part it's all political. I did one today.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew that.
So you dabble in podcasts?
I think he dabbles on hitting on girls. Dude. What the fuck was that? When you say we should go out to drinks and then immediately say I'm not hitting on you.
Dude, that made me want to burn my bra. That was so sleazy.
So uncomfortable. She's in New York. He's in LA. And he's trying to set up a date with her. We don't get along. This has been a terrible show and a terrible interview. What are you talking about?
Wow.
It's amazing.
He has such an interesting perspective on his career in his own head. Dabbles in stand-up to be offended by that.
He was. Dude, that went on for a while.
If I were
he was
him,
offended.
The diplomatic answer is simple. You just say something like, well, people know me from the Stern Show, but I love doing stand-up. I got into it, and I love doing it. It's one of my favorite things, and I do it semi-pro now. I have a great time.
Because you're a normal person, man. Yeah. That's why you're not a subject of WATP. Because you understand that not everybody is obsessed with your career, and is not going to know everything that you've done. And by the way, I think Chrissy was trolling him, and I give her props and credit
she
for
probably was. Good job, Chrissy.
She is still terrible at podcasting, though. Listen to how this show ends. This ends without fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, are we done? Or
We're done. We are done. What a graceful dismount. Everyone, please check out the Stuttering John podcast.
It was fine. What a terrible way to end it.
She didn't agree to have a drink with us, so he's like, all right, so are we done here? I guess I'm not getting anywhere. He wasn't on the Compound Network. He didn't get a date with this chick. This didn't work out for him at all. He lost his mind because he was asked whether Trump makes people funny or not.
Well, he did make her show by being on it.
Well, it's the reason why I watched.
Exactly right.
For sure. So anyway, Chrissy.
And that's why Sirius owes him money.
So Chrissy has mentioned many times that we're still fighting. I'd like to officially make up with you now, Chrissy. What do you think, Vinny? You were on the show where she called in from the Little League game. You ready to forgive and forget?
No.
Never. Vinny says never forget.
No.
Fair enough.
I'm on team never Mayor.
Let's talk about Stuttering John's show when he's not on Chrissy Mayer's show. I love the people who troll him. He goes to the super chat, and the first two chatters are people you might recognize.
Now it's time for your questions, and then I'll mosey on out here. Crozier Shell Station, as my mother always used to say, will run. Hey, that's the name of a movie I wrote. How do you know that?
Because he's trolling you.
How do you know that, brother? Jen from the Jingle Department. John, are you a boner guy? I wish I knew what that meant, but I don't know.
He's not sure if he's a boner guy or not.
Isn't there more to that clip?
Oh, there actually is. Let me find that real quick. I didn't pull it, but it's on our subreddit. If you don't go to our subreddit, you really should. People find really hilarious clips of Stuttering John and put them on there for everyone to view. And we get to all have a big LOL over how ridiculous he is. Yeah, this is the clip right here.
Jen from the Jingle Department. I don't know if you're a troll or not, Jen. John, my husband is not a boner guy. He sits in his wood paddle basement all day. Should I leave him? Look, man, if you can't get it up, take Viagra.
Blue Chew.
Get some testosterone shots. Get some Restum DM. I have that. Look, you know, there are going to be the occasion after a freaking 8-ball that you're going to need something to lift you up. Or after 18 beers.
He's not saying this to be funny. This has really happened to him.
Yeah.
He's had a hard time getting up after an 8-ball and 18 beers. That sounds like a fucking problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right?
You know, what I like about that is what he said, the way he said beers at the end is beers. Like he was just...
We were just watching that video here in the studio. You see all the boxes piling up behind him? That room used to be clean, and now there's all the shit and junk in there. And, of course, he's got cockroaches now because he's battling cockroaches while interviewing people. So someone asked him for a cockroach update.
Well, you got to put your empties somewhere, Carl.
That's true.
Haven't seen any cockroaches since that one time. I didn't even get an exterminator. I had an exterminator. He said, I wouldn't worry about it if you haven't had any, before. So right now, I look around. I haven't seen any since.
Oh, well, there you go. He saw at least 4 cockroaches during a 30-minute segment of his show. The exterminator shows up and he goes, well, have you seen any since? He's like, no, not really. It's like, don't worry about it then. What exterminator says don't worry about
Here's
it
what
then?
the exterminator said. He walked in, looked around at all the boxes and the shovel mess and said, you know what, bro, don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. They're just going to come back.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
He's like, yeah, dude, you're...
What exterminator says cockroaches usually just take care of themselves. I wouldn't worry about it. This is a problem that just goes away if you ignore it. Don't worry about that.
Do you think that he might be lying?
I think he might be lying, especially because he starts looking around like, I don't think there's any around here. I don't see any.
Yeah,
that's no problem.
Yeah, that fixed itself.
Yep. I also don't have any mice anymore either. I don't see any. All right, good. Well, that's good news. All right, the question about Noel Castler coming back.
Okay, thank you.
Because they reached out to him because he said he'd come back in September. And guess what, Vinny? It's September.
It is.
What's going on?
Noel Castler will be on this Tuesday.
What?
The return of Noel Castler.
Wow.
He's agreed to come on this Tuesday. I asked if he would come on today. He said he had another comedian show to do.
Well,
I said, fine. Sunday or Tuesday? He said Tuesday. I'm going to hold him at his word.
Sounds like he's blowing you
And
off.
I look forward to getting his take on everything that's going on. So for all you guys, well, we'll see. If he gets on and, then there's proof that there's no problem between Noel and I.
Yeah, Sir Bemrose. He literally said, see you next Tuesday. And just like, great. I can't wait. That's hilarious because at first he was like gloating. He's like, yeah, so see, he is coming back. And then he realized that he's probably going to blow him off. He's like, I mean, he said he would. It might happen. I don't know. What do you think the chances are? That's totally blowing someone off. Hey, can you come on the show today? I'm doing another comedian's podcast
When
today.
you say, do you want to do Sunday or Tuesday? And the furthest possible date away, I'll take it.
I will do a Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, but a Tuesday, possibly.
Oh, Tuesday's bad.
Tuesday's the worst. I'm still writing that book. It's just not going to happen. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's see if Noel Castler actually joins the show. Because according to John, see, we don't have any problems.
I may have Noel Castlered the Shitty Song of the Week podcast a little.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I'm a busy boy.
We like those guys.
I like them, too.
I think I'm going on their show in a little bit. You know what we're going to do? Brandon over there had a good idea.
All right.
He said, we're going to have, I'm not going to say who else is going to be on the show because I don't know if they're going to show up or not, but they might Noel Castler it. But we're supposed to have a couple other people that you know, and we're all going to pick out a different Animal Crosley song.
Okay.
Which is Seamus McKillian, a.k.a. Patrick Michael. Fun. So we're all going to analyze one of his songs.
That sounds like a fun
time. It's a good idea. It's a good show for me.
All right. It is a good show. Sorry, guys.
Last thing, you're really shitting on.
I'll see you September 2021.
You're shitting on everyone.
I'm not shitting on them. I just really feel bad.
I love it. All right, last clip that I want to play. John's got an idea for a new show format, and I'm going to suggest that this is a terrible idea, but I hope he does it.
Union Goon, Shy North 55, smoking beer session. I'll do it. Look,
Sold.
I'll hang out with a few beers. I'll smoke a speed weed joint, and I'll just talk candidly on my balcony as the Yankees are losing. And I'll do it. I'll tell you what, I'll start doing it tomorrow.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
So you got to subscribe so you can see that I'm going live. And then you come on and ask me any question. All right? I'm going to try it out, Sean. I'll try it out tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
You know what the difference between Opie and Stuttering John is?
What's that?
Opie at least probably tries to keep it down when he's out on the balcony.
Right. Oh, John getting wasted on his balcony and live podcasting.
Screaming about the Yankees.
Oh, well, he'll also be screaming about all the questions people are asking him and trolling him. This is a terrible idea. I really hope it happens.
Doesn't have, security. They'd be banging on the door. Mr. Melendez.
Did you see the other thing that John just recently did? He got a green screen. John got a green screen, and what he did, normally people with a green screen will either make a hilarious background, or they'll make it look like they're in a real studio.
Sure.
Guess what he did? He made it look like he was in a real house. His green screen background is a living room that's way nicer than any place he would ever live in. It's so bizarre. And you're not fooling anyone. It's like a really bad green screen, so you can tell it's fake.
Nobody's going to see the boxes now.
Yes! I'm just picturing that they're just piling up behind
him. There's fucking a roach kingdom behind the green screen.
If somebody could post in the Discord chat right now, you guys got to see what this looks like. It is so fucking funny.
Oh, goddamn. He is my favorite. He really is.
He's become my favorite, too.
He's just...
Because he's interesting. Opie's not interesting anymore. He's just pathetic.
I feel like John versus the world is just fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. I agree with that.
Opie is more fun to watch than Opie giving up on a beach.
Yeah, Chrissy's Stuttering John interview. I actually thought that was so funny, Chrissy.
Yes.
Oh God.
We got to talk about this. Chrissy, fantastic job with Stuttering John. When I saw that he was going to be on your show, I thought, how could this not be good? And you made it happen. So I want to play some clips from that. And we'll talk about it because you have more information about getting him set up and getting him on the show. But first, we have to start with our official Stuttering John segment intro music. Yeah. So anyone who listened to the show last week or hangs out in our subreddit will know that Chrissy had Stuttering John on the show, explained to him that she believes he dabbles in comedy, and this threw Stuttering John for a loop. He did not know how to react to it, got very offended, and it turned into a whole thing, which I thought you handled brilliantly. So I want to play a clip from you for you. This is Stuttering John talking about that incident.
I do just want to say something. I don't want to mention this ditzy chick's name because I don't want to give her. That's all she wants. Could you imagine if I had Greg Olear on?
Chris, have you heard this yet?
Yes, this is Stuttering John's podcast, right?
Yeah.
His most recent.
Yeah, talking about how he doesn't want to use your name. This, all right, let's keep going.
Or I had Rick Wilson on. And I said, I hear you dabble in politics. I mean, could you get any more disrespectful than that to a guest? I mean, here I am. I do your show. I retweet your show. And then you have the
a retweet from Stuttering John. Ooh la la. Congrats, Chrissy.
The balls to insult me after I've been doing stand-up for 20 years and headlining clubs across the country. And you have the balls to just insult me. And yeah, I shouldn't have got defensive. I should have just said, yeah, I also dabble in breathing, you idiot. But no, either she's really...
He comes up with a comeback a week later.
Which is also defensive.
Good one, John.
Better late than never.
Or she took some advice. Sean's convinced Anthony Cumia wrote the thing. He didn't, but her boyfriend did. Frank Pellegrino, who owns a comedy club. Somebody find out what comedy club that is so I cannot promote it.
Good one.
But he must have said, "Hey,
Find
get John
out what
pissed
it
off."
is so I can not promote it.
Yeah, that doesn't even make
Ouch.
sense.
It doesn't even make sense. Not even in Stuttering John's brain does that make sense.
I don't know what the comedy club is. Can someone find out? Tell me so that I can forget it.
But he must have said, "Hey, get John pissed off." What a bitch, man. Seriously.
Wow.
I do your show, and this is the disrespect that you have for me. Damn it! It just like if you ask somebody to do your show, have some respect. Now you're gonna go, well, John, you used to go on the street. Yeah, I would go on the street. I didn't ask him to do my show. Who does she think she is, Ollie G? I mean, come on.
That's the funniest part about all of this is Stuttering John's
Ollie G.
background is fucking with people. That's what he used
Yes.
to. That's why he's famous. And now he gets so upset if you just don't know that he's a stand-up comedian. Or that's like his main thing.
I didn't know that. I was like a Stern fan.
How would
There's
you know
a lot
that?
going on here.
There's
This
a
is the ego on this guy blows me away. And a lot of people were like, oh, and I loved all the comments. And I loved overwhelmingly really positive in my corner supporting me, which I totally appreciate. And like John is in this lucky group of people. Like fame and or fortune allows you the luxury of becoming irrelevant in a way that other groups of people, we kind of have to like fight and keep working. And he's lost all sense of like awareness, perspective. He's like an old dude. And it's like, we should all be so lucky to coast off of something we did 20 years ago. And he just doesn't know the difference between someone who is a stand-up and someone who does stand-up. And a lot of people have written to me in the comments like, hey, I've been following Stuttering John for years. I was a big fan of the Stern Show. I also had no idea he did stand up. And that's the thing. It's like, he became famous from Stern and then maybe just did appearances. That's what I meant by dabble. I'm like, you're an appearance comic. You're like when people think of Chris Kattan, they're like, oh, he got famous from SNL, but then he occasionally did stand-up. Like my mom went and saw him do stand-up because he was Chris Kattan. Was he good? No, but that's like, everyone's got a different way into the stand-up world. And it's like, I've been like grinding and working for 10 years. It's like, no, he's not, going to Brooklyn to do two free spots for a slice. You know what I mean?
Chrissy,
I haven't seen him on any flyers.
I headline across the country.
Across the country. Why have I not seen you perform anywhere I've ever performed? Like at least Jeremy Piven is like I see his name on the marquee. Right. He's at least working and trying.
The idea that he thinks he's a headliner, there's only one video of him doing stand-up on the internet, and it's at a barbecue restaurant in a strip mall.
He's pulling his shirt up.
Yeah.
See, I was kind of with you, Chrissy, until you started talking trash about Chris Kattan's stand-up.
Okay.
That guy's a genius, and we all know it.
Yeah, he's one of the goats.
He's not a grinder. He's not somebody who is like, oh yeah,
he's on Grindr.
I was at the mics. Was he doing Stern and then going to mics at the same time and like really working on his shit? I don't think so. Like, I mean, I've been around for 10 years. I feel like I would have heard of him doing stand-up or seen him by now. And
you don't have to explain yourself anymore, Chrissy. We all agree with you.
Holy shit.
This guy's not known for his stand-up comedy.
He goes and he talks to Kevin Brennan and they're both miserable. And it's like literally misery loves company. It's like, and not to sound like a new age, like hippie, but like whatever you obsess about, think about, focus on will expand. So it's like either he has to acknowledge that he's out of touch and people are not aware of him. He either has to acknowledge that or he can shit on me. What's easier to do? It's so much easier to shit on me and to say that like the men around me are putting words in my mouth. Like that's the most misogynistic shit I've ever heard. Like I can't come up with my own thoughts. No, like I haven't been doing a crazy fucking conspiracy, libertarian focused, comedy focused podcast for the last like 6 months. Pretty hardcore. Oh no, but it's much easier to think that fucking Anthony Cumia or my boyfriend told me what to say.
Chrissy, I have to address this because he said Frankie, her boyfriend, Frankie Pellegrino, must have told her to say that. And so in our subreddit, a user named Frankie P614 said, wow, I had nothing to do with the dabbling comment at all. What a disillusioned moron. So I'm guessing that actually is your boyfriend.
That's him. Yeah, that's him.
That's hilarious.
We're all up in the Reddit.
I love it. All right, so
really
later
sad.
on in his show, because what I love about Stuttering John's show is that the chat room fucks with him and eggs him on to say stuff. So they fuck with him and they get him to talk more about you, Chrissy.
Adam Hinkler just go off. It was a great time on Misery Loves Company. It just came out today, and it's Kevin Brennan's podcast. And, you know, he couldn't have been more gracious to me as opposed to that freaking ditz that, I do her show. And then this ditz has the audacity. I do her show. I DM her, man, that was fun, and then she writes back. And then she starts retweeting and liking people trashing me. This is how you handle your guests, you idiot? What the hell is wrong with you? What if? And the only reason I'm even bringing it up again is because Kevin Brennan just flat out called it a C word, and just said that she's trying to get on SNL and she's trying to be controversial. But it's just Chrissy? Like, you know what?
I didn't realize I was trying to get on SNL. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
By the way, if you're trying to get on SNL, being controversial is not the way to do that. This has been proven.
I'm not trying to be controversial. Yeah, it's like I contacted Stuttering John because I knew he would be an easy get. He's always doing morning. He's always doing these other shows. He has nothing to promote.
Right.
He can't even manage to get on an outdoor show. Like he like does. I was like, John, have you done any shows in the last 6 months? Because they've been happening on rooftops. And you know who knows that? Real fucking working comics who want to get up know that.
Right.
He's like, well, everything's been canceled. I was like, you're so out of touch. Like, if you really wanted to get on a show, you could find one of these like speakeasy outside whatever shows.
I was surprised he didn't bring up. He pretended that he had a gig in Japan that was canceled that was going to pay him $10,000. I'm like, all right, I get it that there's like rock stars and things that are big in Japan, but Stuttering John from the Howard Stern Show? Who the fuck would know who he is in Japan?
Stuttering John, I'm so respectful.
Oh, John song.
So much respect for Stuttering John.
I was shocked he didn't bring that up. So, Chrissy, there's a poll in our subreddit right now. It says, who you got in this flaccid clash of WATP's mortal enemies, Cunty Ginger or Bloated Loser? And Chrissy, congratulations. Cunty Ginger up 58-6. So
good. I voted. I voted in that.
You voted for the Cunty Ginger?
I actually voted for John because he needed help.
Yeah, he needed it. So Kevin Brennan called you the C word. What do you think about that?
He called me controversial?
That must be it.
What's the C word? He called me cute?
That must be it, yes. Do you have a thing with Kevin Brennan? I know you guys were on the network together.
No, I definitely don't have a thing with him at all. It's kind of weird because when I was like pitching Wet Spot I started pitching it last summer and I was calling him for advice and he was like really nice to me. And I had done Misery Loves Company at least a couple times, since he's had it at the comic strip. So it's so weird that like there's this weird beef. I don't know if he feels like he has to have beef with me to be interesting. I don't understand it because we've always been cool. But for some reason, like he won't do my Chrissy Mayer podcast, and it's weird because he was like, oh, well, I can't do anything with Compound Media. But yet he does Wet Spot live at the Stand, which we did months back before the lockdown. And it's weird because most people don't even remember Kevin from that show. What they remember is Rich Voss telling off Madeline Monroe, which sparked this whole drama. He said to her like, oh, I guess they're letting anybody do porn now because she's a porn star. And it got a big laugh because it's like, yeah, anybody can be a porn star just like anybody can do comedy or whatever. So I don't understand like why Kevin feels like he's got to create and maintain beef with me. Like, love to have him on. If you won't do it, like, I don't need him to do it.
I think it's possible he kind of just said that in passing, like, oh, she's just trying to be a fucking cunt or whatever. But like, it wasn't, it wasn't like he hates her. It was actually, it's just like that's how he is about everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's his shtick, is being in a fight with everyone. And oh yeah, his brother's a lot more talented and famous than he is. I think those are the two things that he does.
It's got to be hard. Yeah.
I know that he bashes WATP a lot, so I don't have any love for the guy. Hey, Chrissy, you had talked about trying to get set up with Stuttering John when you had him on the show was difficult. Do you want to talk about this guy's prowess in technology?
Wow. That's the thing. It's like I've had so many day jobs where I've worked for old men who are out of touch with their own just like phones and like can't even like turn on their printer. So this very much reminded me of that. He first really wanted to do when you start a Zoom, you don't have to start recording yet. So the Zoom was up and I'm like, okay, he needs help getting set up. He wanted to do it from outside. He really wanted to do the show from him sitting on his porch or at a table outside. Like he just really wanted to do it out. He wanted to enjoy the day and do the show. I mean, at least he wasn't doing it from like a little league game. I got to give him that. But so he wanted to do it from outside. The reception was horrible. I was like, John, I'm like, why don't you try going inside? And he's like, I guess I can go up to the studio. I'm like, you have a studio? You've had a studio this whole time? You didn't have to start it in the studio? Oh, I'm so not worthy of having you on my show. I'm not even worthy of you doing it from where you have reception from your fucking actual studio.
Hey, Chrissy, is it okay if I watch the Yankees game?
Is it okay if I jerk off while I do your show? I mean, I do your show, and you didn't know that I barely do stand-up. Thank you for bringing that up.
We got to talk about this. So he hits on you at the very end of the show, which was the funniest thing. He's like, we should get a drink sometime after you guys have had this confrontational conversation.
I was like, what? I was like, what is this just what he does? Is this just like his usual sign-off with people? Like, we'll go get a drink sometime. Ugh.
To be fair, he's such a raging alcoholic that he does ask every guy and girl that he talks to get a drink sometime. So
weird. And I'm the last chick to like call misogyny, but like hearing back the clips, even his latest things, I'm like, I feel like this guy's really misogynistic. Like he can't comprehend that a female comic can have views that aren't like far left. I think it like blows his mind that I'm like kind of in the middle and I like fuck with people on the right and the left and I want to talk about stuff. And he clearly got upset that I wasn't just yesing him on all things anti-Trump. And I think that goes to show you he's not surrounding himself with people that are going to challenge any of his ideas. He just goes into Orange Man bad mode, which isn't that interesting. So
he hates Trump?
Yes.
Ryan,
he does a
show that only talks about trying to get what he calls the dotard out of office. And he just brings on these left-wing extremists to talk about nonsense for 2 hours at a time.
Oh yeah. So get back to what you said. He finally goes up to the studio. And so it's working. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, all right, he's in the studio. I mean, this is Stuttering John. You know, he's probably got to have a professional setup. And you would think. And it's 6 months of lockdown. I mean, if you're calling yourself a non-dabbling professional comedian and you don't have a dope setup at this point, a professional mic, Wi-Fi that works, then that's really pathetic.
We set the bar very low. Do you have Wi-Fi? Can we use Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Hold on, Chrissy. I'm hot spotting from the pizzeria downstairs.
Jesus Christ. I was like, I'm like, Barry Ribs has a better setup than you. And he's doing shows from outside of a coffee shop in New York City. Man. And I was like, all you need is a fucking $150 microphone and decent Wi-Fi. And he seemed to not be able to pull that together. And then a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes into the show, he just zoomed and froze and stayed that way the whole time. And I didn't want to, he's like, oh, we could stop it. I'm like, I was like, I don't want to risk like losing you entirely. You're hanging on by a thread to begin with. So I'm just talking to his frozen face the whole time.
The funniest part is that he used to actually have a studio when he was with Royce. When he first started the Stuttering John podcast, they were in a studio. They had a producer. He had a co-host. He has fallen so far. It just gets worse and worse.
He was doing that with Royce, like Revenge of the Sis Royce?
No, that Royce has come on our show to crush him. Yeah.
I was about to message him.
He was on with a guy named Royce who was just a big Stern fan. And so, when he moved out to LA, he made friends with people who like Howard Stern. And they're like, oh, yeah, I've heard of you. I've heard you on the Stern show.
Gotcha.
This is what I don't understand. Like I've been doing it for 10 years, which I'm realizing now that I'm at this point that is nothing in the scheme of a lot of these guys that are just now making a name for themselves. Even like Joe List, who I interviewed the other day, he's been doing it 20 years. Like you have to be doing it, so I know that I'm nobody. And, I also didn't expect him to know who the fuck I was, but I had done his show months ago. So so it's usually kind of a normal thing. Like, okay, I'll do your show. You'll do mine show. Like the ego on this guy, like, oh, it's a great honor for me to even have him on my, how dare I challenge him? How dare I not know every single thing about his life? You know, it's like, yeah, I had some questions down written about the Stern Show because some of them are facty and based in certain years. And I didn't want to come off like sounding like I didn't know. Well, he's known because of the Stern Show. He's not known for being a stand-up.
Right. There's two things people know about Stuttering John is that he was on The Tonight Show and he was on Howard Stern. Those are the two things anyone would know about him. And the fact that he would get outraged that you don't know he's a stand-up comedian it says a lot about his low self-esteem and his psyche. That's
true.
What he gets upset about.
It was the same energy of like you call a girl fat and she spends the next 2 months posting flattering photos on Instagram like where she looks thin. It was like the same energy. Because that's the thing. If he believed in himself, and any real stand-up comic is like, they know where they're at. They don't need to prove that to somebody. Exactly. Like if somebody said it to me, I'd be like, oh yeah, I dabble here, dabble there, doing shows. It's a fucking word. Like if a word has that much power over you, then you have some shit to work on. And it's like, maybe you're not working that hard. I don't know. I mean, like, I really was not trying to fuck with him or troll him.
Well, Chrissy, I think the problem is that he was pretty smashed when he was talking to you on the show. It seemed like he had, I know that you had a glass of wine. He was drinking beer when I could see what he was doing, and then he froze up. I think he was drinking a lot. I have a clip from a recent episode where he talks about his drinking, and this is a bit alarming. Now, I realize I'm talking to Chrissy, Ryan, who slept in because he got drunk last night. Producer Chris and I are drinking beers. So I realize the irony in playing this clip, but it's still funny.
And just for your information, Mondays and Tuesdays, I exercise and work out. Take off Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, exercise and work out, and Saturday, and I take off Sunday. That's how I do it. And that's why I'm in impeccable shape. But I have to be because, you drink 12, 13 Coors Lights a night, you're going to have to, maybe even 14 if it's a good one, 15 maybe if I'm really, like tonight might be a big one because I got the Yankees and the NFL. So it'll be a long night.
It's been my experience that alcoholics always exaggerate on the low end of how much they drink. If he's saying he drinks 15 beers a night, that could be 30.
Wow. Yeah.
Who brags about drinking Coors Light every night? What a
frat
weird
boys.
flex.
Frat boys, that too.
Yeah, and then also I'm drinking 15 beers. Then my head's always sore because I have to crush every can afterwards.
I was doing a keg stand. Keg stand.
Well, Chrissy, I'm really excited about the story arc and the redemption on WATP.
The story arc.
The Chrissy story arc's been going on for over a year now. And,
yeah, we've been in a fight for like a really long time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We had a big beef.
Chrissy called into my show. Well, first she lied to me and said she couldn't be on the show because of some bridal shower or something. And then she called into the show from a Little League game where she had terrible reception. So we've had a little bit of a beef, but this is our...
It was my boyfriend's kid's Little League game, and I was like, oh, I can do it all. Like, I can support this kid and also do this podcast, which I very quickly learned. I'm like, oh God, this is just not working. The reception's horrible. There's people yelling. There's like fucking people are handing Gatorades out, and
props to both of you guys, because like what a way to repatch up the feud than to like call in and talk about a different feud.
Yes, right. We bonded over our hatred for Stuttering John. What a better way to bond than that?
That's the thing, is like you can be, there's lots of the ego. That's what really ruins him. Like if he just know that not everybody knows about you, and it's like if people don't know about you, just keep working so that everybody know. Like, I don't know. It's a really weird thing to get butthurt about, that a random like comedian podcaster girl like didn't know that you're out there crushing it at the clubs.
Right. And I've seen a stand-up.
Hey, play his stand-up clip, or is it good?
Oh, I could find it for you. Yeah.
He has a bit about like something where he lifts up his stomach and it's like, oh, cum makes you look younger, and then he lifts up his top and he's like, I have a belly of a 17-year-old. And that was really that was the big finish of what I saw.
Right. He pulls his underwear up. Yeah, he refers to coming on his stomach after jerking off, and he pulls his underwear up and he goes, this is how I clean it up. And he just pulls it down against his stomach, and like he pulls his semen into his pubes, I guess.
Or
It's
someone
a
else is
hilarious-
coming on his stomach.
Yeah, or whoever's coming on his stomach. It's a hilarious bit.
Kevin Brennan now. Yeah.
It always brings the room down. All right, Chrissy, thank you so much for coming on. It's been great to talk to you, and we'll
Thanks, guys. I'm glad that
hopefully
we
do it again
made
sometime.
up.
I am too.
So heartwarming. Yeah, love you guys.
Later, Chrissy.
Bye.
Bye, Chrissy. A couple more things I want to play from Stuttering John because, again,
That's
he's talking. We have the people who troll him, who just give him WATP show references, and he's the Ron Burgundy of podcasting. He just reads whatever he's shown to him.
Charlie Kelton, can you tell my girlfriend Vic hello and good luck in the military? Vic, hello and good luck in the military.
Good luck, Vic, at the Navy. So John goes on to explain why we make fun of him.
It's like that other idiot, Carla, whatever, obsessed with me. You know, if I wasn't relevant, then why are you so obsessed with me? Why? Because you're jealous. I've maintained relevancy still to this day. You guys are nobodies. Nobody cares about you. Nobody knows your name.
So nobody knows your name would probably work better if he didn't say, like that guy Carl. If he didn't reference who are these podcasts all the time and say my name and go, nobody knows about you guys. Well, most of your chat room does.
These guys that have just like a straight up, like they talk like an Italian mobster. It's always so funny to me.
Right.
And I'm relevant to this day. Isn't that
these
relevant?
fucking ganooks, eh? You know, make them fucking sleep with the fishes. And you're like, is that what you are? Are you in the mafia?
Well, according to him, we're the mean ones, and he's the good guy.
I'm not the mean one. It's all these guys beating me up everywhere. I'm the nice one. I don't attack any of these people. I don't even mention their names.
Wait, you just mentioned my name every episode, so I keep playing these clips. What are you talking about? So I love what John does is that he has to list all of his accomplishments, and this proves that he's relevant and that he's still famous, and there's no reason for us to make fun of him.
A year and a half ago, I pranked the president. I made global news. Have you done anything so creative?
He's talking to me directly here. By the way, that was over 2 years ago. The timeline's getting shorter and shorter. Last week, I called the president. No, it was June of 2018 that you did that, John, and nobody cares.
I just made national news and in England with James Carville. I just made it again a month ago for my lawsuit. I'm always in the news. Are you guys? I don't think so.
He's always in the news. The lawsuit is a joke. The reason why that's in the news is because people are goofing on you.
What did he do? What did he do with Trump to make national news?
So he was able to get in touch with him, pretending he was Bob Menendez, the senator, and he was able to connect with him while Trump was on Air Force One. And the conversation, so this is a prank call from a comedian, is how it's promoted. If you listen to this call, Ryan, there is nothing funny at all. John,
right, but I'll give him that. That's kind of funny. Yeah.
Oh, it would have been great if he just would have just dropped a Baba Booey or something. He could have made it funny so easily. Instead, he literally was talking about policy as if he was a senator. It's insanely terrible.
Oh, I called I called tech services and lied about my identity, and then I talked to them about computer parts for 20 minutes.
They didn't even know that it was actually Ryan Long talking to them about it. I don't even have a warranty. I fooled them. It's fucking amazing. All right, last clip I want to play from Stuttering John. He talks about Reddit and how Reddit hates him, but he doesn't care about that. And just a few points I want to point out after this.
But yeah, you know, so I go on Reddit. I'll see all the people trashing me. I don't really care. You have these podcasts out there who can't resist talking about me. They love me. They love me. And that's the thing. They all know who I am. And by the way, really, ask yourself this. Out of all the people who left the Stern Show, who has maintained a relevancy? Please. I'll wait. It's fairly easy. Me.
I know. I mean, you don't have to goof on it. You can just play the clip and be like, all right, everyone get the joke? All right, moving on. Who is more relevant than Stuttering John, who left the Stern Show? Billy West would come to mind. Artie Lang. Mitch Fatel would come to mind. I mean, who's he comparing himself to? Grillo and Steve Langford? Are these... I don't know what he thinks. What's the competition here? Is he up against Casey Armstrong? What are we talking about?
I bet you Beetlejuice still does numbers if he was to do a show.
Right, for sure. Eric the actor probably has more followers on Twitter to this day.
Oh, that was one of the funniest things in the world. Changing from the Eric to the midget to Eric the actor.
I know. I love that guy. So the other thing that's funny about John talking about how Reddit hates him is that John has created an alias, a fake alias called Joseph Kelly on Reddit. And he goes around and just posts how awesome Stuttering John is. You should check out the Stuttering John show. And then he asks people, yeah, dude, you gotta see it. It's so funny. If you go to Joseph Kelly's history and just look at what he wrote everywhere, it's like, oh, Stuttering John's just out there promoting Stuttering John.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's amazing. I love it.
He does seem to have feuds with everyone, though. I guess you know what the problem is. I guess like all those Stern guys, it kind of was like that was their whole shtick, is like getting into arguments with everyone, and that's like the only way they like know how to kind of grow is to get on all these fights or whatever. But then they don't do the other thing. It's like you do the fight and then like make good stuff, but it's like those guys just do the fights.
Well, right, and the reason why it works on Howard Stern is because millions of people are listening to you every morning. So it gets people talking and it makes it interesting. If you're just on the Stuttering John show on a YouTube channel no one's ever heard of, and you're talking about how Carla, he's a jerk. Like, okay, no one cares. No one's paying. The only people listening to you are people who came because we were making fun of you. So it's not working for you anymore.
So have you guys had a feud with Stuttering John for like a long time as well?
It's been a couple of years, yeah.
Oh, wow.
you know why? It's funny because what we do is we roast podcasts, and we chose...
No, I know you guys.
Yeah, right. And we chose his podcast, and Kevin and I came on, and we made fun of his podcast. Most podcasters either ignore us, or they're in on the joke, and they play along. John did the exact wrong thing. He threatened to sue us and break my legs. So as soon as that happened, I'm like, okay, it's on now, motherfucker.
This guy can't decide whether he's an Italian or Jewish.
Hard cut away from that.
Gagia. Stuttering John. What is he up to lately, huh? Wow. All right, so I am not a fan of doxing people. And I'm not a fan of the fact that somebody put his resume up online.
Resume?
Yeah.
I read that.
His resume's up on the internet.
It's impressive.
From what, like how long ago? When was it last updated?
It was pretty recent.
Okay.
It's got Stephanie Miller on there.
Well,
it's got everything he's done.
He hasn't had a paying gig in like 9.5 years.
Did you read his resume, Crow?
I did. I was so fucking amazed at what his fucking language is. You know what I mean?
The funniest part out there's a lot of funny parts. He has on there Cool Edit Pro.
Yeah.
It's like 2019. He's got Cool Edit Pro.
Which hasn't existed in 20 years. Exactly. It's been Adobe Audition for 20 fucking years.
This guy's so out of touch.
Oh, man.
So I don't like doxing. It's got his phone number and his address on there, and I hope that gets taken down.
Don't go find it. Wink, wink.
I honestly don't like that. But I do want to know this, because I did look it up on Google Maps. Which liquor store does he go to? Is it Papa Mac's Liquor or City Market Liquor? Because they're both close to the Home Depot and where he lives. So I'm not sure. If anybody knows the answer to that, just curious. Just want to throw it out there.
Which one is the furthest away from Home Depot? Because he's not fixing up his place.
Which one is between the bar that he goes to and his apartment would be the real question that you want to ask. All right. So Stuttering John, as I teased earlier, did the show from his balcony where he's getting drunk and answering questions. And it's just all trolls in there, which is always fun. Before we hit that, I want to play the episode before that. He had his political show on, and then over 2 hours in, he starts taking questions and super chats. And one of the first questions that comes in is, of course, about Chrissy Mayer and that whole saga.
Great.
So we're gonna get into a lot of Chrissy Mayer talk from Stuttering John here.
Ryan, man, yeah, I'm not gonna mention that ditzy chick. I know she's an idiot, and then she went on that other freaking idiot's podcast, just to freaking trash me. It's like, really?
Yep.
I do your show, I retweet it like I promised, and then you trash me, and then you grab like anybody that trashes me, and then you retweet it. I mean, there's a dumb, you know what word I really want to say, but I won't. But let's just say, see you next Tuesday. I mean, there is a really dumb see you next Tuesday.
Way to not say the word. I'm going to censor myself here and just tell you exactly what that word is that I want to say. Good one, John.
Real subtle.
The ditzy chick. That's actually not bad. But instead, he goes with different nicknames, which we'll get into. He also looked up her boyfriend, Frank Pellegrino, who owns the comedy club books for the comedy club. Remember, he said before, he's like, somebody tell me what that comedy club is so that I can never talk about it. He can't help himself.
And then I looked up, her boyfriend, Frank Pellegrino, who is the booker at White Plains Comedy Club, which, nobody's ever heard of. And you know what?
They have now.
You're a dick, Frank.
So he's just starting fights with everybody. And, of course, John was asked how seriously he takes stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Which is really what the question was. I know the word dabble is the big thing that everyone takes away from that. But really the question was, like, how into stand-up are you? I'm not even sure. Do you do it every weekend? Are you touring? What's going on? And any answer besides the way that he responded to that would have been the appropriate answer. Right? I mean, he literally could have said, I don't do stand-up at all. I'm not very good. And that would have been a much better answer than the way that he responded to that. But he's got excuses for it.
Why didn't John just make a joke about it? Well, sometimes when you're doing someone a favor and you don't really want to do it, but you're just doing it because you promised that you would, and because I'm a man that sticks to my word, I did it. And then, so I didn't expect it, just came out of left field. So that's why I didn't have the real response, which is what I should have said, but I didn't, because I was kind of like taken back, like, what the hell was that about?
So it's because he was doing it as a favor is the reason why he was caught off guard and didn't have the correct response. Because he was doing a favor. As you know, and he sticks to his word if he agrees to do something as a favor.
Yeah.
Because Chrissy needs Stuttering John to be on her show.
Oh, yeah.
That's obviously the big get. He even retweeted it. Did he mention that yet? He even retweeted it. And then he starts going after her comedy.
And if you want to talk about comedy, please, I've seen yours. People in glass houses.
Wow. This is a guy who always says, never make fun of other people's stand-up. That's not right. Stand-ups don't do that. And then as soon as Chrissy slights him in the least, her stand-up fucking sucks. She's an idiot. She's not funny. Her boyfriend sucks. Yeah. No one should go to the club that he books at. Last clip that I want to play about Chrissy from this episode. Apparently, Kevin Brennan used to work for Compound Media with Anthony Cumia, and he had a show on there called Burning Bridges. And now Chrissy has a show, The Wet Spot, on Compound Media. So Kevin has some inside information that he shares with John, and John shares it here.
Gmail, I'm not going to talk about that, ditzy chick any more than I have to. So it doesn't matter. She's an idiot. She's, according to Kevin Brennan, making $250 a week for one show over at Cumia.
All right. She gets paid $250 to do her show on Cumia's network. I would guess that's more than John makes to do a show.
I was going to say, how long is the show? An hour? Yeah. $250 an hour is pretty good.
Well, plus you get the exposure, and you're booking comedians, and you're making connections. Stuttering John is making about $17 from Super Chats.
Yeah, he's begging for people to send him $5.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a little different.
And he's making fun of her for how much money she makes on Compound Media?
That stupid ditz has a steady paycheck for her work. What a fucking asshole.
And let's not forget, when he appeared on her show, he goes, this is the show on Compound, right? He wanted to get booked on that show.
Yeah.
And then was disappointed that it wasn't.
Yeah.
And now he's pretending that show sucks.
Yeah. And let's not lose sight. She didn't even fucking insult him. The question she asked wasn't insulting.
It wasn't.
Him getting insulted was so fucking, it's so crazy.
His reaction to it was the problem. So let's get into the balcony podcast. He's sitting out on his balcony, and he's taking questions. 45 seconds in, he starts making fun of Chrissy.
Yeah.
And coming up with names for her.
Jeez.
I'm getting trashed by this chick. What's her name? Dum Gums or Gummy Mare?
Wow.
I don't know. She's got these big, huge gums. She keeps on trashing me. It's really weird. You know what? Yeah. She's a nobody.
He must be like beyond 15 Coors Lights after a Yankees game at this point, right?
This is before the Yankees game, and yes, he is hammered.
Yeah.
So, should he be making fun of other people's appearance? Is that really a good angle to take for him?
I was thinking about this because my number 14, he gets very witty with all of this talk about someone's gums.
Yeah.
I don't know. Gumbell? How about that? Gummy Mare? I don't know.
I don't know.
You sure?
Just call it gums.
You don't know.
Call it gums.
You sound like a fucking retard.
Yep.
And he, I know his whole thing is yelling about the dotard Donald Trump, but like, that's a very Trumpian thing to do. That's a little Marco and low energy Bush.
Yeah.
You're Gummy Mayor. Like, no, you're just coming up with stupid nicknames for people, and you sound like a fucking idiot.
So someone on YouTube came up with a better name, but he decides that his is better.
Union Goon. Call her Ginger. Gingivitis. I like Gumbell, maybe. She's really an idiot.
Oh, my God.
He likes Gumbell better than Gingivitis. I disagree.
Yeah.
if you're going for the lulz,
yeah,
I'm going Gingivitis.
Well, and I love that he's got the thing like, well, I'm not going to talk about her, just like he doesn't talk about Carl every single fucking episode. He can't stop not talking about Carl.
Just like how he's not going to talk about the comedy club that her boyfriend runs.
You don't want to go to that White Plains Comedy Club. Nah. Heard it's a horrible place. And that's what I hear. I personally wouldn't go to White Plains Comedy Club.
Or be invited.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't go there because you're not getting booked.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go there.
It's no
You live in LA.
steak. It's no steakhouse.
Right. At a certain point at the very beginning, he realizes that his camera looks like shit. You watched the YouTube video, right?
I just had the audio.
Oh, okay. So his camera looks like shit. So he decides to lick his finger and rub it on the camera. Listen to this.
And for anybody who's played baseball, a knuckleball is hard to hit. Look at this thing, this freaking camera. I don't know. Now it's all blurry.
Oh,
yeah,
fucking idiot.
He just wiped a loogie on the lens. Oh, it doesn't look better now. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Now, I did hear, so somebody asked him to turn the camera around.
Yes.
And he lost his fucking mind. It's
Yes.
my number 16.
Okay. The person who asked this is Joseph Kelly, which is, by the way, the name in the Discord that John uses. That's his stock account in the Discord. That's what I love about everyone trolling him as these really funny names.
Yeah.
Joseph, I'm not spinning the laptop around. Why? So you can goof on me? I don't.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many trolls. It's always trolling. Everyone loves to troll, and I get it. I was the initial troller doing those like interviews, but at least it was for the comedy of the show, just not for your own, enjoyment. Even though, like, what do you get out of it? Except for, oh, look what I did. It's like, Dum Gums.
It does add to the comedy of a show. This one!
Yeah.
This show!
You could turn it into a bit. No, I don't want to turn the camera around because then you'll see all the dead hookers or something like that,
Right.
you know?
Instead, it's just like, why are you trolling me? It's because we think that your balcony is probably tiny and that you're not a wealthy person.
Right.
That's the reason why we're telling you to do
Right.
that.
It's covered in cockroaches. I can't turn it around.
For sure. Crows, I see that you have the same clip that I do. So I'm going to go ahead and back this up to that September 22nd episode again. Somebody asked him about cockroaches, and let's listen to that first, and there's a big reveal coming up.
Trailer Park Todd. John, did you get rid of the cockroaches yet?
Trailer Park Todd! I love these people.
Oh.
This is the best.
Trailer Park Todd. John, did you get rid of the cockroaches yet? Well, you know what? I have to be, I think what really happened, because I haven't seen another one since. I never saw a live one even before this inside the house. So I don't know. The only thing that I could think of is that I brought the last 3 or 4 boxes from Royce's Arcade, and they were first at my ex-wife's garage. And the only thing I could ascertain is that maybe there were a few cockroaches in the box. And they came out of the box.
Do you hear who he's blaming there? Both
ex-wife.
Royce and his ex-wife.
Yeah.
His ex-co-host and his ex-wife are the reasons why he lives in squalor.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of true, actually.
The one I listened to from Friday, I think. Every episode starts with a cockroach update.
Yeah,
now.
I know. He's like, I haven't seen a cockroach. I haven't seen a cockroach.
He had one between him and his microphone.
Yes.
Live on the internet, and then he turns around and goes, well, I've never seen a live cockroach in my house.
Right. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen a cockroach in your house.
Seriously.
So, this is the clip that's so amazing because he doesn't even, I mean, maybe he does realize because he tried to change it afterwards. His cat jumps up on his lap, and he's talking about his cat, and this is how he refers to it.
Like, he'll stay here as long as I pet him. That's Magneto. But this is the cockroach killer. No mouse is coming in. This is a feral cat.
He just said his cat is the cockroach killer.
Yeah.
That means you've had more than 4 cockroaches that one time you were live streaming with a guest.
Yeah.
If your cat is the cockroach killer.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
And that's why you sent the exterminator away. Oh, my cat's got it.
Yeah, my
Don't worry
cat's got
about
this
it.
one. Plus, they came in these boxes. There's just a few of them. The problem will go away. When cockroaches come in through boxes, that's going to be a problem for a little while.
I had cockroaches, so I brought in a feral cat. Now I have a feral cat infestation. I'm bringing radioactive monkeys in to take care of the feral cats.
Yeah.
I got this all figured out.
An asshole.
Oh, the one thing that I love about this guy is
I do not lie.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said that on the same podcast. He said, I do not lie. He's such a fucking liar.
Except my green screen backdrop is a mansion of a house I don't own.
Yeah, and I claim to be in Mensa, and I fucking wrote all of Jay's monologues. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Hey, when does John start smoking weed? Does anyone know the answer to that?
Immediately.
But I don't smoke till my 7th or 8th beer. I don't want to get too crazy, do I?
8th. 7.
That's his appetizer. That's just him getting warmed up as the first 7 or 8.
People were like, John, why don't you smoke some weed? People were trying to egg him on to get wasted.
Yeah.
The whole time, like, come back on after the game. Why don't you come back? So funny. And they're like, John, why don't you smoke some weed? He's like, I say that until I've had 8 beers.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you? Doesn't everyone?
Doesn't everyone drink 8 beers a day?
No, that's when he starts getting crazy.
Yeah.
8 is the warm-up. He said he drinks 15.
That's the pregame. He admits to 15.
He admits to 15.
We're at least at a case. If you're admitting you drink 15 beers, you're at least at a fucking case.
All right. I know you have this too, Croge. I'm going to run through mine. If there's anything I missed, please let me know.
Of course.
This is him. So there's so many trolls on here, and I do appreciate that. The one guy asks about Jim Norton and Opie, which of course is because they listen to WATP. There's no other reason why you'd ask Stuttering John about Jim Norton or Opie.
Thank you, Jay Hal, for the $5. Yo, John, have you spoken with Opie or Jim Norton recently? Last time I spoke to Jim Norton, I was on the way to a Yankee-Dodger game with my accountant, Alex, and that was last year, maybe? Or the year before. I think it was last year. And then Jim called me to apologize.
Yeah, so the last time he talked to Jim Norton was because of me.
Yeah.
The only reason why he's ever talked to Jim Norton is because I talked shit about him on Chip Chipperson's show, which was a year ago.
Yeah.
Wasn't 2 years ago. And that's the last time he's talked to Jim Norton. And he's still excited about it.
Yeah.
He's still talking about it like Jim Norton's just the greatest guy.
But that's what a mensch that Jim Norton is. He's like, John, I had this guy on. I'm not even going to mention, Darla's name. But he was like, I had this guy, and I didn't know that he was going to trash you.
Now it's Darla? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
It went from Carla to Hot Carla.
Can't even
Or is
remember
that
his own
Vinny?
insults.
Yeah, that's Vinny.
Who calls me that? John, Vinny, whatever. Darla now. So thank God he doesn't want to talk about me, though. And then he goes on to talk about the people who do have me on their show to talk shit about him.
That's what Jim Norton does. There are other people that I won't mention that have this guy on knowingly knowing that he's going to trash him. But we won't mention names. Save that for a later time.
Well, let's save that for a later time. It's Anthony Cumia. You're talking about Anthony Cumia. Let's save that for a later time. He's the worst shit talker ever.
Yeah.
Especially when he says this just a few minutes after all of that.
And that's the thing with me. I'm not going to trash anybody.
I don't lie. I don't trash people.
Except Donald Trump.
I know. His show is only based on trashing people.
But the 40 minutes of his 45-minute show is him trashing Carl, trashing Chrissy Mayer.
That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just him trashing people and then going, hey, I don't lie and I don't trash anybody.
Why?
Girls, what else do you have from this episode?
Well,
you suffered through it.
So, you guys know I love it when he talks about his horrifying toe deformities and his chronic erectile dysfunction. In between talking about how healthy and fit he is, number 15 is a new one.
Joseph Kelly. John, you're wincing almost all the time now. Are you in pain? No, I haven't taken a crap yet. It's usually after, when the hemorrhoids have to, slip back up there.
Ugh.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah, that is awful.
Yeah, why? We don't want to hear about your non-functioning penis.
Oh.
We don't want to hear about your anus dangling out of your fucking asshole.
God.
We don't care.
When you
None
said
of this
why,
is
I
important.
thought you meant why does he have hemorrhoids? I was going to tell you because he drinks a lot and his diet sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they match
That's not what you're asking.
They match his bleeding ulcers, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Now, look, I know this is nitpicking. I'm being an asshole here. But come on, dude. Number 19. Talk about the Stern Show.
Wasn't orchestrated, and there weren't people trying to get, everything was real. And it was like a soap opera on the air. It was like, it was brilliant. It was like the first, radio soap opera.
Soap operas were invented on the radio.
Yeah.
Soap operas were on the radio for 25 years before they went to
They were
television.
sponsored by soap. That's why they're called soap operas.
Every soap opera you've ever heard of was on the radio for 20 years before it transitioned to TV. To be like it was a soap opera, but on the radio is it's like the internet, but on computers. You know what I mean?
He's such a moron. He's talking about the Howard Stern show. He goes, everything on there was real, like a soap opera.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Soap operas are never real. They're the opposite of real. They're scripted. It's scripted.
But we invented that. Having drama on the radio, we totally invented that. That wasn't going on in the 20s.
Speaking of Howard Stern, someone asked about Jackie and if they're still buddies.
Ryan, man, what happened with you and Jackie? I thought you got on well with him. I did, but Jackie became one of those alcoholics that when they stopped drinking became like a preacher. But Jackie was always about Jackie. But I love him.
Oh, so they're not friends anymore because Jackie is constantly telling John to stop drinking. Not because John gave out health information about Jackie on his show that pissed Jackie off and he hasn't talked to him since. Nothing to do with that.
Of course not.
In John's mind, he never does anything wrong. It's
Yeah.
just that all these other people just have a problem with him because they're idiots.
Well, he quit drinking, which makes him an asshole. I mean, if you're not wasting your balcony at 7 p.m., what the fuck are you even doing? What are you doing?
He's one of those alcoholics who doesn't drink anymore. What's that called? Recovering?
Yeah.
What's that called? I don't like those people.
He talks a lot. I know this is going to shock you. He talks a lot about the old days.
Yeah.
He gives an example of one of his fucking gems. So he went up to the Stern roast. I don't know if you guys know this, but it was home run after home run.
Yeah.
I mean, just everyone was laughing. Howard thought he was amazing. It was the greatest thing that ever happened. Number 20.
And Jackie bombed, he says, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to tell him that other people sucked, that he was great.
I was better than Jackie. I was better than everybody. Because I really prepared and wrote my own jokes. And did a really good job. I had Howard laughing his ass off. Every joke ended with a nose. And I had Fred play the sound effect from Pee-wee's Playhouse, when they say the same word. And that was it, but I did a deadpan. The reason why when Howard was young, he couldn't play chess because he kept knocking over the pieces because of his nose. It was pretty funny.
No, I doubt that. I doubt that it was funny at all. That sounds fucking awful.
Disagree.
That was him reliving the glory days, and he sounded like that. Could you imagine fucking sitting through that? Holy shit.
Every joke ended with nose. And that's the great thing about comedy is that you know it's coming.
Oh.
That's when you know comedy's really funny, when the punchline is out there before you get to it.
Yeah.
That's always...
Right.
You want to shock people with the obvious. Speaking of him talking about how he wrote his own jokes, he makes it a very important point to say he wrote his own jokes.
Yeah.
Someone asked him about Daniel Carver. Okay. And again, he has to brag about writing his own questions and then give you an example of one of his questions. And it makes me think that he's not so bright.
Union Goon, how did Daniel Carver act towards you? It was very weird. I interviewed him, and I did the interview. I didn't have any of their questions. I used my own, and I was asking if he would give mouth to mouth to a black man, and he said no. But
why is that funny? Daniel Carver's in the KKK. He's a grand wizard.
Yeah.
Would you save a black man's life by putting your mouth on his? And he said no. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy would actually actively try to hurt that black person if he wasn't already down.
The better question is, if you were dying, would you let a black man give you mouth to mouth?
That's the question that Fred wrote for him, but he wrote his own questions. That were much stupider.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
I love that. I wrote my own jokes. Here's one of them. He couldn't play chess because he knocked over the pieces with his nose. Get it? His nose is big. Amazing. Chess pieces, gravity. You guys with me on this? Oh. He has to get back on Chrissy Mayer's gums again.
Yeah, sorry, you know, it's gummy Mayer to me. She's got huge gums, like she'll gum you to death. Oh, disgusting gums. Like you smile, like, you know, you want to see big fucking like gums.
Before Chrissy Mayer and I were friends, I roasted her pretty good on this podcast. John, if you want to learn how to make fun of Chrissy Mayer, listen to Who Are These Podcasts episode titled Chrissy Mayer. You'll have some fun from that. I didn't just go, she'll gum you to death.
Right.
Yeah.
Watch out for her gums. No, I made fun of her voice. Like a true professional.
Right.
Yeah.
And when we talk about Stuttering John, we talk about how bad his podcast. We don't just over and over go, he can't talk. Listen to this guy's voice. I mean, can you believe he can't even get that word out? What's wrong with this guy?
It's like if we had the segment of the show was just saying, well, he has hemorrhoids and a limp penis. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Can I subscribe to your podcast?
Yeah,
Is that what you say?
That's all I do.
Still better than...
I take my Zoom recorder out to the beach and I go, he has a limp penis. You want to see?
I love it. All right. I want to get through the rest of my Stuttering John stuff, and then Seamus has a brand new podcast, and we have to talk about that. I'm so excited about it. So this is Stuttering John, again, after the debate show with Hal. He is wasted.
Hey, Gonzo. Yeah. But here's the thing now. Besides Chris Wallace, now, I thought Joe Biden did a great job, but my only problem, and it shouldn't be a problem, is that he stuttered. And I know as a stutterer that people perceive a stutter as a sign of weakness. Sure. Like they think that, you know, and I've experienced that all my life, like growing up. You know, they think that you might be stupid, you might be, you know, incompetent.
Right. So John latched on to the fact that Joe Biden was stuttering a lot during this debate. And he's like, guys, really smart people also have a stutter. I'm like, well, yeah, but don't use yourself as an example. You're not helping out your case with that one. How wasted does he sound? He's doing the show on his YouTube channel, and Hale's doing the show at the same time on his YouTube channel. And at one point, Stuttering John realizes that nobody's watching him on his channel.
Hey, Hal, you know, let me ask a question. Why do you think there's nobody in my room right now?
Because they're all over in my room because it's a party. Party.
No, because I you know, removed that, you know, the debate clip, and as soon as I did that,
damn, he's wasted.
It just fucked everything up.
Right.
Why would you get that drunk and go on YouTube?
Wow. That's insane. Toasted, man. He's done.
Especially when that's a thing that people tease you for, is being a raging alcoholic at the age of 55. You would think that maybe you would do a show at noon and then go get wasted. But no, this idiot just gets smashed. And by the way, Hale Sparks, I did some research on this guy because I didn't know a lot about him.
Yeah, I've never heard of him. I don't.
He's never done drugs or drank alcohol in his life, this guy. And why he's putting up with Stuttering John, I have no idea. I love that he does. I'm glad that he does. But it actually goes further than him just putting up with him. he's actually going to go over to John's house and set him up because his podcast is so terrible. He has so many technical issues. Hale says, dude, I will come over there. We'll get you set up right. We'll figure it out. And this is what Stuttering John says to that.
So, yeah. We'll make that happen.
Yeah, but just don't laugh about how dirty that my place is, because I'm not married and I, you know, I mean, I don't have a wife anymore to clean up after me, so it's a pigsty.
Wow.
Wow, he's got the cat to kill all the roaches and shit, though.
At least he's got the roach killing cat, so that helps out a little bit. Holy shit! This guy is explaining on a YouTube show that my place is so disgusting. Please do not judge me for it. Or, John, because this is 4 days before he's going to come over, clean your fucking house. You have fucking cockroaches, for Christ's sakes. Why not just clean up? Well, because I don't have a wife. How else would you possibly clean a place if you don't have a wife? I've lived alone before. Producer Chris, you live alone. Is it possible to clean your house without a wife?
My place is very clean.
It is very clean. How is that possible? Did you clean it? Yeah. Oh, mystery solved. You don't say. All right, so you heard how wasted he got when he was doing his show. And so I love that people are trolling him on the next show that he did and asking him about his hangovers.
White Claw, bitch out. Do you have bad hangovers? I don't ever have hangovers. I don't drink as much as you people think. Like, I'm not sitting there guzzling bottles of vodka. I mean, it isn't like that at all. I drink Coors Light. I mean, Coors Light, it's practically water.
Yeah. So he doesn't realize that just because it's low in alcohol content doesn't mean drinking 18 of them won't get you drunk. And I like that White Claw bitch out is like, oh, how do you deal with your hangovers? Oh, I never get hungover. And I give White Claw a lot of credit on this one. Like a very good reporter would do, he has a follow-up question. This is what a professional reporter does.
White Claw bitch out. You didn't have a hangover after your show with Hal? That's amazing. No, I didn't. I didn't at all.
Yeah, right. He was blackout drunk on the internet. Of course he
did. You
did.
can't have a hangover if you don't stop drinking. I mean, you just keep drinking.
Well, that's a good point. He might just get up and start drinking again. In which case he wouldn't be hungover. Yeah, that's a good point. Now, he explains that he's not an alcoholic. He drinks Coors Lights, but it's only because he likes to hang out with his buddies.
I just like the whole thing. Hanging out with my buddies at the pub, chewing the crap.
If we named our shows something other than the podcast that we were reviewing, Chewing the Crap would be the title of this episode. I just like chewing the crap with my friends. What? What a disaster. After they do the wrap up to the debate, the two of them are talking, and then John mysteriously goes away, and Hal's like, whoa, John, where'd you go? What happened? So John's technology all malfunctioned, and he couldn't figure out. And so Hale's trying to explain to him how to get back on. John calls him on his phone. This is going to be a little bit hard to hear, but this is Hale explaining that John is like his mother when it comes to technology.
No, I just went on it. It's still it's at like 2 hours now. It's still ticking. Like you're not there, but it's still streaming. So you have to go on your StreamYard and shut it down and send me a new link if you want to start a new show.
Oh no, I was just gonna talk to you privately.
Oh great, yeah. Okay, well let me. I'll finish up in about 10 minutes and then I'll call you and we'll chat about it. Love it. All right, talk to you later, man. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye.
So wasted.
It's precisely like getting a call from my mother on FaceTime, talking to Stuttering John.
I love that. He calls him out on his show right afterwards. He's just trying to reconnect so they can continue to broadcast together. And John's so wasted and out of his mind, he just calls the guy. He's like, oh, I just want to talk to you, just you and me. This guy is sober. He doesn't want to talk to you right now. You're blackout drunk. I can only imagine what that conversation was like. A lot of people probably heard that or seen it. It's up on YouTube. My take on it was this. I think Chad was trolling me. I think that he decided he was going to come on and take Stuttering John's side, which is a funny goof. And I was like, okay, I respect that. Mm-hmm. He knows that we rag on John. He's going to come on and be like, oh, John's great. And the reason why I thought that is because he even said, John retweeted me once.
Yeah.
And that's why I like him. And I'm like, oh, that's something that someone would say as a bit. You wouldn't actually be on Team Stuttering John just because the guy retweeted you.
No.
Right? So I'm like, oh, that's what I said on her show. I'm like, okay, this is obviously a bit. Well, I learned that I was wrong. Stuttering John addresses all of this on his show. Stuttering John talks about Chad Zumach's appearance here on WATP.
Okay.
Let's get into that.
I just want to address, I want to say to my really good friend now, Chad Zumach. Now, I can't believe the amount of time and energy that my Twidiots and haters have to troll my friend Chad Zumach, who I never really met.
My friend Chad, who I've never met. All right, so now Chad and John are aligning together. They're best buds who have never met each other.
Against Chrissy.
Against me. Right. So this
Chad's
is
not against you, is he?
Who? Well, I don't know.
The show.
I don't know. I think he's not. I don't think he's loving how the listeners are reacting.
Well, can't you just retweet one of his jokes and then all of a sudden you're his best friend?
Yeah, I think that's how that works.
I'll do that. Chad, I'm retweeting you right now.
I would do that for John, but he blocked me, so I can't make up with John, unfortunately.
Do it for John.
So this is John explaining what makes him such a great guy.
I mean, I saw he was performing at Side Splitters. I was supposed to be there to headline, but I canceled because my other gigs got canceled in Florida due to COVID. So I saw Chad was promoting that he's going to be at Side Splitters. I guess he was going to headline now. So I retweeted it just to be nice to Chad and be nice to Side Splitters. I didn't know Chad too well. I know we share a mutual friend in Jim Florentine.
So there was a retweet. This is the thing that blew my head exploded. It's like, oh, I thought he was just trolling me. I thought that was just a bit on the show, but there really was a retweet, and he really was excited about that.
It's that petty.
Is that crazy?
So
he didn't want to say, yeah, he does sound pretty drunk on YouTube because he got a retweet?
And now Chad does this freaking loser's show, and he refuses to trash me. Why? Because he's a man of his morals. He sticks by his laurels, and he says, I have no reason to trash John. John's a good guy.
He's a man of his morals, and he sticks by his laurels?
Did he say, who is a good guy?
So he's saying
John.
He's saying that Chad is saying John is a good guy.
Okay.
So he refuses to trash him because he's such a good guy. All right. Are you guys following this?
Yeah.
So this is what I was talking about, where Chad actually reached out to Stuttering John.
And he goes, John, I'm getting trashed left and right because I didn't trash you. I go, you know what, Chad? Don't sweat it. These people are losers. They have no time. They have no job, which proves that people are jobless because all they could do is go on Reddit, which I don't even go on, and trash me. That's their life, is to trash me.
Okay. So something fun there. So first off, the fact that Chad reached out to John directly to talk to him about this is bizarre, right?
Yes.
John, I stuck up for you on a show and all these people are making fun of me. Like, what did you want John to do? Swoop in and save the day? Yeah. That's weird. But also, my favorite part about that clip is that John goes, he's getting trashed on this guy's subreddit. I don't even go on Reddit. So, I wouldn't know. I'm going to bring on my buddy Zoo real quick.
It's not like you could go on Reddit at your work and just post there. You have to be jobless to do that.
Oh, I'll get into all of that where he talks about the trolls and what losers everybody is. It's insane. But first off, so Zoo is our mod on our subreddit. And Zoo sees all the complaints that come through. Zoo, do you think John uses Reddit at all?
Well, based on this week alone, we've got 26 reports, all on comments relating to Stuttering John and him himself as a failure.
Yes.
And usually has things like the reports on clips of things, comments on clips of things he said, and he'll report those, but he won't report the actual video. So, I don't know how many people actually go to the subreddit on a regular basis, but it doesn't tell me who reported it. just how many of the certain reports there are, but I can contact Reddit themselves to intervene and, you know, find out who is abusing the report function and disable it from them.
You've been getting bombarded by these reports that are coming in, and it's probably John. The guy doesn't even understand what he's reporting. One person called me fugly when I was on Chrissy Mayer's show, because I'm on YouTube there.
Okay.
Someone called me out as being fugly, and John reported that. Like, that wasn't about you, dummy.
Yeah, it was a comment, and he's going after, I'm not going to say the username on the show, but if you're on the subreddit, you can probably guess.
Yeah.
It's John's sponsor. But he said, every time I see your face, I'm surprised at just how fugly you are. You look like both white trash and Wall Street Jew at the same time. And someone reported this as it's promoting hate based on identity or vulnerability. So, unless Carl's ugly face makes him Jewish, I'm not sure how that affects Stuttering John.
Are we sure that Carl didn't report this?
So every other report on there, though, is about people goofing on John.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, on other ones, it's just like, people commenting about the cockroaches and what videos you can see them in, and he'll report them as this is misinformation. Or there's one here that's bet it was a bill collector since that scumbag is late on his utilities as well as his child support. User reports it's targeted harassment at someone else.
So it's obviously John getting butthurt because, believe it or not, other people get made fun of in the subreddit besides just Stuttering John. But the person who's reporting all of this is only reporting Stuttering John things.
Yeah, and I've been doing this for maybe 2 years now, and I've had I can count on both hands the amount of reports I've had.
So
and usually it's because people are, using blatant slurs or they're just there to troll. And this week I've gotten 26.
Yeah, okay.
So one for every beer that he drank one night?
So John is just a compulsive liar. I don't even go on Reddit. Like, why do you even say that? You are on Reddit. You're reading everything that we're saying about you. Guys, if you're in the WATP subreddit, just know that whatever you write there, John will see it. Have fun with that.
Although I do want to just specify, as a Reddit mod, please don't make my life harder by posting any sort of personal information, shit about his family.
Right.
Keep it on John. Make it stuff that is, can be substantiated.
Hilarious
is all I'm saying.
All right, Sue. Now you're getting boring. Hey, you do like a prank call show, or
I do a prank
like
call
that.
show.
Can you tell us about what that is?
It's a thing where people use a telephone and they make phone calls to people that aren't real.
What a prank! Damn.
But it's called the Sex Cauldron. I'm kind of working on getting the site up right now because I'm doing some hosting shit. But it's a prank call show where I just kind of shoot the shit every Sunday at 9 p.m. EST. I call a lot of hotels and ask people if they've seen snakes in their rooms, or ask if they've seen my naked child running around, but then I'll tell them it's a 33-year-old child, or I pooped the bed and I decided to try to clean the sheets and the toilet and the sheets are stuck on the toilet, or gas stations asking if I can fill up bags of gas. But it's you can catch it at mixler.com/sagaciouszoo, or twitter.com/sagaciouszoo. I usually announce my shows there, or patreon.com/extortion.
Awesome. I'll put a link in the show notes for you as well.
Check it out.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right.
And if I'll let you know anything else about the subreddit. If anyone else wants to know, feel free to PM me.
Thanks, Sue. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear that John has been harassing our poor mod in our subreddit. He's working overtime because John's just reporting everything. All right, so let me get back to he's talking a lot about poor Chad is getting trashed by the trolls.
But this poor Chad Zumach now is getting trashed by these trolls. And it's like, for what? Because he's a nice dude?
Now, listen, there's a lot of things that you can say about Chad. Nice dude is not one of them. He came out here and trashed everybody, which was great. It's why I had him on the show.
Yeah.
Like, he was fucking pissed at people.
Yeah.
Nice dude. Why? Because he said that you retweeted him once? That doesn't make him a nice dude.
He was only nice to the person that everyone universally hates.
Right. That doesn't make him a nice dude. It just makes him wrong.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You're allowed to be wrong on here, too. So, John goes on to explain. Now, this is about me specifically.
Just like Jim Norton when
this again.
I'm sorry. He has to continue to bring up fucking Jim Norton. He cannot stop himself. When he's talking about nice guys, Jim Norton's always in there.
Just like Jim Norton when this idiot did his show and he didn't realize the guy was going to come on there and his whole life is based on trashing me.
My whole life is based on trashing Stuttering John. All right? And this is more about that.
What kind of life do you have?
Yeah.
If your single purpose when you wake up is to trash Stuttering John, granted, I'm a D-list celebrity at best, but if your life is dedicated to trashing me and you do a show that is dedicated to trashing me, what does that say about you? Think about that first. Let that sink in.
Whoa, he got me good there. I do a whole show dedicated to trashing Stuttering John.
So did Howard Stern.
Well, not for nothing. I believe we were talking about Eric Zane earlier.
Yeah, right.
I do a whole show dedicated to trashing Stuttering John. John, listen to the show and not just the segments about you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things going on here.
Right. It's only because you're so bad that you keep coming up.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're spending your life trashing me. Man, do I feel bad for you and your parents and your children.
Oh, God.
That is what you have spent your life. That's what you exist to do is trash me.
He feels bad. I'm sorry. There's more to this, but he feels bad for my children and my parents.
Yeah.
My entire life is just bashing Stuttering
You're
John
neglecting
now.
them, you know, and spending all your time bashing John.
Therein lies a loser.
This whole
So, Chad,
day.
hang in there, buddy. You hang in there. It'll all be fine. They're the same 5 people who create 5 different accounts who have no life.
So the thing is, we'll stop paying attention to Chad, but we're not going to stop paying attention to John.
Why? I love that John is giving advice on how to deal with haters and trolls.
Right.
John, you're the worst at this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how to handle
You're
this.
a troll magnet.
You're a troll magnet. You've only multiplied the number of people who hate you with every action that you take. And I love that he's like, and there's only like 5 people, but they all create 5 accounts each. I'd love for John to know the actual numbers of people who are trolling him on any given time, any given show that he's doing. He's all impressed with how many people are watching his show. He was making fun of Chrissy Mayer for how many people were watching her show. Yeah, but John, those are all fans.
Yeah.
That's the difference. What percentage of people who watch your show are fans? 7?
Yeah, right.
6?
Right.
I honestly don't know.
Overwhelming, like 70% trolls.
Overwhelming trolls.
Yeah.
That's why people watch his show, to goof on him. Which is why I don't know that this new endeavor that he's getting into is going to work for him.
Oh, I do have an announcement. I am now on Patreon thanks to Hal Sparks. I forget how you Patreon /Stuttering John. There are 3 tiers. If you become a member, I think the first membership is $5. The second one is $10. The third one is $20. And you get all different things, including beer on the balcony. I'll do that at least once a week. That will only be exclusively for the Patreon members or the YouTube members. And I'm going to get the YouTube ones all, that'll get all set up. But I do have Patreon now, and it includes shout-outs, your questions answered, personal phone call, and a Zoom meeting with me, you, and 4 of your friends. And they'll all be available, plus a signed T-shirt, and that will all be available through Patreon and through the YouTube memberships.
All right, this is hilarious. First of all, a signed T-shirt. That's the worst piece of merchandise that you can sign. T-shirts go in the wash. Yeah. People wear T-shirt. A signed T-shirt.
Yeah, right. It just washes off.
It doesn't make any sense.
What am I going to do? Hang it on my wall?
Oh, look at my signed T-shirt from Stuttering John Melendez. Wow. How did you get that? Amazing.
Something that you would force somebody to do as a punishment on another podcast.
So this is where I know that Stuttering John doesn't realize, he's very delusional, he doesn't realize that he doesn't have fans.
Hey.
He has trolls. Guess how many people are on his Patreon right now paying him money? 2. Patrick Michael has more people paying him money on his Patreon than Stuttering John does. Let that sink in, John. Let that sink in. You're a fucking nobody. You're a loser. You're a loser. All right, let's read what these tiers are. $5 tier. Stuttering John tier 1. This guarantees you a shout out on the show and a question answered during the show if I see it.
If I see it.
This guarantees you I will answer your question if I see it. He doesn't understand how guarantee works. That's how that works at all. All right, let's look at the 10.
People are giving you money.
$10 tier is the all access patron. This guarantees you a beer on the balcony episode, as well as a shout out in each episode, any question answered, and a private phone call.
Wow.
Dude, a private phone call from Stuttering John, is that worth $10 a month?
Beer on the balcony. I mean,
what are you wearing?
Doing that anyway.
Yeah, he would definitely hit on you.
Yeah.
So you want to grab a drink sometime?
How many Coors Lights have you had?
Jesus.
$20 a month. What does this get? All right. You get a shout out. You get a personal phone call. Extra episodes of Beer on the Balcony. A signed t-shirt after 3 months. So you got to give him $60 for the signed t-shirt. And a Zoom meeting with you. And a 15-minute Zoom setting with you and 4 of your friends. And a Zoom meeting with you and a 15-minute Zoom setting. I don't know. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I guess Hale didn't write this for him. It looks like he wrote it himself.
It wouldn't even be on there if somebody did fucking do it for him. You know?
I know. He can't set up a fucking Patreon page. So $20 a month, and you get a Zoom meeting with him and 4 of your friends. What would that even be? What would you talk to him about?
I can't imagine what this personal phone call is. So, hey, what are you doing? How's it going? What's up?
Andy,
Nothing to talk about.
I think what you're trying to say is this is all ill-conceived. This is an ill-conceived idea. It's not going to work out well.
No.
Can we all please keep an eye on this guy's Patreon? And unlike Patrick Michael, which I encourage people to give him money and sign up.
Yeah.
This fucking asshole, don't give him a dime.
No.
Let's just see how long he leaves it up there and pathetically just takes it down and never talks about it again.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, if he's still at like 2 or 3 come November, December, he'll just take it down. Because it'll just be embarrassing.
Can't some of the dudes in Discord put together like a Jerry Banfield style Zoom call with him though?
But then we have to give him like $60.
60? No, it's 20, right?
Because you got to be on for 3 months, I think. I don't know. The rules are very confusing.
Oh,
the rules are all very confusing.
I mean, it's worth it to give him like $20 just to have him.
That's
like,
true.
Just to have him hang up immediately after I say, so why do you suck so bad? You know, it's just like I'd pay $20 to ask him that question and see what he says.
So Soft Weekly, if you want to get on that, I actually have a whole list of questions. I'm hoping to get a show with him someday. I have a whole list of questions written down. So if anybody does want to do that and you want ideas on what to ask him, I've certainly given it some thought. Last thing was Stuttering John.
Let's just face it, David. I'll be honest. I'm not aging well. I mean, when you look at me on the Stern Show with the long hair and, and the brown hair, now I'm going gray and, but when I get the new camera and the new lights, I'm going to look a lot more attractive, I promise.
All right.
No.
So, Stuttering John just turned 55. Happy birthday, buddy. 55 years old. You know what he got for his birthday?
Fine wine.
He was all excited.
What?
Someone ordered him a couple of cases of Coors Light, and it was delivered to his house. And then I don't even have the clip on this because it's too much John, but then he was bitching about how he had to show his ID to the guy, and he didn't want to have to walk downstairs to show him the ID because it's his birthday. I don't want to work. It's my birthday. He made the guy walk up to his shitty apartment to show him the ID, and he was bitching about it.
This guy's... Honestly, like, when you say this shit, like, how many patrons does he have? What did people send him for his birthday?
Yeah.
These are punchlines. His life is a fucking punchline.
He had Hal Sparks come over to set up his computer so it would work better.
Yeah.
I just saw I just saw Chrissy Mayer's boyfriend just wrote that he tried to go live and the connection was so horrible that he gave up. That just happened just now, so that's funny. He had Hale Sparks come over and show him how to connect an Ethernet cable directly into his modem. He didn't know how to do that.
Come on.
He's like, oh, now I got a connection here. I got an Ethernet right into my modem. Like, you didn't fucking know you could do that, you idiot? Hale Sparks drove from Vegas to L.A. to help John set up his setup.
What is wrong with Hale Sparks?
What is wrong with Hale Sparks? That's the next question that we got to tackle.
I mean,
that's the next thing on our agenda.
I mean, I don't have any problem with Hale Sparks except that he's too nice to Stuttering John, who doesn't deserve it.
Croge, you brought some clips on Stuttering John. We were talking just for a second before the show started.
Yeah.
About how you just tuned into an episode and there was just too much to talk about. You had to pull clips.
His show's been pretty bad lately. But he was doing a beer in the balcony, and I'm like, all right. And he brings up WATP a little bit, and I'm like, well, I'll listen to it. I'll just take a couple clips, and then I'll go on to something else. Because I don't want to show up with 15 Stuttering John clips like I always do.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck?
Right,
and,
it's too much.
Oh, my fucking God. He was on point. And by on point, I mean he was worse than ever. But in all the ways we love. You know what I mean? There was no politics. There was no fucking bullshit. It was all just A++ Stuttering John bullshit.
Well, in that case, I guess we got to do it. Before we hit your tracks, I do want to play the Cockroach Saga. I'm documenting this because I think it's important that this goes down. God, every time I say the word important now. Seriously, I get like, oh, I don't think I did that right. Damn it. I think this is, what's a synonym for important? I think this is...
you just got to picture those T's.
Fuck you.
Exactly positioned.
I hate everybody. I hate everyone. Oh, I grew up in Syracuse. I know how to speak English.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I learned from Scorch.
These first three clips, I'm going to run through these real quick. These first three clips are from the same episode. This is when he first discovered the cockroach and freaked out in the middle of an interview with somebody.
Got another? Is there another cockroach invading your space there?
This is unbelievable. I have never had a live cockroach in this house since I bought it 3 or 4 years ago. And just now, I have had 2.
Oh man! Well, I hope I'm not bringing a plague upon you or something here.
I think it's because I opened this window. I have to close it.
As Chrissy Mayer would say, "Oh, there's a cockroach in your apartment."
Yeah, exactly.
All right, this is from the same episode.
It's so funny because they just told me that the place below me has cockroaches, so they have the sprayer come. I go, well, I live above them, so you might as well have them come spray in mine.
Sure.
And sure enough, boom. 3 big ass cockroaches, big ones, like this big.
So we've already documented this, but it's just funny that he's never seen a cockroach before. But there was a guy who was going to come to spray for cockroaches. He's like, yeah, why don't you hit my place too while you're here? He's never even seen one before.
And other than these 5 enormous ones that I just told you about, and the 15 I haven't told you about yet, I haven't seen any.
He's up on the second or third floor of his apartment complex, and it's because the window's open.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I never had this happen to me ever. This is hysterical.
Yeah, it's hysterical. All right. So then the next week, people are asking him about his cockroach problem, and he starts claiming that they went away on their own.
Haven't seen any cockroaches since that one time. I didn't even get an exterminator. I had an exterminator. He said, I wouldn't worry about it if you haven't had any, before. So right now, I look around. I haven't seen any since.
He looked around, so yeah, must be fine. Another troll asked him about it.
Trailer Park Todd. John, did you get rid of the cockroaches yet? Well, you know what? I have to be, I think what really happened.
What really
happened?
happened?
I haven't seen another one since.
Sure.
I never saw a live one even before this.
Oh, we saw dead ones. Okay.
Inside the house. So I don't know. The only thing that I could think of is that I brought the last 3 or 4 boxes from Royce's Arcade, and they were first at my ex-wife's garage. And the only thing I could ascertain is that maybe there were a few cockroaches in the box, and they came out of the box.
Fortunately for him, cockroaches do not multiply. So if you just have 4 that come into the house, you take care of those 4, we're good to go. So that's great. Then he's out on his balcony a week after that, and his cat jumps in his lap. We've documented this, but I just love playing it. Here's this again.
Like, he'll stay here as long as I pet him. That's Magneto. But this is the cockroach killer.
Ugh.
No mouse is coming in. This is a feral cat.
You could tell he kind of freaked out on himself. Like, shit, why did I say that? Change the story. So the cat's named the cockroach killer, which tells me there's probably more than just those 4 cockroaches he saw that one day while interviewing somebody on YouTube Live. Here's the brand new clip that gives us another update on it.
Ooh.
Somebody says to John, you should change your background out. You know, he's got that living room background behind him. Change it out. And John slips up here. I want you to pay careful attention to him slipping up, catching himself mid-word, and trying to change the subject.
Ian Harrison, John, take a COVID vacation, a.k.a. change your background. You want me to change my background? Okay. Oh, I just heard something. I hope it's not a cockroach. Okay, I'm going to change my background. Let's see what I can do.
Is that hilarious? He has a cockroach infestation. He's a filthy fucking apartment with a cockroach. Just admit it. This lie is not working for you. You keep slipping up.
God damn.
By the way, speaking of that, so we've documented he has a green screen now because there's so many boxes and shit.
Yeah.
And it looks gross. So he put a green screen up so it looks like he's in. It's the funniest background.
It's awful. Yeah.
It's this living room with a piano in the corner, this huge living room. And he says this.
Yeah, New York City skyline. I don't know. I like this. This is like my old mansion I had in Calabasas. Pretty much looks like it.
Yeah.
So what's funny about this is I do this show with Vinny called The Creep Off, and we do a YouTube video show.
Yeah.
And he decided to put up a green screen behind him and had the exact same living room as Stuttering John. I was like, that's so funny. How did you find that? He goes, oh, I just did a Google image search for living room, and it was the first result.
Yeah.
And John's going, yeah, I picked this because it's just like the house I used to have. This guy cannot stop lying.
Yeah.
Every word out of his mouth is a fucking lie.
It's amazing.
It's
It really
amazing. All right, Crouch, what do you got, buddy?
So John starts off the show by having a shitload of trouble with his equipment, his phone. And so this is a compilation. Now, I normally use a ding as my edit sound, but his phone is making all the ding sounds. So the horn is my edit sound, but every other sound is from him and from his show. I didn't sweeten this, just the horn to show you where my edits are. So 15.
Okay.
There she is. Here's my baby. There she is, the beautiful and funny Monique from Radio Gunk.
Hi.
How are you, sexy?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Creep.
I can hear you fine, baby. Of
So
course, someone's calling me. You know, she she can't call me when I'm doing a show.
Like, I don't have it. You should just disconnect it.
She just can't stop it. It's she's a friend of mine, but I guess she can't figure out how to get on to this show. Unbelievable. I don't know why the hell this happens. People call me when I'm doing a show. Does that happen to you?
No, because I shut my phone off.
Yeah, thank you, Monique.
Yeah.
I want to point something out. Monique from Radio Gunk has reached out to us.
Yeah.
She'd love to be a part of some of these shows that we do with Brent Hatley and stuff. I think we got to get Monique on the show.
She's
still talking to Stuttering John. Why is she doing? Does she have no regard for her time? Why is she doing this?
It kills me that it's the person that is texting him is the shithead.
I know. I can't believe someone's calling me during my show. Like, John, no one knows when your show is.
And then his phone dings and he's like, unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Someone's texting me during these magical hours. Like, no, your phone is someone texted you, you asshole. Turn the fucking ringer off.
Could you imagine? Do you think all of his friends have in their calendar when he's doing his show?
Yeah.
That's not how we operate, Donnie.
Oh, it's so fucking
It's up to you to make sure your phone doesn't go off during the fucking show.
Yeah.
You moron.
Oh, it's wild.
All right, let's fly through these.
Next one up is 2 listeners, and then the one listener has a joke that John totally mangles, but there you go.
Vinny Paulino. Do you know Artie Fletcher? If so, any good stories? I don't know him. Joe's brother, $5. Thanks. Please do a guzzle and congratulate Kimberly N. Wenley on her engagement to Ira Gretley. Here you go. Kimberly and Wendy. And I regret life. School.
Yeah, I regret life.
I regret life.
Which is good. I think it was like a Kimberly N-word or something like that.
It was Kimberly N-word. So that was actually Andy who did that.
Oh.
He told me last night at band practice.
Oh.
He goes, Carl, I put in the super chat. I don't even know if it worked. I had a battle on the show. I couldn't wait a lot. I couldn't wait
Hold
to see
the
me
fuck
run
on.
it.
So Joe's brother in the chat was actually Joe's brother? Oh, that fucks me up. Dude. Oh, wow.
Holy shit. So Vinny Paulino's in there. I got to hear that one again at the end. What did he say?
Kimberly and Wendy. And I regret life.
I regret life. So he said, what Andy told me last night is that he put in Kimberly N-wordly. Because, of course, she said that we were working N-wordly or acting N-wordly.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's fucking funny. Wow.
So Monique doesn't.
I regret life. How is he reading that?
That is funny.
Did he work on the Howard Stern show?
It's almost like he's not so bright.
That's a dynamite clip, Crouch.
Thank you.
Dynamite.
Well, thank you to Joe's brother.
Yeah.
So Monique doesn't like to show her face.
No, she doesn't.
And it's, look, it's a crazy world out there. And to be a woman on the internet, especially with the Howard Stern fans, I can see maybe where she's coming from. So I think John lied to her to get her to show her face. And then, so she turns the camera off, and then John tweaks out. So this is a whole saga. Here's the next one.
Is this your Patreon? Is that what we're doing?
This is just beer on the balcony. I mean, I'm just telling people that, they could become, this is the last one I'll do. That's for everybody. Then after that, it's only to my Patreon people.
Okay. So you realize I'm actually just showing my face, which I hate. So
you look great.
So me, I have to
you have nothing to, you have nothing to worry about. Why'd you just take yourself off?
Because I hate showing myself on air.
Why? You look great.
Even I know that. It's not about what she looks like.
It's not about looking great,
Right.
asshole. It's about having a little bit of privacy.
Right.
You fucking deceived her into, come on my Patreon. Oh, by the way, this isn't my Patreon. This is going up to public.
What an asshole.
Everybody's going to see you. So then John turns into, if from what my female friends tell me, is every guy on the internet ever. Oh my God, send me some pics. Oh my God, turn your camera on. Oh my God, you got to send. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It's so fucking creepy.
Put yourself back up there. Come on. Come on. I promise you, as a heterosexual man, I do you. You look great.
Thanks. I needed that. I needed that verification. That.
No, I'm just telling you that you look really cute. So please.
Oh, first off, and this is a little bit uncomfortable. Monique does not look great. Right, we can all agree on that. And even if that wasn't the case, maybe she's okay with her looks.
She's fine.
But she bashes people for a living, as I do.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get your face out there too much because people get pissed off at you. I get it.
Sure, but that her value is because John wants to have sexual relations with her. And I'm not the guy to call misogyny. That's the most misogynistic shit since Carl's wife that I've ever fucking heard. That's crazy shit, dude. No. You're totally worth something because I deem you worthy of my penis. By the way, John hasn't had an erection without medical help in 20-something years, and he talks about it openly. Who the fuck would give a shit about, oh my God, you're going to take a pill and an hour later you're going to fuck me? Great. I can't fucking wait. Knock some cockroaches out of your fucking bed and let's get busy.
You reminded me the other day, this is the guy who's writing a book about his dating life.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
This was sent down from the gods of WATP to make our show way better than it should be.
Yeah. And
this can't be real.
I couldn't turn this off. So John flips out. He gets honestly a little aggressive and is like, no, you need to turn the camera on. So John, he gets what he wants. He gets the prey. She turns the camera on, and then John does this.
Now, Heather. Now, Monique.
Who's Heather?
Who's Heather?
No, that's the girl that keeps on texting me.
Who's Heather?
Please.
Oh, he's being distracted by his phone.
He called her the wrong name.
Then he calls her Heather after saying how great she is to look at.
After badgering her for minutes, turn on your camera. I need to see you. Turn on your camera. I want to see you. You look great. I'm going to have sex with you. By the way, Heather, oh, I'm sorry. Did I call you Heather? I meant to say Monique.
Wow.
Because I'm totally with it. So listen, you guys love to talk about banging. Let's talk about banging.
Oof.
This is Monique describing an interview that she had on the show, number 20.
Which I'm dying because I can't even believe it's true. But that Jeffrey Epstein was so obsessed with Howard that he used to have him followed, number one. And number two, that he allegedly had sex with Allison.
Oh! With Allison Stern?
Yes. Yes.
So she had an interview on her show. Jeffrey Epstein, the famous dead pedophile, had sex, supposedly, according to Monique, with Allison Stern, Howard Stern's ex-wife. Okay. This is John's response to that, his immediate response. This is the next thing out of his mouth.
Boy, and I was unhappy that my future wife had sex with Adam Sandler, but Jeffrey Epstein, oh, God, that takes the cake.
The price is wrong, bitch.
God, he had to make it about himself and how amazing he is.
So we get this crazy allegation of Allison Stern had sex with Jeffrey Epstein, and the next thing out of his mouth is, my ex had sex with somebody famous too. Isn't that fucking great?
What a lunatic.
Which is so weird. So then they back up for a minute, and then they react to the interview where Jeffrey Epstein plus Allison Stern.
Well, hey, look, first of all, it's not you that's saying it. It's this guy who has the book, correct?
Totally. I have this is just an interview, so all of this is allegedly. I couldn't believe the Allison thing. You'll hear me go absolutely dead silent when he tells it to me.
How about instead of going dead silent, you say, that's some crazy ass bullshit.
Yeah, what proof do you have?
Do you have any evidence of this claim?
Any of this?
You're saying some crazy shit. What do you got to back this up? So then we go back to John's ex, because of course we do, because what else would you possibly talk about? Now listen, I want you guys to listen to this, okay, very carefully. What John is trying to say is, I'm not jealous. Those are the three words he's trying to say.
Okay.
Tell me if you've ever heard any human being ever in the history of fucking language have more trouble saying one 3-word sentence than what he is trying to say.
Like even with me, with my ex-wife, I don't particularly care who she's having sex with. Like to me, it's I've crossed that bridge. It's over. Everything's amicable. And then we both, moved on. I personally am not jealous, but
wow!
And I didn't fuck with that.
He malfunctioned right there. His brain malfunctioned.
That was 9 you-knows in one sentence.
That.
Holy shit.
Wow.
And then, of course, later on, he then goes back to Adam Sandler for some reason.
Oh, no. Is this his claim to fame now?
Yeah.
That his ex-wife had sex with Adam Sandler before they were married?
And check the context of it.
Wow, John, the biggest revelation here is that your ex-wife banged Adam Sandler. Yeah, it's in my book. We all went to NYU together. And she did it to get back at her boyfriend who cheated on her. But I don't care. He was a nobody then, so it's not like she was star effing or anything. But, I cared then. I'm like, damn it. And every time this movie would do better, I'd be like, motherfucker. Shut up!
So, in other words, he's super jealous.
Every time his movie would do better than what? Than Stuttering John's movie? What's he talking about?
So, John's ex-wife.
Yes.
We fucking talk about her all the time, and we talk about her family's health and where specifically the family members are located. A lot of information about this woman who isn't asking to be part of the public conversation, you know what I mean? now we're getting into her college sex life. Right. Like, let's talk about who she slept with before I even met her, and the fact that she was a fucking wreck of a human being who was sleeping with dudes to get back at other dudes. Like,
are you trying to say that she wouldn't want this out on the internet for everybody to ingest? Is that what you're trying to say?
Why? Why does this exist? Why are we talking? And it's like, you know, again, 30, 35, maybe 40 years after the fact that we're talking about this. Like, dude, maybe let your ex-wife, like, have a little bit of privacy.
Also, how little does Stuttering John have going on in his life that the hot goss he's bringing up is something that happened at NYU in the mid-'80s?
Yeah, no shit.
That's the hot goss we're talking about? I'm over it, John. What's going on in your life now? You're the building manager. You want to talk about that a little bit?
And it all came about from a child molester. Oh, child molesting? Well, let me tell you about my ex. Like, no, hold on.
Please don't.
Dude,
Please
slow
don't.
down. So he gets into the Reddit thing, and it's like, all right, let's listen to it. We're not going to learn anything, but here it is.
What's going on? Can we address the elephant in the room about this whole fucking thing with those people who do that other podcast who were like accusing you of shit on Reddit? Like, what was that all about? Can you address that?
Well, I don't like to mention them because it's
I didn't, but I didn't.
No, and I appreciate it, but what lies are they saying now?
Something about how you were posting about the suicide prevention hotline in regards to them.
I never ever did that.
So she has the accusation all wrong. She's like, oh, you're posting about this. So then this just launches this crazy straw man defense because he hears this one nugget that's like incorrect. Mm-hmm. And then he can be like, oh, no, I never did that. That's complete bullshit. And he's right because that's not what he did. You know what I mean? What he actually did is different than that. But so let's hear all the straw man bullshit.
Well, it's all over Reddit. And somebody posted it on my forum.
I never posted anything about the suicide prevention hotline.
I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just know that it was on the website and people were talking about it.
Do these twidiots ever tell the truth about me? I mean, the other one is I never pay child support, which is like,
yeah, that's a big one.
Like, I don't know where this comes from. It's just all lies.
That's a big one. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, that's
All right. So again, he's denying stuff that's not really part of the conversation. What he is doing is reporting people for, whatever. So
disparaging remarks.
And my favorite part, there's always a part of old detective movies or shows, like the Columbo, Perry Mason, that
just
shit.
Just get them to talk long enough and they incriminate themselves.
Yeah, and they always bring up something.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I never said the murder was with a knife, but you knew that it was stabbed. You know what I mean? There's always this thing. Yep. So here's more denial.
John's sponsor strikes back. Stop filing fake abuse claims on Reddit, you drunk old bitch. Okay. Now let's address another bullshit thing. I've never filed anything on Reddit. So who's ever filing it is not me. And I swear on my life, it is not me. And I have nothing to do with that. Just because people come out in defense of me doesn't mean that I have anything to do with it. So shut the fuck up. Come here, you fucking asshole.
Oh, my God.
Just because people come out in defense of me doesn't mean it was me. People just come to my defense because I'm such a lovable fucking
I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but yeah, I can imagine that somebody might be coming to my defense and reporting things and getting people banned from Reddit.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
That is a good catch, Crown.
Yeah.
That's a good catch. What a fucking asshole. I just want to point out, maybe it's because I'm a host of WATP.
Yeah.
When people are asking him questions like that, it's compelling. He should stop having these retards on who talk about the election, and he should start having just reading trolls' comments to him, talking about WATP and the goings on.
Yeah.
That's fun. I can listen to this stuff all day. I thought you brought too many clips, but now I think it's just right.
I told you it's gold. It's gold, man. So Monique tries to tell a story, but then John interrupts.
Okay.
I can't remember what the word is for them, but Billy Joel had this group of guys that he used for forever.
Was it the N-word? Is that the one she forgot?
And then he just decided one day, you know what, fuck it. I don't want you guys anymore. And these are guys that had been with him for like 30 years. and
The
he
ceremony
just
guy had
fucked.
sex with one of the girls that was his backup singer.
I can't even imagine. See, okay, so there you go. See, so you had sex with a girl who's a backup singer in Billy Joel. It's like Jeffrey Epstein having sex with fucking Allison.
Right, both fabricated.
And she is midway trying to tell a story, and he says,
about him.
wait, hold on. I got laid in 1987. Don't you want to fucking hear about that? And then the story continues.
Because
But,
she likes
but here's the Howard Stern connection.
Oh, jeez.
The night that we did the house party on the Channel 9 show with Howard Stern, my band played, and I had two backup singers. One of them white, the other African American. That night, I banged the African American.
Oh, God.
Okay.
What a weird fucking brag. What a weird flex that is.
You got your dick wet 34 years ago. Congratulations! What are we fucking doing here? Seriously.
Why is he bragging about that?
And you heard him interrupt her again. She goes back to try to finish the anecdote she was working on. He's like, but hold on. Don't you want to hear about my story? No, we don't fucking care.
I want to point out that sleeping with a girl who's in your band is not difficult.
Wow,
hey. All right. Wow, that's fun.
And then
fun stuff.
There's a tiny little thing I can identify with John about.
You know, this is where I listened to my tunes. The other night I listened to Van Halen and cried. You know, not like bawling, but tears out of my eyes. And I'm not afraid to ever say that I cry, because I do.
No, listen, I had to listen to about 2 hours of the David Lee Roth podcast, and I cried my fucking brains out, dude. That shit sucked. That was a hard night.
I knew where he was going with that one.
It was rough, dude. It was one of those nights that, like, I try not to look back on too often.
Croge is not a fan of Van Halen. I just want to point that out to everybody.
I'm just saying, I get what David Crosby's saying. Is all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying I understand.
Yep.
Let's take a sentimental journey with Ringo and John.
Gonna make a sentimental journey to renew old memories.
So yeah,
I used to record both. I recorded both of my albums, one in Bensalem and the other in Conshohocken. I used to drive after the Stern Show out to Bensalem and Conshohocken and record until like 3 a.m, take an hour nap, and then drive to get back on the Stern Show in time. I will tell you that the guy who produced that song not only mixed my album, but he produced Don Henley's albums. And he told me Don Henley was the biggest prick in the world. It's like Nancy Sirianni Martling banged Roger Glover from Deep Purple. But Jackie never cared. You know, it was like, hey, what do I care? He's a good musician.
Oh, just hours of him talking about the good old days.
Jesus Christ.
And one story is more boring than the next. Let me tell you about the town in Pennsylvania that I used to drive to. Don't you want to hear about it? And he goes on about what exit it's off of, and it's fucking crazy. I only got 2 more for you. One is just this is just Monique.
I might sound like that sometimes.
Yeah, just drop that in anywhere.
Okay.
Now, this is, I call rich man, poor man. This is a rich man who's pissed off that he hasn't got any $4.95 super chat.
He's not a rich man, obviously.
Like, I don't, like, you know, and I pay my child support. So I don't, you know, like, I'm pretty much living mortgage free. You know, I get a pension, and thanks to all the super chats and everything else that help me out, you know, which I haven't got one this freaking show. It helps me out on like on buying new equipment for the show.
Now, by
This
the
is
way,
Patrick Michael level.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm doing great, man. I got a pension. I'm living mortgage free. Everything's fine. But do you mind if I take the cans and bottles before I go? Because I could really use those nickels. I mean, I'm doing great though. My life is fucking awesome. But there's like 50 cents here, 55 cents that I could really use.
I have one more clip of Stuttering John. This is a long segment, but worth it, I would say.
Yes.
Stuttering John sometimes reads comments so he doesn't understand, and those are always my favorite times on his show.
Supervised visitation. Thanks for the $5. Who should be the new review girl now that Vic is gone? Casey, Teresa, or Michelle? I don't know what that means. I'm sure it's something inside, but whatever.
I bet it has something to do with WATP.
I think, doesn't Stuttering John have a background that's not actually his house or something?
Yeah, he downloaded it from fucking... I think if you put living room in Google, it's the first picture that came up. That's what Who Are These Podcasts said. Which is hilarious.
I fucking love those guys.
Oh, they're so funny.
Oh, thanks, everybody.
Aww.
Thanks to everyone involved. Dave, feel free to listen every now and again. He called me Kyle the other day. That's close.
Close.
It's close. I'll give it to him. Close. Stuttering John has a Patreon, and somebody in the Discord just showed me the update. I guess he's up to 19 Patreon supporters. 19. Honestly, that's pathetic and depressing for him, but a lot more than I thought he was going to get.
I want to know who these people are.
I want to know who they are, too. I guarantee one of them is his sister. One of them is probably him. Royce. Yeah, two of them are him. He's got, his ex-co-host. All these co-hosts that feel bad for him are on there. Maybe Noel Castle.
I figured you'd be one.
No, I am not one because you don't have to be. He says that when you sign up for his Patreon, you get exclusive Beer on the Balcony episodes. Now, Beer on the Balcony are the episodes where he likes to drink beer on his balcony and answer questions. Basically, respond to trolls, which is fun. Those are fun episodes. I think Crozier had a lot of great clips last week from that. But good news, you don't have to be on Patreon because John cannot figure it out.
Is anybody here from Patreon? All right, so Nikki B got here through the link. Okay. Because if not, I got to figure it out.
Yeah. He's going on YouTube like he always does. Anyone who subscribes to the channel gets the notification John is now live on YouTube. He puts the link on Patreon. Like, that's how that works at all, you idiot. You got to make it a private. I don't even want to explain it to him. I just think it's really funny that he tried to do a Patreon-only episode for his, dozen patrons. And
it's like he set up a lemonade stand and wrote free and then stood there with a register going, if you want to pay, you can. Like, why would I? You wrote fucking free on it, you moron. That's how you explain it. You wrote free. It's free. Why would I pay? I'm going to go in and hear the same dumb thing for money.
So Stuttering John still can't get out of his own way. And we've been talking about John too much, so I'm not going to harp on that today, even though he was going after Anthony Cubia pretty hard. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to let that go. I don't need to keep this going. It's fine.
I was mad when I started seeing him battle with other people. I'm like, no, you fight with Carl, you fight with no one, you motherfucker. I don't like when he's battling other people. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is Chrissy Mayer stealing my shtick? Come on.
Why is she? It's my Chrissy dabbling in what you do?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I'll quote it.
All right. The last thing that we have to talk about, it's very important, is because I teased it on our bonus show. So there was a response from the attorneys of SiriusXM to Stuttering John's lawsuit. Have you been following this at all, Doug?
Not even a little bit.
Okay. Stuttering John is suing SiriusXM because they're playing old episodes of the Howard Stern Show featuring Stuttering John without his permission. They had to respond to this suit, and they finally did on October 23rd. They sent a note to the judge asking for this suit to be dismissed based on 3 specific factors. The first one being that federal copyright law preempts the statutory claims from the state of California. And I'm not sure about this one because I am not an attorney, so I don't want to speculate on whether that makes sense or not, but I love number 2 and number 3. The second one, the reason why this case should be dismissed without going to trial, is the plaintiff's silence for years demonstrates his consent to the alleged broadcasts. Now, Sirius started broadcasting reruns of the Howard Stern Show in 2006. We are now in 2020, and Stuttering John just sent them a cease and desist. So how bad can it be if for 14 years you didn't say anything, and then you finally say, this is damaging to me, and you're taking advantage of my celebrity? It doesn't make any sense at all. I thought that was a really good point.
I got to take Stuttering John's side on that.
Okay.
You can't assume that he knew.
Knew what? Knew that they were rerunning the show?
Yeah.
Of course he did. He's talked about it.
Oh, okay. Forget it.
I can't assume that he knew. How would he not know? He still has friends over there at Howard Stern Show.
I really need to know how this lawsuit plays. I need to know the meat and potatoes of this because we got sent an invoice by a disgruntled Patreon member. They left our Patreon. They were a guest on one of our bonus episodes. They sent us an invoice for appearing on our show.
Wow, really?
So I need to know what happened.
They thought because they were a guest on a show that was behind the paywall that they deserved money to be on there.
Yep.
Wow. That's some balls. I don't think they understand how this works. No. You get to come on the show and promote yourself if you want to. No one's forcing you to. All right, then the third thing they came back with, which is what I was saying from the very get-go when we read the original lawsuit. The plaintiff has failed to plead a plausible claim of injury. This is the crux of the matter here because they're suing them, but they haven't disclosed how much money they want, what the damages were, how Stuttering John is injured by the fact that they're still promoting Stuttering John to a national audience. There is nobody who wouldn't want reruns of a show they were on 15 years ago being broadcast to millions of people. That's a great thing. And it makes no sense.
How much would you pay for old episodes of WATP to be broadcast on that channel?
As much money as I have is how much I would pay for that. Yeah, just take it all. Yeah, ask me how much money I have. I will tell you the right answer, and I will give it to you. It's so stupid. John gets a couple thousand views on his YouTube videos. Wait until this election is over. John better fucking hope that Trump gets reelected, because if Biden and Harris take over, nobody's watching this show anymore. It's just for people with Trump derangement syndrome. And as soon as that guy's out of the way, there's going to be a lot of things that crumble, and Stuttering John is at the top of the list. All right, so then there's a response from Stuttering John's attorney. This just came out yesterday, October 30th. So this is interesting. They're responding. They say the plaintiff's claim is not preempted by federal copyright law. So that's the main thing that they're saying. So I mentioned that there's 3 reasons why this should be dismissed. The first one was federal copyright law preempts the state statute that they're using as the basis of this lawsuit. And they're saying that that does not preempt it, which could be true. I do not know. And then the other thing that they say is the defendant's remaining contentions lack merit. So they didn't address the other 2 things that were both great points. They're just saying that it lacks merit. No, you literally cannot say what has damaged you or what injury this has caused you by playing. That's really the crux of it, isn't it? The fact that you're saying, I need you to stop playing old tape of me on your show. Why? What's harmful about this? So anyway, that's where we're at right now. I have a prediction. John is not going to want to have to pay the attorney to continue to fight this. And SiriusXM has all the money in the world, and attorneys who they get paid, they're probably just salaried employees to do this kind of thing. So I have a feeling that a little bit more back and forth, and this will just go away, and we'll never hear John talk about it. He'll never bring it up again.
That's another one. So trying to get ready for today, I went and watched, I was just looking at different YouTube clips of Stuttering John. Have you watched his Patreon welcome video on the show?
No, I haven't.
I was going to pull it, and I didn't. I figured you'd already talked about it. It's pretty fucking bad.
All right, I'll pull it up right now. Let's take a look at this, because Stuttering John has done a thing that pisses me off. He is now hiding how many patrons he has. He always hid how much money he was making, but I used to be able to see whether he had 12 or 19. 19 was the largest number I ever saw. Now he's hiding that because it's embarrassing, as I pointed out many times on this show. All right, let's check out this video. So as you guys know, a lot of people put a video on their Patreon page that kind of says why you should sign up for their Patreon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my Patreon account. This is really awesome. I'm excited to reach out to all my fans, friends, family. All you got to do is if you pay $5.
I'm going to stop him right there. First off, Doug, you know this. people who are friends and family, I don't ask them to pay for our Patreon. I make all the bonus episodes available to those people. I'm not trying to profit from friends and family. That's fucking funny.
Then you get access to any videos that I do, any episodes of Beer on the Balcony. You get a shout out from me, and you also get a question answer.
I'm going to read the first sentence underneath this video. It says, "Welcome to my Patreon page, becomes member, damn it."
Yeah, there's a couple things on there that's probably worth mentioning, but
you might want to proofread a little bit.
I know this seems like it's not going anywhere, but if I want to go through the benefits of his tiers.
Okay. You want me to keep it playing?
Yeah, please.
That's for the $5 a month. For the $10 a month, you get a shout out, a question, and a personal phone call from me.
He's got this smug look on his face like,
right.
Can you believe it? You get to talk to the Stuttering John. Wow. For $10 a month? You're giving it away.
And, of course, any episodes of Beer on the Balcony. And then for the $20, you get everything. You get a shout out from me, a question answered. You get a private phone call from me, a Zoom meeting with me, you, and 4 of your friends. And if you stay for 3 months, a signed T-shirt.
So I have talked about this. Everything that he's saying in this video is all listed right above this. We know. That's not usually what people do on their Patreon. They don't go through everything that you just read. They try to... Anyway, I don't want to get into that.
Okay.
A signed T-shirt is the dumbest piece of merchandise that you can sign.
Okay, I want you to think about something. Outside of your podcasting life, just pretend that you don't know anything about podcasting or anything.
Okay.
Could you round up 4 friends that would want to meet up with you on Zoom and talk to Stuttering John?
No! That's a really good point. As if, like, everyone's sitting around talking about, did you see Stuttering John yesterday? Oh, my God, Stuttering John. This guy, he's fucking nailing it. I'd be embarrassed if I admitted that I watched Stuttering John.
And what was it, $10 a month, and you can have a personal phone call with him? What could you possibly talk to him about? Yeah, I don't understand this.
That's really desperate. I would opine.
The Stuttering John podcast T-shirt. And if you stay on for longer, anytime I'm doing stand-up in your area, you get VIP seating, free tickets, and get to hang out with me after the show.
Oh, no! Oh, my God. Could you imagine hanging out with Stuttering John, a very drunk, blacked out Stuttering John after he just bombed? It's got to be very uncomfortable.
It's going to be some shitty open mic place. It's not like he's...
Yeah. Where is this backstage? It's actually the kitchen. We call it the backstage, but no, they don't really have any space for that.
I don't know. I'm opening for some guy named Patrick Michael. I haven't heard of him.
Yeah.
This guy's amazing. So, Stuttering John, I checked out the episode that he just put out, and what he does is he has these guests on who are way left-leaning political pundits, and because he doesn't understand how time zones work, he always tells them the wrong time to call in.
Now, hold on a second, Richard. Hey, Richard, you're not due for an hour.
3:15, ain't it?
No, it was 1:15 my time. If I screwed it up, I'm sorry, but could you come back and like
I'll be back in an hour.
This guy screws us up every time. He does not understand how time zones work. He's like, no, it's 1:15. The guy goes, well, it's 3:15 where I live. It's like, obviously, you're not doing any type of research to figure out when to tell people to call into the show. All right, so Doug, have you ever listened to Stuttering John, the political commentator, Stuttering John?
Just for a little bit last night.
Okay. I think it's funny because this is not a political show. I am not making any political statements. I just want to point out that Hunter Biden has a laptop. And there's a lot of information and videos and photos and emails and text messages that are contained on the hard drive of this laptop. And the news media does not want to touch this story. They're ignoring it. They're pretending it's not real. It is very real. And I always am curious, like, so these people are pretending this isn't a story. What is their reasoning for it? And John tells us what the reasoning is.
All Donald Trump, Donnie Dickhead Jr. tweets out every second is Hunter Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Like they think anyone, and it's already been proven, nobody cares about Hunter Biden.
Oh, it's been proven. So, Doug, here's the thing. It's already been proven, that it's Russian disinformation? No. It's been proven that nobody cares about Hunter Biden. I'm going to read from you a little information I found out from the Hollywood Reporter this week. Tucker Carlson has been talking about the Hunter Biden laptop. In fact, he's the only person talking about this in the mainstream news. He drew 6.32 million viewers on Wednesday, which topped The Masked Singer. He's on a cable network, and he had more views on his show in prime time than Fox, the broadcast network.
That's also more than Bubba's, right?
It's more than Bubba's and Opie's Facebook live stream. You can't believe it. 6.32 million viewers was actually the largest number in prime time amongst any network, whether it's broadcast or cable. People are very interested in Hunter Biden.
Other than them people, nobody cares.
Nobody cares. 6.32 million who are watching this live, and then another 3 million who watched it on YouTube. But other than that, it's been proven that nobody cares. John, you suck at this, man. You're really bad at political commentary. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So
all right.
Don't you think that's just John trying to find some content? I mean, he doesn't have anything to say, and everybody's talking about politics, so he might as well jump on there and pick a side.
Of course. Yeah, I think that's definitely true, because this is the easiest way to get guests on a show that nobody watches or listens to, is if they're nut jobs with a political agenda who have all the time in the world. These people will go on. I could book all these people on WATP. It wouldn't be hard. They'd probably come on and be like, what's the name of this show again? But whatever. Outside of that, it would not be hard. 2 more quick clips that I want to play, because what John does is he has his guests on, and that's like the first 2 hours of the show, and it's so boring, it's impossible to watch. But then at the end of it, he starts talking to the people, and he's pretty run down and tired, and he says funny things, and he gets pissed off at his viewers and says things like this.
It's been a great show. The only super chat I got, though, was from my moderator, Sean, you cheap bastards.
He's calling people out. He only got 1 super chat for over 2 hours, and it came from his moderator, Hockey Stick Sean, or whatever the guy's name is. That is surprisingly pathetic. I wouldn't bring that up, personally. If my Patreon numbers decreased by 50%, I'm not bringing that up on the show. It's embarrassing.
I'll write that down. I'll make a note for future reference.
Yeah, you might want to just keep that to yourself. All right, last thing that I want to play, because John's upgrading his equipment. Somebody bought him a new MacBook Pro. He had Hal Sparks drive from Vegas to LA to show him how to plug an Ethernet cable into a modem. He's really upgrading his gear, and I can't wait for the next piece of equipment to come in.
I'm going to buy a new camera soon, and then the lady is going to see how good I look.
Oh, John. Let's go back to this Patreon page. Doug, do you have it pulled up by any chance?
I can pull it up real quick.
Pull up Stuttering John's Patreon page. Pull it up on a large monitor. And go ahead and drag that screen as large as you can. And take a look at this picture of Stuttering John. And I want you to focus on a couple of things. One is the nose hairs coming out of his nose. This is the picture that he selected, that he wants you to see when you go on a website to give him money. He has hair coming out of his nose that could probably reach his upper lip if he pulled it down. And then if you look around his mouth, he's done a terrible job shaving. He has very long hairs. They're just kind of sticking out around his mouth.
Look at the hairs on the back of his neck. They're as long as his ears.
Yes! That too! The guy, it looks terrible. He looks terrible.
He needs to get I guess it would be like a low-def camera.
He might want to go with standard and not HD.
I don't know if your MacBook's going to be able to run the Gaussian blur on it that you need, but you have to do something.
Jesus Christ. This guy is just my favorite whack packer of all time. All right, Doug.
In all honesty, Carl, I was just sitting here as you were talking. I was trying to wipe. There was a stray hair on my monitor. It's on his picture.
Yes, it throws you off for a second. You're like, "Whoa, what is that?" Oh, that's actually the picture that he posted. All right, let's talk about. I was so excited that we had someone reach out to us. Now, I put this out there a while ago. Watching Stuttering John as much as I have, I said, who is really watching this and enjoying the show? I know he has a lot of trolls that watch the show, but obviously there's someone who's actually watching it and enjoying it. And I said, if anybody is actually a fan of Stuttering John, I will have you on the show as a guest to the show. And somebody reached out to me. First of all, let me play this clip because John is actually bitching about the person that we're about to hear from in this clip. This is someone who does support John with the, he does the, is it Super Chats?
Oh, yeah.
So when he's on YouTube Live, you can put up $5, $10, and it's a super chat, and John gets the money, and then he reads your question. And this was interesting.
But, to even what does that say about you guys? I'm not saying all of you guys, but I'm saying about the people that are making it about them when I'm trying to do a show here and get you people the information. And then I get you. It's unbelievable to me that people are making it about them. It's not about you or you or you. It's about getting Joe Biden elected. That's what this is about. It's not about me.
He's talking about himself.
All right. So there is someone specifically he's talking about there, and that is our friend Heather W. Heather W, you there?
Hey, yeah.
Yay! What is happening? Heather W, so excited to talk to you.
I'm kind of bummed. I thought this was a video thing. I put on all my makeup and everything.
Well, I can see
tell us what you're wearing.
Yeah, but do it slowly.
Well, hi, everybody.
So,
yeah, hello.
The reason why we have Heather on here is because Heather has been a longtime supporter of Stuttering John. She's a fan of the show, but she has recently flipped on it. She has decided she is no longer going to support Stuttering John. Ooh. Why is that, Heather? What was the epiphany that happened for you?
Well, how many hours do you have?
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Carl from the Next Day. I have to break in right here because this is what just happened. I had the show all ready to go with the full Heather W interview. It was awesome. There were revelations made that would blow you away. The people in our Discord who are listening live know what I'm talking about. I get a note. I have to take it out of the episode. And I'm not exaggerating here. John and his goons are threatening this woman. They're threatening her with legal as well as with violence. And if you're still on Team John, if anyone out there is on Team Stuttering John, what are you doing? This guy is a goon. And unfortunately, I have to take this interview out of this podcast. Now, that's not to say it might not show up somewhere behind a paywall where people like John can't get at it, but I have to take it out of this episode. So this is going to be a little bit awkward, and you're going to hear it referenced probably by Gino, but it sucks. It really does suck because this was going to be big. But all right, back to the show. Heather, I apologize. I do have to move the show along. I really appreciate you coming on. Is there anything that you wanted to get out there that you haven't said yet?
Well, just that I do wish John well. I think a lot of people have problems, but I'm going to be ending that completely. And I thank you guys for giving me the airtime. And once again, apologies to Chrissy. And I hope you all have a great time on this social media crap.
Well, Heather W., thank you so much for coming on, and perhaps we will talk again because you have a lot to talk about, and I appreciate
anytime.
I appreciate you coming on. That's awesome.
Bye, guys.
All right, take care. You should see these DMs that Heather has sent me between her and John. John is really a POS in every single way, and I want to point out the point of our show is not to tear down John as a person. The point of our show is to goof on podcasts. The reason why we've gotten to this place is because John threatened to break my legs and sue me. And I don't take kindly to those types of threats. So now we're talking about private DMs he's having with people asking for child support payments because he has no money. Stuttering John is broke. This is a fact that we have uncovered here at WATP. I feel like Chris Hansen. I'm uncovering shit.
Dude, he hates me because the first time. This is the story. The first time I ever worked with him. Well, I'd met him before, and then I'm doing a show with Artie at the Nokia Center in L.A. Right, and I bump into him, and he's on the show because Artie's such a nice fucking guy. Artie Lang, of course. And I say, "Hey, John, how you doing?" He's like, "Who are you?" And I don't care that you don't know me, but it's the way he said it. I'm like, Gino Visconti, we met a couple times. He's like, oh, I'm like, so I try to be nice. This is after they shuttled him into the back room of the Tonight Show because the only reason fucking whatchamacallit Leno took him is because rather than fucking try and get young viewers, he thought he'd get the edgy ones by bringing. So he's so oblivious. To quote the fucking movie, he's so obtuse to how untalented he is. He's like, now I'm just doing comedy. And that always gets me. Fucking Anthony Cumia says it perfectly. It must drive actual comedians like you guys crazy to know that famous people are like it. They look at comedy like the life raft on the fucking Titanic. Well, I can always get that if things don't go well.
Yeah,
and
he's like
literally
Screech. He's like Screech from Saved by the Bell. It's like, oh, you guys know my name? Then I'm coming to your comedy club.
Yeah, Jeremy Piven, and he literally is like, he's like, I'm doing comedy now. I'm like, oh my god. So we do the show, and it's such a layup because it's Artie Lang, it's the Nokia Center, but the smaller one, but it's still huge, like 2,000-3,000 people, and it's literally 5 minutes each, and it's a tag team. So I go up and I bring up Dean Del Rey. Dean Del Rey goes up and he brings up Stuttering John. Stuttering John goes up and he brings up Artie. So I go up 5 minutes and I kill. Let me explain what that means. I could have said Artie Lang is coming out in a few minutes for 5 straight minutes and they would have went nuts.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I've been to Artie Lang stand-up shows before. Yeah. It's chaos.
Yeah, and they know me from the podcast. I used to do the Artie Quitter podcast. So,
right.
So everything I say, like I just, I'm playing with house money, and I do great. Okay, hand it off to Dean Del Rey, who they don't know, and they're in such a great mood, and they know we're only doing, and he crushes. Stuttering John goes out there and stinks up the room. Stinks up the room because 1, he's not funny. 2, he literally played his cell phone. He thought it'd be funny, and if you weren't obtuse, you would know 99% of the people went there to shit on you, and 1% went because that's Stuttering John. So he bombs so badly. He walks off stage out bringing up Artie. He gets to the side, and Artie's looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes back and he brings up Artie. Then fast forward to a year later, and we've said this about comedy so many times. Like I love, I'll say, like, I do well 99% of the time. I'm better. This is my job. But when I have a bomb set and the shit I talk about, it happens. You can listen to a clip from Tuesdays with Stories from a month ago when me and Aaron Berg, my co-host, were on some show in Bushwick, Brooklyn. They hated me, and we were losing our mind laughing about it. And I'll remember it forever. It was so much fun, right? I'm doing jokes about the Holocaust, and some uptight white chick goes, get off the stage, and boo. And she goes, and I say to her, I'm like, if you say get off the stage one more time, I will. And then I waited a beat and said, tell 3 Holocaust jokes. And she was halfway through get off this, and I did. At any rate, so he bombed. A year later, I'm doing the Artie Quitter podcast. He shows up, and I'm like, hey, John. He's like, who are you? And I'm like, that's it. And he starts making excuses of how he didn't bomb, how people were talking. So every time on that fucking podcast, he's like, I was on, what he does? He's like, when I was on the Tonight Show, I would interrupt him and say, you were on the Tonight Show? And he would get mad. And I did it like 5 or 6 times.
It's so easy to fuck with him.
Yeah, because and then one time he goes, I go, you were on the Tonight Show? He goes, yeah, what the fuck were you on? And I go, nothing, but you were on the Tonight Show, and he never forgot it. And he's such a disingenuous piece of shit. And that's all I've ever. And then when I went to Compound Media, fucking Anthony was still friends with him. And I'm like, he's a piece of shit. And he's like, I'm like, trust me. And then he turned and he fucking just doubles. He said, what was the lie? He's like, I was supposed to be the co-host on Compound Media. No, you weren't. You were never in the conversation. He fucking calls out Artie saying he stole it from me, told me not to take it. I talked to Keith the Cop fucking months before when he said, he's like, we're thinking of bringing in a co-host, either Artie or Opie. And that was it.
Yes.
But he lies, and he just sits there and believes his own fucking lies. And I mean, you'd have to be a stupid cunt who believes COVID, everyone should wear masks to ever entertain the idea of fucking them. That's a callback to that broad who talked for 20 fucking minutes just now, although it's only 5. I'm sure you'll edit down that dizzy bitch. Anyway, that's my thoughts on Stuttering John.
Which is a perfect segue into our next segment of the show. I've never talked so little on my podcast. So I'm listening to Stuttering John the other day, and I get very excited when he says this.
Opie will be on Thursday at Beer on the Balcony. So I'm just telling you, subscribe to my Patreon. Last week, Beer on the Balcony, I featured Steven Grillo.
Oh, Opie is going to be on Beer on the Balcony. Now, as you probably know, Gino, because you're a big fan of Stuttering John, as you just stated, when he does his Beer on the Balcony shows, that's for Patreon supporters only, of which I believe there's about 15. So,
quit bragging. Sure.
Yeah, so if you want to hear Beer on the Balcony, you have to give him $5 a month. Oh, except for the fact that he doesn't know how to make a video on YouTube private. He makes them all public, so it's readily available for anyone to watch.
I love it. I didn't realize that was why it was so easy to get to.
Yes, that's why I sent you that link, and I was like, I recorded it right away just in case he realized that it was public, but he didn't. It's still up there. He's a fucking idiot. So this is him introducing Opie. Opie comes on the show. Did you watch this video, Gino?
I watched it twice. It was so, because he's terrible. And remember, like, I watched it and I texted you, and you're like, let's not talk about it till the show. I'm like, I don't give him enough credit. I couldn't stop laughing at him. Then I listened to the reply guys. I'm like, oh no, she's just terrible on every level. And then I went back and I was listening to it this morning, cracking the fuck up again. That was when I caught they never, my son didn't ask to be a celebrity. Yeah, you keep asking to be one, and you're not, you fucking idiot. So yeah, I dabbled in it.
This was amazing because this is John on his balcony in sunny LA, and Opie is in his Zen room, he calls it, with candles lit. He looks like a Sith master. He looks like a villain from Star Wars in this video. There's very little light coming on him. His hair is all long and shaggy. He brags about how he hasn't gotten a haircut since March. This is a multimillionaire we're talking about. So this is John introducing Opie, and this couldn't be a funnier introduction. I mean, if I had Opie on my show, I wouldn't think to do this. This is so funny.
Soon we will find out when we talk to my next guest, host or co-host of the Opie and Anthony podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello.
He's a dipshit.
Greg
He's a fucking dipshit.
What do you mean the co-host of the Opie and Anthony podcast? What's wrong with you, Stuttering John?
Well, I don't know. How would you say, the host or the co-host? I don't know.
I'm not with Anthony anymore.
Epic fail.
Opie still didn't, or John still didn't get it. It's like, well, what did I say wrong? All he wanted to do was bring Opie on to trash Anthony Cumia. That was the only point of the show. They do over an hour. They talk about Anthony Cumia, and he doesn't realize that there's no such thing as the Opie and Anthony podcast. How is that possible?
Yeah, it was never a podcast. So he was dumb to say he's the host of Opie and Anthony, but that wasn't wrong enough. He added podcast.
Yes.
It'd be like saying Donald Trump just got elected president of Cambodia. No, neither. No.
So later on in the show, near the end, John makes it very clear he does not listen to Opie's show, and Opie gets offended by this.
And now who is your co-host now? Is it Bubba?
No, it's not Bubba.
Someone tweeted me that.
You don't listen to my podcast. That's hilarious.
Nobody listens to your podcast. In John's defense, nobody listens to your podcast. Gino, I got to apologize in advance. I have a million clips from this show because there was nothing I couldn't clip from this show.
I understand because I'm like, let me take a note when he said something funny. I'm like, let me take a note after 3 minutes of trying to like switch over from my phone to write it down. I'm like, there's too much. I'll just have to wing it because there's too fucking much. Did you get the clip of when he called him Ant?
Yep,
and
I
then
got it right
said
here.
Opie?
Yep, here it is.
Hey, Opie, is there any way that you could turn any light on? Because you're very dark.
What a dummy.
That was right out of the gate. He's got Anthony on the brain.
These are two nobodies. He's trying to fucking neg him. These are two nobodies. Like, could you turn up the light? Oh, I like it dark. It's like, I don't care enough about your podcast. You're not winning. You're not winning the battle of fucking. It's like winning Alaska. You're not trying to get 3 electoral votes here. You're done. No one gives a fuck. Oh, you got him. You're definitely the alpha dog here, dude.
You ready for the understatement of the year right here from Opie?
Yeah.
I've moved on with my life and my career, and I really enjoy what I do now. I'm not as successful. I don't make as much money, but
oh, you think you're not as successful as you were when you were the host of a national radio show?
Oh my God! Like this is what they do. It's like, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, they act like it's a path they've chosen.
Right.
I mean, it's like, well, really, because it seems like you're so insecure. You pushed everyone away from you, dude. I love the part when he says, yeah, it was my idea to hire Jim Norton. No, it wasn't. No, just stop it. Just fucking stop it.
Real quick, before we move on from that clip that I just played, I want to zoom in. He says the word career. He's talking about his career, and listen to the cognitive dissonance happen in his head. He realizes he does not have a career anymore, and it fucks with his brain, and he stops talking for a minute.
Down with my life and my career, and
my career. I don't have a career. He doesn't even have advertisers anymore. He's just doing a Facebook Live show and then putting it out as if it were a podcast.
He's another one that oh my God, he goes like, this is what it ties back into the thing I'm saying about Kate. They live a lie, they believe their lies. What's the word you use? Echo chamber. And he literally says, he's like, when he's talking, he's like, yeah, he's like, I've really phased it back. I'm enjoying the pod. No one listens to the podcast. No one does.
Nobody's
you sit there and say, we had this guest like, oh, they want me to do the old ones with God bless him, Diaz and fucking God forgive me, I can't remember the two guys that passed away. It's just too hard to dig them up and put them. There's nothing worth digging up. Stop it. No one cares. No one cares. It was you just flailing it. Let me bring in guests that people that will make the podcast look relevant. It didn't. It didn't. The talent there, it's no question, were Jimmy and Anthony, not necessarily in that order if you ask Jimmy or Anthony. It's just sad that this is what they do. It's like, well, I'm just going to put out a pod. Why?
Well, the saddest part is because podcasting has leveled the playing field. Yes, if you have a celebrity name, you're going to get more listeners out of the gate. And I think Opie debuted at like number 2. So out of the gate, OP Radio, people are listening to it. It has steadily fallen. Well, actually, it's quickly fallen since then because people heard the content and went, this is not for me. But what's so funny is that Opie is doing John's show because he's hoping to get more listeners from it. Now, I don't know if Opie realizes that Beer on the Balcony is supposed to be for 12 people at most, but he says this at the end of the interview.
And I'm going to check the numbers to see if my numbers go up after this, you son of a bitch.
Look, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. It's been a great time.
It's at the very end of the show. I'm going to check to see if my numbers go up. Guess what, Opie? They won't. Nobody's checking out Stuttering John and going, oh, who's this interesting fella he's interviewing this week? That's how that works at all. All right, let's get into the Anthony talk.
By the way, and he never does fix the lighting. He never does.
No, he doesn't care.
I mean, it should be called, this podcast should be called Ghost Stories because it looks like he's telling one, and that's what their careers are. It's like, it's awful. And by the way, you have to suffer the best. Even funnier than all this insanity is the first 5 minutes when he's literally talking with his fucking headset plugged in through the mic. It's like, who wants to listen to an hour and a half of this? Thank God that stopped.
I have that too. Somebody tells him, because he's looking at YouTube live and people are chatting, and somebody tells him his audio sucks, and his immediate response is to disagree with them.
Cheers, everybody. Horrible audio. This is always my balcony audio. I don't know how it could be any different.
So then he realizes right away that he's wrong.
Fucking terrible.
Oh, I see what's going on. Sorry about that.
All right, now it should be fixed.
So it's funny that his first instinct is that he's the one who's right. When has that ever happened? He doesn't know how to work his equipment at all.
Admit it, as much as it was so grating to listen to, you were a little disappointed that he found out how to fix it. I was a little disappointed.
Just a little bit. It would have been more fun.
I'm not going to lie to you. I was a little disappointed.
All right, so the only thing John wants to talk to Opie about is Anthony Cumia. So let's get into that.
You know, most people that get trashed by him, they honestly don't know why it's such an avalanche of hate and abuse.
Yeah, look, this is how weird it was. I did Anthony's show, like I always did.
Yeah.
And then he came to my stand-up show.
Yeah.
And my brother sat right near him. Anthony was laughing the whole time.
Yeah.
Tells me I did a great job. Goes back on the air and trashes me nonstop. And I was like, I couldn't believe it.
All right, so Gino, I think you probably picked up on what I'm going to talk about here, and this is
He said he laughed every single time. 4 fucking times in this podcast.
Yes,
and he didn't. He didn't. And let me tell you, I believe the part where he goes up after the show and he's probably like, watch you be John and be like, hey, how was my set? And you're asking me because I never laughed once, incidentally. But just ask me, how was my set?
Gino, thanks so much for coming out to my show. What'd you think about my set tonight?
It was good, John. Let's go get a drink at the bar. That was really, let's go get a drink. Yeah, that's what you would say.
John takes every compliment. It's just someone being polite to him. And he takes it as if it is their word. Like, will you put that in writing and sign it, please?
And whenever you're hanging, and I don't know where this show was because it wasn't at the Cellar. I mean, I guarantee, I'm starting to realize he's lying about even going on stage because there's no place Stuttering John gets. I'm going to text Anthony right now. There's no place in New York Stuttering John gets on stage. There's none. There's none.
I think he was saying it was at Governor's. Is that possible?
Oh, that might be possible. You're right. I'm gonna text him. So go on.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, but he keeps saying, he says it 4 times. It's like, do you understand? Let me tell you what I just said. I just said, yeah, I do really well, but I got to tell you about this story. I told you a story about where I bombed on stage, and it's fucking funny. Imagine, watch this. Ask me what I'm doing tonight. Ask me what I'm doing tonight.
What are you doing tonight, Gino?
I got a show. I'm going to do great. It's going to be so funny. I did a show at this place a couple months ago, and they loved me. It was hilarious. I'm so funny. And the guy called me up, and who cares?
Yeah. You sound like you're not real sure of yourself when you have to keep repeating how amazing you are all the time.
Yeah.
I have another example of this. He's talking to Opie about when he left the Howard Stern show. Howard took him aside and said, you know what, John? I wish I had kept you. I should have put you in the Jackie chair. And
oh my God, I wanted to reach it. What a lie. Anyway, go. I'm sorry. That was galling.
But this
was galling.
This is, again, when someone's just trying to be polite, this is what you say to someone who's leaving. I've had people leave my company. I always have polite things. I'm never like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. It's always, I'm so sorry to see you go. This sucks.
But let me tell you something about Howard. He's miserable off stage. Back then he was miserable. And I'll tell you, I've never met him, so you can take this with a grain of salt. But I can tell you, everyone that's ever talked to him off stage, they don't say, what an asshole. They're like, he's miserable. Shuley says it all the time. Florentine says it all the time. Levy says it all the time. But suddenly, Stuttering John, who betrayed him in his mind, betrayed Howard in his mind, fucking betrayed him, he's going to say that to him. That's a lie. Howard didn't even, when Artie sat in the Jackie chair, he didn't call it the Jackie chair. He never wanted that to happen again. He's like, that was Artie. And then when Artie was gone, he's like, we're done with that. He doesn't even like the phrase Jackie chair.
Right.
Why would he use it? It's a fucking lie.
Listen to Opie laugh out loud at John when he tells this story.
And he goes, John, I'm not mad at you, but I should have put you in the Jackie chair, and I should have had you in the studio
full time. He's thinking of it as he goes along. I'm sorry, I'm not letting you play this. I should have.
Yeah, I apologize. I do have to play the part where Opie openly laughs at him for telling this story. It's okay.
I could give you 3 of the greatest compliments I've ever gotten in comedy, and I would fucking gush as I said them. I wouldn't be like, but go on. I apologize to the listeners. Go on.
No, you picked up on something that's key in that, where he's not even sure what he's going to say when he starts saying it. That's a really good point. I didn't even pick up on that. Yeah. And I'm usually astute, but I did not pick up on that one. All right, let's listen to this again.
Had you in the studio full time, and he actually was feeling bad about his decision. And
Opie goes, yeah, okay. Because
my God.
Think about this, Gino. According to Stuttering John, when he left to go on the Tonight Show, Howard Stern was like, damn it, all I have is Artie Lang in the Jackie chair, and I could have had Stuttering John. Boy, did I fuck up. Like, no one's better than Artie Lang in that chair.
No one. He still gets work because of what he did in that chair, and he deserves it. By the way, he was on DePaulo's podcast this week. People always ask me how he's doing, and I always say, and I was right, and it wasn't like a prediction, but it was so obvious. He was holed up with his mother. His mother's an old Italian broad. She's like, you're not hanging out with any of these fucking people. You're coming on with me, and he's doing great. So that was good to hear. But that's what goes on. Like, Artie is what we talk about. Like, I'm lucky because I have an addictive personality, but Artie is such a slave to comedy. All he worries about is the next joke. At his own peril, in a way. You know what I mean?
I was going to bring that up. It was great to hear Artie on Thursday. It was on Nick DiPaolo's show. Artie's doing well, but yeah, he's following the program. He's just trying to stay sober, and he claims he's 2 years sober, which I for some reason kind of believe, which is hard because he's always lied about that. But he seems like he's doing really well. And apparently his show is coming back. They have a new platform that they're going to be launching. So that's exciting because actually the last podcast that Artie was doing, Halfway House, was really good. And there's a 2-parter with Anthony on there. But he was doing a good show.
I'm trying to think who was episode 4. It was me.
Gino was also on Halfway House. Don't miss that.
Good. He literally said, he's like, look, I want you on the first week. It'll be like a home game. I'm like, nice. Wait, let me say it again. He said, I want you on the first week.
Wait, he paid you a compliment? Let's talk about that for a half an hour.
Oh, he did. Dude, here are some of the compliments. I'll tell you, Chrissy Mayer and Kevin Dombrowski, another great young comedian, when they first started their podcast, both of them basically said, can you do the first show? It'll be so easy.
Shut the fuck up. That's
I'm
enough.
not kidding.
That's enough with you complimenting yourself. That's all we do here, Gino. We're not here to talk about how great we are. We're talking about how shitty other people are. That's the whole point of this.
Do you understand? Like, you remember these things, and they come up in conversation. It's not like you steer it that way and you say, trust me, I have so few compliments. There's no uhs. I've got all 5 fucking memorized, Carl. I know them by heart.
I watched you on Chrissy's very first show, and we made fun of it here on WATP, but that's beside the point. That's not what we're talking about.
I listened to it. You actually made fun of her more than me, and I'm like, are they making fun of me? Like, I think they're on my side. It was funny.
We love you, Gino.
Oh, and you called out In Hot Water, and you said, you're like, it's a dumb show, but we love it. It was, dude, I see the compliment and everything. Maybe these weren't compliments, but go on, dude. I love it.
That's perfect. If you think everything that I'm saying is a compliment, then we're going to get along famously. This is working out very well.
We're doing well.
All right. This is great because, as you know, John does a political show, right?
Yeah. Why?
He's terrible at it.
So why? It's almost like that's what's popular. So he did a political show. It's almost like he couldn't do a show on real estate after he quit. I can't even. These people are insane. Go on, buddy.
So he starts to talk to Opie, Opie's politics are bizarre. He has no stance on anything. When he gets into politics, it's always hilarious. And yet, Opie is better at talking about politics than Stuttering John is.
I don't believe Biden's going to make my life any better. But more importantly, people that count on a politician making their lives better, I don't see Joe Biden moving the needle much. These guys don't move the needle much in the end, you know. I think it's going to be pretty much the same old, same old. I mean, he's a career politician down there in Washington. He's had 47 fucking years at this thing.
He just shit all over Stuttering John's entire format of his show. John's format is like, this is the most important thing that we have to get Trump out. We have to get Biden in. It's the most important thing in the world. Opie goes, do you really think who's president matters that much? It doesn't. Like, what are you, stupid? Yeah. Which was great because John loses his mind.
I mean, is he going to figure out the healthcare issue in America? Is he going to be able to figure out the tax thing? Yeah. Is he going to figure out, you really believe all this? That finally we got a president that's going to do right by the people. My God. Really?
Oh, that's
Opie
so
won,
fucking
Stuttering
glorious.
John 0. That's unbelievable. Yeah. You're getting bested by Opie in a political conversation. Stuttering John is being fooled by all these fucking media outlets that are like, the most important thing in the world is who's president. Why? Why would that be the most important thing in the world? I just live my life every day without the president affecting me in any single fucking way. You idiots. And then he thinks that maybe the reason why Anthony Cumia is trashing him, the word he uses over and over again, he's trashing me. He's trashing me. I can't believe he's trashing me. Is maybe because they have different political views. He asked Opie. Yeah, go ahead, Gino.
It's his galling lack of talent.
Yes.
It's how he just turned on Anthony. Like Anthony even like later on the show, he's like, it's like, I can't remember the last time I was on. Yeah, you can. You remember it vividly because they even had me come in to just shit all over him. Like, and he's like, I think it was you know exactly when it was. And he's like, and I had to cancel because of this. No one asked you to be on.
That is like a really funny thing.
Chrissy, the reason why you were muted is you told me your phone was dying.
But there's no way the audio struggles for me.
Chrissy.
Wait, let's listen.
All right, let's listen to her and Frank.
Me?
Damn it!
Oh, how much did you hear?
I'm paying way too much attention to the chat today. It's really fucking me up. I thought your phone was dying, Chrissy. That's why we let you go.
It was dying, and then I came back in the car to charge it. Now I'm back, baby.
Did you have a comment about this Stuttering John Opie debacle? By the way, this was a Super Bowl for WATP. Stuttering John and Opie together. I'm pissed that we're 3 hours into the show already because I have so much to talk about.
So what happened? Stuttering John was on Opie's show?
Well, the funny part is
Stuttering
that
John's show.
Opie was on Stuttering John's show, but what Opie does is he records the shows and then puts them on his own podcast anyway. So you're always on Opie's show, no matter what you're doing. You could be at the grocery store and you're on Opie's show.
Wow. He deserves to get zooed.
All right. I've seen a lot of Zood talk over here.
I don't even know what Zood is.
Nobody does, Gino.
It's when you do a podcast from a zoo.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I got it now. Joe Biden is one. Fuck that.
All right. So what happens here is John is trying to figure out why Anthony Cumia doesn't like him, and he thinks maybe it's because they have different politics. So he asks Opie this.
Could it be because, I'm a liberal and he's a conservative that he's angry with my politics?
What John's understanding is that Opie would have no idea why Anthony doesn't like him. Opie and Anthony do not talk to each other anymore.
Nope.
It's been
for years. Yeah.
And John brings him on the show thinking he's going to be an insider.
But it's funny because I can't figure out why Scarlett Johansson won't fuck me. Is it because I'm a Capricorn and she's a Libra? I don't get it.
So
doesn't make sense to me.
Opie tries to answer this question, which he can't answer. Is the reason why he doesn't like me because of this? How would he know? He can't. He doesn't know. He's not inside Anthony's brain. So Opie goes through a long explanation, doesn't answer the question, and then John brings it back to that again.
Well, yeah, but so what I'm asking, is that why he's fucking beating up on me because he doesn't like my politics?
No, it's because you're an easy target. You're a stuttering buffoon who thinks you're talented. We all enjoy goofing on you. That's why we make fun of you, John. We're not
I'm just
trashing
fantasizing that Opie is saying this on the actual podcast to him right now. I'm fantasizing.
Wouldn't that be
Carl.
amazing? Like, John,
It'd be great.
The reason why we people trash you, they're not even trashing you. They're goofing on you. You're easy to goof on. It's actually great fodder. That's why we're
Here's
doing
the thing.
this.
We've all lied to ourselves. We've lied to ourselves before. I think he honestly doesn't understand. Like, that's how sad it's got to be him. He's lied to himself so long. He honestly believes that he did a show and Artie couldn't stop laughing, and that that Artie called him up and said, excuse me, and Anthony couldn't stop laughing, that Anthony called him up and said, I want you to be in this seat, but Artie talked him out of it. He believes this stuff.
He believes his own
He believes
bullshit.
it. I mean, in what world would you rather have the guy that was the greatest second seat in the history of radio? The greatest second seat in the history of radio. When would you want fucking to replace him with the guy that was in that same studio and couldn't fuck? Don't you think if you were better, you would have taken that seat from him? Don't you think if you were better the second he left, you would have taken that seat from him? In what world do you believe that someone said, look, I'm not going to ask Art, I'm going to ask you because you're better? You're not. And by the way, in this hour-and-a-half podcast, he didn't stutter once because I said he never had a stutter. He fucking tripped on his word once and then said he was stuttering, but he never had a stutter. Another thing that drove him nuts on that podcast was I said, if you want him to lose his stutter, ask him to do his plugs. Never fucking tripped on a word there. He is the COVID of comedy. He's a fucking hoax. He's a joke.
And what's funny is that they think Anthony's the guy who's not happy.
I know he's just simply not a happy person,
Yeah, well, why?
I don't know.
These are two guys who spend an hour talking about the fact that Anthony talks shit about them, which is by the way, comedy and jokes. And they're obsessed with this, and they're like, the guy's obviously not a happy person. Project much? I think you guys are the unhappy people in this scenario.
I spend time with Anthony. Our shows cross over now. Me and Aaron in Hot Water 2 to 3:30. He comes in at 4 with Dave Landau. And there's so many times I'll be like, dude, thanks so. And he's like, no, dude, thank you. Like, he is like, we go out drinking afterwards. Sometimes I mean, he gets angry. Like, I think I'm a very happy person, but I get angry because life is so easy. Like, when something goes wrong, yeah, I'm going to yell. But I'm happy enough. Like, I don't sit there and tell everyone I'm in a great mood all the time, but I am. But when I'm shitty, you know it. These guys are just, they live their life just fucking wishing what could have been, living in regret. They're fucking unhappy, miserable people. And they you said it, they project it onto other people. Let me tell you, Anthony's miserable. Why? Because he lives in a mansion. He fucks a chick half his age, and he fucking gets to do a podcast as a hobby and make money doing it. Really?
It doesn't make a lot of sense. I've spent very little time with Anthony. I've hung out with him very, very few and far between incidents, and he seems extremely happy. He's living his best life. He used to be a tin knocker, for Christ's sake.
God. Dude, we sit there just laughing at how insane this is. Do you think you'd be happy if you were what you just described, or if you were a guy that it's coming out more and more that you were the asshole in the trio that was Opie and Anthony and Jim, and you never liked it, and you wanted Ron and Fez thrown off the station? Do you think you'd be unhappy if you were a guy that's doing a low-level podcast that no one listens to? You failed at everything in between. Remember, he was selling real estate. Remember, he said he was running for governor.
Yep.
Like, you have no fucking compass, and you don't know. You're miserable. Like, I'm grounded by the fact that no matter what I do, I've said that my niece and nephew think I'm hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, my family and friends are fantastic. I get paid to tell dick jokes. I fucking love sports, and I got hired to write a sheet at night for radio. So the shit I'm bitching about, instead of bitching at people and driving them nuts, them insane, I'd put it in it, and they give me money for it. It's insane.
Well, you won't believe this, though, Gino. Even though they talked about Anthony for over an hour, they don't care.
Yeah. Oh, I don't really care if he goes. Honestly, dude, he's not in my universe. Like, I don't really care that much. I don't even care like that much. It's just
what timestamp is that in the podcast that they don't care? How long have they been talking about him now? Probably a minute. What's that? Probably a minute 20 that was.
No. At this point, we're 30 minutes into the show. And he's still explaining that he doesn't care.
Like, that much? It's just that, like, I'll get people saying, Anthony's trashing you again. And I'll be like, why? What the hell did I do this time?
Isn't it funny? When you say you don't care about something and then talk about it for an hour, that's the opposite of not caring.
Well, let me take it in a different direction, and we'll use what's it called? Logic.
Yes.
No one tells Anthony that that John's bashing him, because no one that likes Anthony likes John. No one is saying, should I listen to Anthony Cumia and Landau today, or should I listen to John? No one. But obviously people would go back to John and be like, hey, I'm listening to Anthony, if that's even true. But no one is going to Anthony saying John's bad-mouthing. Nobody. Well, no one listens.
The funny thing is, I've seen this unfold, is John just reacts to shit. So people just make shit up, and they'll be like, oh, Anthony's talking about your kids again. And he goes off for an hour. This fucking guy, next time I see him, I'm going to murder him. And then, like, 2 days later, he gets on, he's like, I guess that wasn't true. I take it all back. Like, that's why people say this shit to you, you moron. Because you fall for it every fucking time. Here's an example of him talking about when Anthony bashes him. Anthony must not have a very good reach because he only gets like one tweet about it.
Even if he does, believe it or not, as popular as he thinks he is in his own head, it's only like one tweet that'll say Anthony trashed you again. It's like, but why?
The reason why it's only one tweet is because that one guy is trolling you, you moron. They're trying to get a reaction, and it always works.
I mean, maybe Anthony hired someone to troll John like he does. What a douche.
He literally does that. Listen to this. Opie is talking about the fact that he knows for a fact Anthony sets up Twitter accounts just to troll him. You have to let this play through, and then we got to discuss this.
I got a person that's well in the know that basically told me that he starts Twitter troll accounts to attack me on a regular basis. I'm like, and that's why the recent rant. I'm like, just leave me the fuck alone.
Opie is saying Anthony is setting up Twitter troll accounts to attack him. He has it on good authority, Gino, that this is what Anthony's doing with his time. I'd love to hear your take on this.
You know what Anthony's Twitter account currently is?
I do, yes, Compound Boss.
It's Compound. Well, it's not him. It's run by him because Anthony's banned on Twitter. Now, I too am banned on Twitter. I'm under Diamond Eugene 1 now. It's like my 5th one because we've become Anne Frank on Twitter. They fucking look for you, and the second they find you, they're like, you're banned, and they take you down. Literally, I'm on Twitter now because a fan of mine made an account under his email. Whenever it's like verify your thing, I have to email him. It's a pain in the ass. But Anthony, who's banned on Twitter, would go through all of that trouble, all of that fucking pain in the ass trouble multiple times to troll John.
According to Opie, yes, that's what he's doing with his free time.
Whatever. Are you insane? That shows that I could see if he had a regular account, you could believe it. You understand? But he's banned, and it's nearly impossible. It's not nearly, but it's such a pain in the ass to set up he'd have to open a new phone line. He'd have to buy a new laptop just to do that.
Well, that's the funny thing. So you were talking before about how these guys convince themselves that they're not that bad. Opie thinks there's no way there's dozens or hundreds of people who all think I suck on the internet. It must be one guy setting up multiple accounts. No, it's really that many people who think you suck and want you to hear about it.
Yeah, that's such a great. It's like that's the delusion. It's like obviously it's Anthony. He's the only one who hates me. So many people hate you, and they don't want to hate you. You make yourself hateable. If you had just gone away, it would have been fine. But you're like, it wasn't my fault. It was them. It was your fault. It's a fact. If 99% of the industry is saying you are hard to work with, like I heard this story one time. There's a story that they got rid of Ron and Fez because they wanted to, because Opie wanted to be just Opie and Anthony. It's our station because they were good. Back before Fez was insane. They were so good, it was stealing their shine. And, you know, Jim and Anthony don't care. They just show up, have their drink, or whatever. And did you get to the clip? Are we covering the clip where he's like, you know, obviously we're covering the clip when he goes, can you believe this douchebag won't even look at me or whatever it was? That clip, do we have that?
I don't, only because he's told that story so many times. I
but
feel
here's
like it's well
the thing.
documented.
He says in this podcast, he's like, and then he throws Jim under the bus, saying, you know, it was meant for Jim. He's not throwing Jim under the bus. He knows Jim can take a joke. He knows Jim is so self-aware of how good he is on this show that it couldn't have been for him. But you're dumb enough to believe that lie because you believe so many lies you tell yourself every day. But when you say, yeah, he threw Jim under the bus and said it was him, how is that throwing Jim under the bus saying, thank God Jim will play along with this because Jim is on my side? How's that throwing him under the bus?
Yeah, that's an old story that we all know about. Apparently, so Opie and Anthony got to a point where they wouldn't even look at each other in the studio when they were doing the show. Anthony tried to text Jim Norton, the little cunt won't even look at me, and he said it to Opie by mistake. And that was really a big undoing of the show.
It's so perfect, but that's the delusion they live in. It's like, well, obviously he threw Jim under the. No, Jim. He just looked at Jim for a life raft with this classic gap that's partly responsible for my career. So I thank God for that moment every day.
So they talk about Jim Norton for a second because, as you know, Stuttering John loves Jim Norton because I went on Chip Chipperson and bashed John, and then of course Norton called John to give him a heads up on that. He didn't take it down, he just gave him a heads up on it. So Norton's the best. Opie hates Jim Norton, so they trash him for a second, and then they get right back to Anthony with this question.
So when Anthony is trashing you, what is he trashing you about now?
And because John is steering the conversation. Opie doesn't even want to talk about Anthony. He's not. Yeah. He doesn't want to have this conversation. And it's all they talk about the entire time. So he asks him, what is he bashing you about? And of course, Opie's answer is, I don't listen to his show. I don't know. I just hear people say that he's bashing me. Opie, I'll tell you the answer. You're doing Facebook Live to 200 people. You used to talk to millions of people on the radio. That's what we're all goofing on. That's the funny thing about you, Opie. Your show sucks.
And
you don't have any
he
listeners.
tells you that, he's like he acts like it's a plan. Not like he's out of options. He's like, well, you know, I really just focused on my Facebook Live. Well, congratulate. Yeah, you can't even say that. Let me say it again. I'm really just focusing on my Facebook Live. That's not a thing.
No,
that's just you fucking killing time in the morning, trying to validate that you have a career when you don't.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Gino, because many times Opie has pretended that this is what he wants to do. You know, he started out in podcasting, working for Westwood One. He thought it was going to be this big show with Carl Louise as his co-host. Obviously, it did not become a big show. It lost ratings or lost listenership, and Westwood One kicked him off the network. So now he's just on his own, and now he's just talking to his Facebook Live group. And he pretends that that's what he wants to be doing, which no one could possibly believe. And this is him explaining, and every now and then the truth comes out. Every now and then. This is him explaining that he does want to be better than this.
What we accomplished is simply amazing. I know it's amazing because I'm trying to do it again in a way, and it's not easy, man. You know?
No.
So he admits he's trying to get back on the top of the hill again, even though every other word out of his mouth is that he doesn't care and he likes what he's doing. He's never had more fun. Everything's great.
I mean,
I love it when that shit like that slips out.
Yeah, and it's so, like, the thing that made me laugh is when he's just telling stories. It's got to be like a story time where he's like, yeah, there was a point when I walked away from the show and Karmazin came and yelled at me. That didn't happen. Like, if you listen to Anthony talk and not talk about Opie, just tell stories. He's like, whenever came time to renew the contract, Anthony's like, yeah, just take whatever they give you. And Opie would want 3 years. He would want guaranteed money. He was the guy that always demanded money and stuff.
Right.
It was never. He would never say, well, I'm not having fun with this. You just wanted the money. You're all about ego and insecurity.
Yeah, he was playing hardball. because everyone else just wanted to sign a long-term deal, make their millions of dollars a year and get it locked up. And this guy, for whatever reason, decided, I'm going to sign 2-year deals and I'm going to be a prick about it every single time we renegotiate, try to get as much money as possible. And now he's trying to spin it as, I was done with that show.
It's almost like he admits he's planning. Like, let me tell you, Anthony, and I'm going to say, we don't work. The money just shows up when you're having fun. Like, and that was Andy's like, just take another year. Just take it, whatever they give us. Because he didn't even think about it. He's like, I'm making great money, having fun. But Anthony, I mean, Opie was obviously like, look, I don't know how much longer I can put up with this shit. I need as much money as possible. It was work for him. And I'll say it again. I'll call back to fucking, what I said earlier. That's its own punishment. When you're doing this as a job. Oh my God, that's gotta suck. And you see how it does.
So John continues to say, I don't know why Anthony Cumia is trashing me.
I don't ever watch a show, nor will I ever watch a show. Would I do a show again? Sure, because I don't really have a problem with it. I just don't understand why. Like, I get tweets, oh, Anthony's trashing you again. I'm going, what the fuck did I do?
John, you threatened him. Someone tweeted you, or someone was in your YouTube chat and said that he was talking shit about you, and you went off for an hour about how you were going to fight him the next time you were in New York City. And then he goes, I don't understand why this guy's bashing me. I don't even know what happened here. How do you not know that? You're starting all this shit, you moron. And then Opie, who's in his Zen room with the candle lit, turns into high voice Opie here.
And now he trashes me on a regular basis. I want to call him and go, dude, I know where you came from. What the fuck's wrong with you? You don't have to like me, but Jesus Christ.
I don't think that Zen room is working out for him.
Yeah, it doesn't. It seems like it should just be the man cave he wants to call it, but you need something cool in there to call it a man cave.
Right.
Just where he goes to cry. It's where he goes to cry saying, how did I fuck up all that money? How did I do that?
So they're talking about Anthony for an hour, and then they proclaim that Anthony will be watching this.
I don't go out of my way to trash him. I don't go out of my way to talk about him. So it's just weird that he's focused on me and you, like, on his shows. I don't know. It's fucking lunacy.
Well, and he's watching this, which is really fucking.
Of course he is.
So are you out of your mind?
They're talking about him for an hour, and they're like, this idiot's actually watching this right now. First off, he's not. He's going to hear about it from me and Gino. We're the ones reporting this back to Anthony.
Oh, my God.
We're doing the work here.
Here's the thing. My routine, not that you guys need to know, but after I get done the show, not much longer because it's getting cold, I will walk back. I'll walk an hour and a half back from Midtown to my apartment up here in fabulous East Harlem. It's a great place to get mangoes in a slice bag. And I will listen to Anthony and Dave for usually the first hour. Sometimes longer if it's hilarious, sometimes shorter if there's something big going on and something else. But zero times has he brought him up. 0 times has he brought up, like, since they switched to afternoons. I can get not once ever, because if they did, I would be listening and laughing and calling in.
Honestly, the only time he's talked about Stuttering John in the last 3 months is when I was a guest on the show. And I brought some clips from Stuttering John's show.
I listened. Believe you me, and I wanted to call in. I'm like, let me stay out of Carl's way because this is glorious. But that was about a month ago. I remember.
Other than that, he never talks about Stuttering John because Stuttering John is on nobody's radar but ours and maybe Revenge of the Sis. But other than that, nobody's talking about Stuttering John. And this clip right here, we got to run through these clips, Gino, because I have other shit to do today. But this clip right here is why both Opie and John are WATP favorites. They're both so bad at podcasting.
And what were you saying, by the way? I just lost my thought.
No, I'm saying, like, what?
These are two professional broadcasters talking on a podcast.
That's funnier than anything we've done today, and I've been laughing all day. That is so, because it's one thing when those dopey broads are doing, because we know they don't have talent. But these guys, you want to believe there was a time, and that's what galls me about John as well. Like Opie, and you said it, Opie's good enough at broadcasting where John was so awful, Opie didn't come off as terrible in this. But
yes.
the thing that always got me about these Stern guys, and let me tell you, Jackie the Joke Man, fucking, I love him. Like, I used to bash him. Be like, he's not a comedian. He just tells jokes. But you meet the guy once, and you're like, oh, I get it. This guy loves telling jokes so much, people made him get on stage and do it, and he made a living doing it. But these other idiots, they think Howard Stern fucking was some. They look at Howard Stern like he was a struggling DJ that's like, I got to surround myself with talent. So he went out and he got Stuttering John, that genius, and Sal the stockbroker. These are the guys that are like, these will save the flash in the pan that is Howard Stern. And John believes that.
Yeah, he
believes it.
And what's amazing to me is I've documented on this show, and I would say that I've done a thorough job of this, that Opie is terrible at podcasting and broadcasting when he's on his own. But for some reason, when it's him versus Stuttering John, he's the funnier of the two. This is incredible to me. We finally know who's the worst podcaster. The answer is Stuttering John. Opie is actually funny. Now, there's going to be a little bit of silence in this clip, but let it play out because this is actually brilliantly done.
Yeah, and thank you so much for doing the show, man. I mean,
yeah, right on.
And, next time I'm in New York, I'll certainly do yours.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Opie gave him nothing, which was hilarious. He invited himself on to Opie's show. And Opie needs guests, trust me. He needs someone to fucking talk to. And even Opie's just like, pass, that's fine. We're actually booked up through February, but yeah, thanks.
So good, I forgot about that's the best.
That was actually Opie being funny. I give him credit for that one.
Oh, he sat there like,
I like that Opie puts him in his place on this clip too. John always talks about how Artie Lang says we were never friends, and Anthony's saying that we were never friends, and John's like, but I was their friend. I was their friend.
Like, it's so easy to say that. Well, you were never my friend.
Right. Well, he's doing some right. He's got us talking about him, so I don't really talk about him in general. Like I said, every once in a while, it'll get under my skin a little bit, and I'll rant and rave, and then I'll move on with my fucking life and not even think about it.
I don't plan. Opie, I don't really talk to him. I don't talk about him at all.
John, even when he was promoting that Opie was going to come on, he promoted the fact they were going to talk about Anthony Cumia the whole time. That's all he wanted to do. Opie at one point gets fed up. He's just like, John, I don't talk to this guy anymore. I don't really talk about him. There was that one show I put out. Can we talk about anything else, please?
Yes. I just fucking was so numb to him saying I don't talk about it anymore. It's like I missed that. And that's the end of the podcast.
So this is Opie talking about what he does now because John is oblivious to what Opie is doing on the Opie radio show. And I just have to point this out because it's fun.
Yeah.
And I record it with a professional mic, even though I'm on Facebook Live through my phone. And
he records his podcast on a professional mic. Producer Chris, do you know what kind of professional mic Opie is using?
The same one I
bragging.
have.
Yeah, a Zoom recorder. It is a Zoom recorder is what he's using to record his podcast.
Why would you even say that?
That's not impressive.
It's like you're trying to impress me. Like, I'm going to be 5.5 years old. Who can't? Obviously, you're using a professional mic.
I would hope so. You're a multi-millionaire. You might be able to buy a decent microphone, I guess.
The only time to point it out would be if it's the opposite in both ways. If you have a nationally syndicated podcast, and you're like, and by the way, I'm doing this on my fucking phone headset, which John actually was at the beginning of this fucking podcast.
Yes. And John's talking about Opie with Bubba the Love Sponge because, as you know, Bubba asked Opie to team up and get a show back on Sirius. And of course, John has to make this about him. This clip is 5 seconds long, and there's two things going on. John can't pronounce words, and he has to make it about him.
It's so funny. I had Bubba on my show.
I had Bubber on my show.
Oh,
what kind of accent is that? You turned Bubba into Bubber. That's not an accent.
He does that, and honestly, God, he does that. I honestly think because he thinks that's his brand. He does. Like he doesn't still stutter. He's
Gino, I'm going to disagree with you here, buddy.
Oh, okay.
He's that moronic. This guy is a moron.
Well, can I get partial credit because his brand is moronic, whether he realizes it or not? But fine.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to steal that one from the judges. I'm trying to steal that fucking electoral vote. Go on.
So, and this is the last thing I'm going to play about Anthony Cumia, but John is trying to get the dirt from Opie because John needs the dirt. And Opie's kind of playing along, but not really.
Well, I mean, did you ever hear Anthony use the N-word?
Oh, my God. I forgot about that.
I guess. What is this, 60 Minutes? Stuttering John? Jesus Christ.
I knew you were going to say something like that.
What the fuck?
Unbelievable.
You're just giving him more fodder to go after you.
Yes, this is what John's not understanding. He's like, I don't know why this guy is going after me, and he's asking his co-host if he's ever heard him use the N-word. Like, what are we trying to accomplish right now, John? We're trying to put Anthony in a racist jail? What are we trying to do right now?
It's almost like he's a punch-drunk fighter, and he didn't get enough stuff. He didn't get anything he wanted. He's like, let me just swing for the fences. He's Dave Kingman there.
Yes.
He's Dave Kingman, and he struck out 18 times this week, but he's still swinging for the fences with 19. He's digging it. You ever heard him say, he should have just said the N-word. He should have just gone for broke. Because it's like, this will get him. No one cares. Somehow, you managed to bore Opie himself, whose brand is boring. I don't know how you did that.
That's his whole format, is boring people to death. And even Opie's like, all right, can we move on and talk about something else? John, you'll be surprised to learn, his nature is very kind-hearted.
And I don't wish him anything bad. That's not in my nature. I don't wish anybody anything bad. And that's just who I am. My motto has always been, I always like to help people. What the hell else are we here for?
I don't even have to comment on that. I'll just let that sit there. I think I've documented how much he bashes people and threatens them.
If you Google John, Stuttering John, motto, I can guarantee you will get 400 things that don't have any of those words in them. Maybe hell, as in what the hell was I thinking Googling Stuttering John's motto?
Well, as we know, John sent a tweet to Artie telling him the next time he attempted suicide, he hopes he's successful at it. And now John is pretending that wasn't a big deal.
I don't wish any harm on Artie. I know I once tweeted something like that, but it was all out of the Twitter war that I was having with him, and people take it out of context, and then it sounds like it was bad. Because I was telling him the next time he tries to kill himself, be successful.
Yeah, people are just taking that out of context. You know, this guy who's attempted suicide and has a lot of demons, and I said, you should kill yourself? People took that out of context.
Yeah, that's you misread it. You misread kill yourself. You misread 2 words. He threatened me in the past year, and not threatened because he's a buffoon, but he still brings up that you were on the Tonight Show, but he's like, let's just say I know some heavy hitters in New York. It rhymes with Gotti, and they'll come after you. And I'm like, let me tell you something you might not have picked up in the past hour and a half. I'm a bit of a coward. And if I really felt a threat, I'd be like, oh, shit. It's like, stop just talking to hear yourself talk. Here's my advice to him. Talk and pretend other people want to hear you talk. Because that's what he does. That's what Kate Willett does. Like, they live in an echo chamber. That's what you should title it. That is so it's so true. And he just says shit like this will make me look like
of Gino saying echo chamber.
Yeah, please. Please put it right with the abortion and the ums and the uhs, because it's just insane.
Oh, by the way, speaking of producer Chris, you are now one of Stuttering John's trolls. Did you know that?
Yeah.
This is exciting. So,
please.
Gino, one of the things that's going on with John is that people who listen to this show go on his show and they have these names that only we would know. They're not really who they say they are. And John doesn't know what the fuck's going on. It's always funny to me, so I have to play this.
I appreciate every super chat, and I'm...
Holy shit, how much saliva is in his mouth right there? Let's hear that again.
I appreciate every super chat,
gross.
and I'm sick of the producer Chris is a troll, and I know he's a troll, and that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to, get people to talk, and I see the people that are naive enough are actually responding to him.
So that's not actually our producer, Chris, but we always appreciate when people are in there trolling him.
God, fucking listening to him is even unappetizing at this point. That's incredible.
But the real reason why I even listened to the show is because somebody tipped me off that Scienzy asked him the hard-hitting question.
All right. Now I got to call you out on something.
Fair enough.
You ruined a great episode of Who Are These Podcasts for me.
Oh, God. I know. Trust me, I'm still getting... I didn't realize the backlash I was going to get by trolling.
Now, I've dealt personally with Stuttering John. We've talked privately. He's texted me. He's fucking retarded. I'm sorry. He's as dumb as a box of rocks. I get he helped you out. But what do you like about dabbling, John?
I love it, Scienzy. Well done, my friend. Well played. That's the funniest thing about Chad Zumock. All the shit that he's taking is really just for sticking up for Stuttering John. I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This guy's an asshole, and everybody knows it. In fact, I'm not going to say who because I haven't gotten permission yet, but another one of his moderators, I think, has defected and signed up for our Patreon, and we've been messaging with each other. One of Stuttering John's moderators.
How many fucking moderators does this guy have?
I don't know. We got Hockey Sean answered a bunch of questions from our buddy Sagacious Zoo. I have a bunch of information on that. This other moderator came in and said, I also have DMs from Stuttering John asking me to troll people. Asking him to troll Mitch Fatel, Sam Tripoli, Jason Ellis. So...
what an asshole.
Stuttering John is a fucking asshole, which brings me to my favorite segment of the show. Yeah. Yeah. Andy, you've done something special this week.
Yeah, you know that I like trolling Stuttering John.
Yes, you do.
And
you're one of the best.
Well, we'll see. I had high hopes for this, but
okay.
We did the cameo. I got a cameo from Stuttering John for Carl for the anniversary.
Yes,
and
that was awesome.
Stuttering John's
we should play
chat.
that again. People forget about that.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't have it on the board though. Why did I just say that? I'm not even prepared to do that. That was stupid. That was stupid for me to say.
Sure. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, all right.
Maybe a little forethought.
Was it episode 200 that we played that at?
Yeah.
I could find it. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
But so then also it's fun to like go on in his chat and like give him a super chat to get him to try and make a fool of himself, which is another thing that I did. The problem.
What was your name of the super chat again?
My name is Joe's brother.
Joe's brother. But what did you have him say?
I had him congratulate. I regret life.
That's right. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. Okay.
So the inherent flaw in these trolls, though, is it involves me giving money to Stuttering John.
Correct.
I'm not with that.
We do not want to support Stuttering John.
I'm over that.
Yep.
I don't like John.
Right.
So I went to Cameo and I looked it up. He upped his price from when I got the Cameo initially.
What?
He's now charging $75.
Oh, wow. All right.
Cameo.
I guess he's in demand.
From Stuttering John. Okay? High Pitch Eric is $75 too. So my goal now to troll John is to spend $75 worth of money on cameos of people shitting on John.
Yes! I love it!
So I was trying to think of who the best person to get.
By the way, fill out an expense report. This should be on WATP.
Hey,
we got this for you. This is well worth it.
I'm doing it for the cause.
We can write it. It's a write-off.
It's all for the cause, Carl.
Yeah, I just put right on the tax form, trolling costs.
Yeah. So immediately I'm like, I got to get Jerry Banfield to give Stuttering John professional advice. But Jerry doesn't have Cameo.
That's insane.
He should totally be on there.
So should Patrick Michael.
Yeah.
I would give both of them money.
Right.
Tomorrow.
So even more outrageous than all of these things we just talked about, Tom Myers. I was like, oh, maybe I'll get Tom Myers.
I love it.
How much could Tom Myers be charging for a cameo?
Less than $1?
Unbelievably. $90.
Because you know why? Because Tom Myers is one of those guys who has so many people trolling him that want to get him to say embarrassing shit.
Right.
Like, I might as well make some money off of this.
Exactly. Yeah. So at least
That's in our budget, though. Andy, next time just let me know. We could do that.
All right. Well, hey. So
Vinny's always spending my money for me. Why aren't you?
All right. So the next idea that I had, I think we'll save that one for the last. So the first one that I got is maybe the best one.
Okay.
But the next one I got was I was just like, wouldn't it be funny if we had somebody who's famous for being terrible give John advice?
Yeah.
So I got William Hung to try and convince Stuttering John that he should use Google to figure out how to use his equipment.
Interesting. So this is a blast from the past.
Right.
William Hung from American Idol.
Yeah, famous for being bad at singing.
Very bad. Didn't he sing that Ricky Martin song?
Yes, right. She bangs.
Right.
So if I know this is an audio format, but it looks like he's in a no-window North Korean apartment, and he's got like 5 bowling trophies behind him for like no reason.
Nice.
But this is William Hung reaching out to Stuttering John.
Hey, John, this is William Hung from American Idol. Come on, man. You know how to use your computer for your job, right? All you need to do is Google, but you never really do it, and it makes us all crazy.
I don't know.
Did you give him that script?
Well, all right. So
that was really short for a cameo.
Yeah. I was kind of
20 seconds.
William Hung was not the best option for this. He might
have been the worst option.
Maybe. But I was just like, I wanted somebody that was bad at stuff, giving somebody else that's bad at stuff advice. So moving on from that one, then I tried to find like Jackie Martling, I think is like $50.
Okay.
But Fred the Elephant Boy, $25.
Fred the Elephant.
And
you are fucking bargain shopping. I love it.
Well, another thing I wanted to do was just get a bunch of nobodies that are on Cameo, like people you never heard of that are just there. Like this one girl, Alexa Sachs, was like this 14-year-old girl charging $1 for a cameo.
Oh, sweet.
And
dude, Eric Zane's on Cameo.
Yeah,
you should have gotten the Zaniac.
I should have. I would have been happy to give Eric money. So I was just like, oh, would it be funny if we just got like a bunch of nobodies to do cameos and just keep dropping them in Stuttering John's feed, you know?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But she let me down. That's the problem with $1 cameos. They're unreliable. You know,
you don't say.
A 14-year-old girl just didn't want to come through. She's
not real professional.
But also, it's like when I did the one with John, I was like, I can't let him know this is for WATP. I have to be vague about what I'm asking him to say.
Right.
Like, he doesn't know who Patrick Michael is.
Or Gary, Indiana.
Shit about Gary, Indiana.
Yeah. Right.
So, like, I pepper all those things in so people know that it's about WATP, but John doesn't. And, but, like, when I did the William Hung one, I was like, he doesn't know who Stuttering John is or what WATP is. I don't need to be vague with him.
Right.
So I should have been more... just flagrant about it,
sure.
Which is what I did with Fred the Elephant.
Oh, good.
So Fred he shouts out WATP.
Oh,
he shits all over John. Let's hear it.
All right. If anybody doesn't know, Fred the Elephant Boy is a whack packer going way back with Howard Stern. So he has met Stuttering John.
Correct.
Many, many times. Yeah. They know each other.
Hi there. This is Fred the Elephant Boy with
Fred.
Cameo for Stuttering John, book by Hot Cara. Who are this big podcast who is way better than the Stuttering John podcast? Almost all of them. John, it's my pleasure to give you this cameo. Hopefully is worthy to your friend, Carla. I know, John, your apartment is full of empty beacons and cockroaches.
Is he just ad-libbing at this point? He just knows John, right?
Right. You can stop this one.
No, I'm going to keep it going.
All right.
Not just the insect, but the thing that connects that connects to...
You want me to stop this? This is great. What are you talking about?
Well, he starts getting nice at the end.
You get your mind's world with the kisses. John, we may disagree on some things, mostly political, and when Bush comes to shove, you believe the stuff you believe in. I believe in stuff that I believe in. But it will never take away any of the good times we had. So, John, take care of yourself. I hope you get a lot more success in the future. Maybe I will have my own podcast and invite you as my special surprise guest. Have a good day, John, and boo to you all.
Oh, boy. Fred the Elephant Boy. Well done, my friend. People are just joining the Discord now. Like, what the fuck is going on?
I think John should have him on his podcast.
He has been recently. Somebody wrote in
really?
in our Discord. Yeah, I guess he's been on the show recently. Wow.
After this cameo,
I mean, it must make John sound smart. He must feel good about himself. Anyway, all right.
So then I had another one where, because my goal was to spend as much as John wanted for a cameo. So again, I tried to get
weird rules. Just make it funny.
It's just a fuck you to John. It's like I'd rather spend money this way than give it to you.
I get it. You know? Yeah.
So I tried to get this other roast comedian named Sarah Keller that said she wrote for
the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal roast. Perfect.
At first I was like, oh, is that who John roasted? But it wasn't.
No.
But anyway.
John's never roasted anybody.
Right. So after the William Hung kind of like misfire where he didn't do what I wanted him to do, and then Fred came through with it, I was just like, I don't have to be subtle. So I was just like, just tell Stuttering John that WATP is better and that he's a piece of shit and he should stop hitting on all the women that come on his show.
Right.
But then she didn't do it. So I was just like, all right, maybe I was too...
right.
Maybe I was too flagrant.
Right.
So then this last one is from an improv comedian named John Lear, who some people may remember the Geico caveman commercials.
Sure.
He was one of the original cavemen in the commercials.
Yep.
Then he was like the lead in an improv sitcom called 10 Items or Less. Mm-hmm. But the reason that I got him to do this cameo for a very affordable $15.
Oh, nice.
He was the host of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
So he knows Stuttering John.
So he knows.
Because John was on that show.
John knows who he is.
Yep.
But this was the one I didn't say this is for Stuttering John or anything like that. I just kind of like fed him all the things I wanted him to say, and I was very happy with what John Lear did for us.
Full transparency on this week's WATP. A lot of build up. I hope this is worth it. Here we go.
John, it's John. Happy Halloween. Listen, nobody loves I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here more than yours truly. I mean, it amongst other things, helped me buy my house. But we're concerned about you. And by we, I mean me and Carla. Now, listen, I don't know if this is true or not, but there are some rumors that your apartment has some cockroaches. And listen, that's nothing to be embarrassed about. Yes, I mean, I've lived in New York. I've lived in Chicago. We don't really have cockroaches in LA, which is weird.
Somebody does.
And cockroaches, they serve a real important thing in our ecology. I mean, they eat all of our dead skin, apparently, and they clean up. So cockroaches actually make our apartments more clean. However, there's a point where
Will they trim his toenails? That's what I want to know. That's what John actually needs from these cockroaches.
However, there's a point where we need to, acknowledge the fact that maybe it's time to let go of this old boss who, believe me, nobody thinks he's more of a dick than me. But anybody who's read Bleak House knows that, trying to wait for a lawsuit to come through is, what could you be doing with your life?
Yeah.
Please let it go. Get out of the apartment. Do whatever Carla tells you to do.
Yes.
I certainly am. Happy Halloween, my friend. And I hope this year is a good one.
That is well done, Andy. Thank you for pulling that off. I think that we should fund this. This should be a regular bit.
I
that
think
we
so
do.
too. I think this is like the new troll thing. Everybody, you got a couple extra bucks after you subscribe to the Patreon for
Of course.
WATP.
Of course, very affordable.
After you get your Press House coffee.
Yes,
use
correct.
promo code WATP.
WATP for Press House Coffee.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you got $1 left, see if you can get this Alexa bitch to come through with a cameo about shitting on Stuttering John.
It doesn't have to be her.
Yeah, it could be anybody.
It could be anybody.
All these TikTok jerk-offs.
Honestly, I know it's too expensive, but High Pitch Eric would be a fun one to get him ragging on Stuttering John, because
Yeah.
I think that he would go after him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He's kind of an idiot. All right.
We'll do it again.
Yes. Great job, Andy. I enjoyed that. And I want to talk about what John's been up to this week, because you sent me a note, I believe.
Oh, my God, yeah.
It's so funny. This video has since been taken down, but John comes on his live YouTube video stream, and he's shot out of a cannon, and he's like, welcome, and blah, 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 and his microphone is not plugged in.
Right.
So there is silence, and he goes on for 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Talking to people, with everyone in his chat going, we can't hear you, we can't hear you. So obviously not clippable, but he comes back, and he's lost all of his energy. He's got his tail between his legs, and this is how he comes back after that.
All right, I don't know what happened. Tell me if you can hear me now. Please tell me you can hear me now. Can people hear me? Please tell me you could hear me. All right, thank you. Something went wrong with my microphone. I don't know. It was working.
All right, I paused it there. Something went wrong. I don't know. It was working.
Then I accidentally unplugged it when I pulled up my green screen.
Oh, well, there you go. I unplugged it. Maybe that's the problem.
And then it stopped.
Yep, that's
But
how that
okay,
worked.
Stopped because it
we're
wasn't
back.
plugged in.
Sorry about that. Won't be the first mistake, and certainly won't be the last one.
No, it's not. It isn't the first mistake. It's not that it won't be the first mistake. It isn't the.
It's the 1,000th
All right.
mistake.
Well, there's my mother. She says she could hear me. Mark P.
His mom's in the chat. Holy shit, John.
I wonder if he called her. He's like, could you please watch my YouTube show?
Could you tell me if you can hear me? All right, this is fun. John is doing his political show. He's got Hell Sparks coming on, some other douchebag. And he says, coming up after this, I'm going to do my Beer on the Balcony, which is for only Patreonies. So if you subscribe to my Patreon, check me out right after this for Beer on the Balcony. And he says this.
I tried to get Tammy Pescatelli.
Is there a sadder sentence in the English language than I tried to get Tammy Pescatelli?
But she was booked on Opie.
Yeah, right. She was talking to Opie about Kamala Harris. Come on. What is with Tammy Pescatelli? What is she
what
doing?
is wrong with her?
She's circling around Opie and John. Anyway, Tammy, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but Jesus Christ.
Come on this show.
Yeah, come on now. I'm not looking for that.
She's enlightening.
But it's funny because John is 2 hours away from doing his Beer on the Balcony show, and he's like, I don't know what comedian I'm going to get on. None. You're not going to get any comedian on it, which he didn't. It was just him. You think you're going to book a comedian in the next 2 hours while you're doing a show? Also, yet again, he streamed it live. That was one of the things that Heather texted me. It's supposed to just be for the Patreon supporters, and it's just live on the internet because he doesn't know how to fucking do it.
Yeah.
Come on, hockey puck, Sean. Teach this guy how to use the internet. Oh, another thing that John has. So if you do sign up for his Patreon. Oh, and you know what? So Zoo asked Hockey Puck a bunch of questions, and Hockey Puck answered them. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be talking about this. I'm sure I am. Why would he send it to me if I'm not supposed to talk about it?
Sure, yeah.
Lots of fun questions. One of them is, how much do you think John makes on Patreon and Super Chats? I don't know what he makes on the Super Chat, but that's open. Anyone can see during the show. He has 35 patrons. He's up to 35. Stuttering John Melendez.
Yeah.
35 patrons on Patreon. Like, why are you doing Patreon-only shows if there's 35 people who could potentially hear it?
Yeah.
It's like Patrick Michael level. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
He's pretending to be a podcaster. He's pretending to be a professional celebrity. You're not. People don't care.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you do sign up for his Patreon, which I encourage everybody not to.
Yeah, no thanks.
You don't want to give this asshole any money. You'll get an amazing gift.
I hope you guys are ordering your face masks. I have
I've made them free to all of you who are my Patreon and to all of my YouTube subscribers. So you know the code. I sent it to you. If anybody doesn't know the code, please let me know, and I'll make sure you get it. But these Stuttering John podcast face masks are available.
Well, my Christmas shopping is done now.
Rantcast shirts.
Rantcast t-shirts, Stuttering John podcast face masks.
It's a signed face mask.
Could you fucking imagine anyone wearing a Stuttering John podcast face mask?
No. Oh, I forgot to mention that I put all those cameos in the subreddit.
Yes.
And then almost like immediately after that, somebody probably was just like, oh, John, there's like put all these cameos in there about you. And then suddenly there's a link to Stuttering John's cameo. He's just like, oh, thanks for the tribute cameos.
Oh, really?
And if you go look at this, and it's a link to John's cameo page.
Okay, interesting. I wonder.
He was trying to capitalize on it.
Well, I know he was doing that. It was probably Hockey Puck.
Okay, yeah.
One of his mods probably did it. By the way, Nikki B signed up for my Patreon because we put out that Heather W interview.
Yeah.
So all of his mods are
find out what we're up to over here.
They're all checking out. And another thing that
thanks for the money, assholes.
Another thing that Hockey Puck Sean said to Sagacious Zoo was that John doesn't listen to our show, but he does.
Yeah.
And he says that when John comments on our show, it's just because of what people tell him.
Sure.
And John believes everything people tell him.
Okay.
So people tell him all sorts of crazy shit. And
he's like just Ron Burgundy.
Yes. He just believes everything he reads, and it's just fact to him. So that's why people troll him all the fucking time, obviously, because he believes everything.
So we got to figure out how to use that against him.
But Sean said that he would potentially someday come on WATP.
John would.
No, Sean. Hockey Puck.
Sean. Okay.
Hockey Puck Sean might come on. So that'd be fun.
Yeah.
I would do that.
Okay.
So then he has Hell Sparks on his show.
Again?
Hell
Sparks won't learn.
I know. Hell Sparks comes on the show, and initially when they tried to connect, John's microphone wasn't working.
Yeah.
So Hell wants to come on and goof on John. Like, you can't get your shit together. But this is an epic fail because Hell's shit doesn't work.
And here is my buddy, my new BFF, Hal Sparks.
Jesus Christ.
We got it working. You got it up and running. I was very impressed. You're just pulling wires. What happened?
First of all, you're not completely centered, and there's a little static on your end.
All right. Look, you're gonna nitpick when you didn't even have any sound, for God's sake, man.
Well, Hal, here's what happened. The mic unplugged, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I plugged it back in, and the computer's not reading it. So I'm doing it from the computer audio. Does it sound okay?
Wow. This is like a fail cast, is what John is doing. So after he gets done talking about his political nonsense for 2 hours, he starts reading the chat that's coming in. And I thought this was interesting. This guy calls out John. There's a guy on Twitter who actually tweets at me a lot. It's like John's Bony Arms is his name. And I don't know if it's the same guy who calls him out here, but this is funny.
Might have been dirty is trying so hard to get my attention this whole show, and he's not going to. In fact, I'm just going to block him. It's like John's Bony Arms. They don't look too bony to me, idiot. It's such a schmuck.
He actually flexed on the show. He had to prove how big and strong he is, which it's not impressive. I mean, this guy's not doing curls. So John addresses the fact that Heather has come out with all of these accusations. I have the DMs. I have the text threads. I know this all is real and exists. And John wants to answer that.
I appreciate you all. And anybody who knows me, like Sean Hockey Canada 25, like Nikki B, we've had conversations. They understand that I'm a good, upstanding guy. And all I'm going to say is, don't believe the crazy minutia and the crazy lunatics out there who are making up lies and stories that are untrue about me. And I'm just going to say, just ignore it, just like I do, because they're nothing but lies and have no weight. And, and that's it.
Just ignore it like I do. First of all, obviously he's lying because we have the DMs. We see that he's telling people to go troll his enemies on the internet.
Yeah. And
I'm a good guy. Ask the moderators who I've talked to a couple times. They'll tell you I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
Ask all the people who don't do your show anymore, who used to do your show, if you're a good guy. That would be more interesting, I think. Anyway, he goes, ignore it like I do. I was being told, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I was being told by Heather W. that John wanted to listen to this interview that I posted on our Patreon and was going to decide whether to sue me or not based on this interview. Also, he's going to sue Heather. He's going to sue everybody.
Right. Yeah. Send Sal D to Texas to beat her up.
Right.
What the fuck?
It's like, what do you mean ignore it? It's the opposite of ignoring it. It's the only thing, you're all consumed with it, which is why you're again bringing it up on your show.
Yeah, like Robert Myers will attest to it. I'm a genuine guy, and
genuine
these people
asshole.
who are trying to lie and and paint a different picture are just trolls and lunatics, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, right. Yes, these people who are trying to expose the truth are lunatics. Obviously, John sucks. He has no sense of humor. He does this thing that's so annoying to me where he answers jokes.
But anyway, Billy, please donate to John's stream. He clearly can't even afford a razor. I do have a razor. I actually have a very good one, a Gillette Ultra.
What? He hasn't shaved in a couple days. The guy obviously can't afford a razor. That's not true. I got a pretty decent razor. I'll go grab it. Give me a minute. John, it's a fucking joke. He has no sense of humor left.
I got the best razor.
I got the best razor. But don't worry, though. It doesn't bother him.
But, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. I actually think it's hysterical.
Bullshit. I'm not buying that for a second. He then goes out, because I was explaining how you can just tell John that anyone said anything about him and he fucking flies off the handle. He just said nothing bothers him. It doesn't bother him. He thinks it's funny. Somebody says that Opie was talking shit. And of course, John does what John does.
It's weird. Like, somebody on Twitter was trying to get me, into a war with Opie. Like, Opie trashed you. And I sent it to Opie, and Opie's like, John, I said, unfortunately had to do John's podcast, but I didn't mean because I didn't want to. It just means because I don't like doing anybody's podcast. And
all right, so this is funny. Opie said, unfortunately, I had to do John's podcast. So he didn't deny that. Yeah. He did say that, which is fucking funny, if you ask me. And John explains, he's like, yeah, these people try to get wars going. They sent me this thing, and I sent it to Opie. So John's response was not to ignore it, not to not care about it, whether it was true or not, but to send it to, that John was like, Opie, what the fuck's up with this? What's going on? Well, we're not cool anymore? I thought we were cool. We're doing a podcast.
I don't like doing anybody's podcast, and I don't really like talking about Anthony. He goes, but I loved having you on, and I want to have you on again. And
yeah, that's called being nice.
Yeah.
Again, John does not understand when people are just trying to be nice to him because it's the polite thing to do in a polite society.
Yeah, and if all you did was talk about something he didn't want to talk to you about, why do you think he would have you back?
Oh, dude, that show was a train wreck from the start. Opie comes on, he's just like, well, why does Anthony not like me? Opie's like, I haven't talked to this guy in 7 years. Yeah. I don't know. What do you mean? You're unlikable, John. That would be the answer. If Opie was a funny guy, a quick guy, it would have been like, because you're unlikable. That's why no one likes you.
On again. And, it's just these people. They try and create, fake feuds. They try and instigate things because they have no lives.
Ugh. I'm just remembering the video of this when I clipped it. When he says no lives, he gets a stupid snaggletooth right up into the camera, and you can see his fucking gross teeth, his big gross mouth. Ugh, this guy's so gross. All right, one last clip that I want to play.
I consider this show a participatory podcast because you're all involved.
Participatory? Say that one times. Participatory is the word that you were looking for, John. You stuttering ignoramus. Oh, God. Will this ever stop being fun?
No.
I hope not.
I hope it doesn't.
All right. Well, if anybody wants to get some cameos so we can continue to get people talking about John, that would be awesome. I was also on this guy's show, this guy named Husey out of Ireland. I did an interview with him. That's out there. And it's called It's Husey Hello. He had Stuttering John on his show recently. And he asked Stuttering John about the whole Chrissy Mayer incident. I know, we're still talking about the Chrissy Mayer incident. Can you believe it? Anyway, I thought this was interesting because John makes a, what he says here, I thought there's no way it could possibly be true. This allegation seems off base. And so I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to tell you I followed up with Chrissy to find out what's going on.
What happened there? Because it seemed like you two were joking about, and then there was just this switch of an argument. So
she edited no. She edited out all of her stupid shit what she was saying about COVID-19. All that, I think she edited it out. She was arguing with me for like 10 minutes that you don't hear. All you hear is the one thing.
So I asked Chrissy, because I watched that, and there was a lot of back and forth about COVID and politics and stuff. I asked Chrissy, did you edit any of this? She goes, I didn't even know how to edit. And I believe her. But she didn't edit anything. If you watch the video, there's no cuts or anything. It's all just straight through. And now John's pretending that Chrissy edited the video to make him look dumber. It's like, no, John, you just look dumb on your own. We don't need editing for that.
This guy, Stuttering John, like I hadn't really thought about him much until I started listening to WATP.
Nobody
and then
was.
I'm just like, what is this dude's problem? Like, he was kind of likable when he was on the Stern show. He wasn't like, he had some funny bits.
I agree.
Now I'm just like, this guy might be the biggest asshole out there.
Yeah, he's changed. He has definitely changed. He's become bitter, and he feels like something has been taken from him. But when he was on Stern, I enjoyed him too. I thought he was a funny character on there.
Still is.
I didn't think
he lost his lawsuit. So.
Yeah, that's true. He's still on Sirius. I want to talk about a friend of ours who's been saying some ridiculous shit lately. Stuttering John Melendez.
The one and only.
What has he been up to? Well, we got Thanksgiving coming up. And so he's got to get prepared for Thanksgiving.
Then I got to order a cleaning lady because my kids are coming over for Thanksgiving. And then I just realized my daughter is a vegetarian, so she's not going to eat turkey. And my youngest son, he doesn't love turkey. I don't know what I'm going to do for Thanksgiving. But I got to order it soon. My oven's broke. I could use my neighbor's, but I don't know.
All right. He already had professional cleaning people to his apartment recently.
And he's unemployed.
Of course he's unemployed.
He's unemployed. He doesn't have time to clean his apartment. Sorry.
Oh, he has plenty of time to clean his apartment. He doesn't want to.
Okay.
So he's going to have his kids over, so he has to hire a professional cleaning person to clean the thing. Fuck. He doesn't have an oven that works.
Oh, my God.
He's thinking he could borrow his neighbor's oven.
On a holiday.
On Thanksgiving. He's probably not even using it.
Oh.
And this fucking asshole has the nerve to call out other people.
I stopped the Twitter feed because they're just a bunch of losers. Losers. Look, I love this one. I'm a Pisces forever. You're a failure at life. Okay, who's the bigger failure? The failure or the failure that follows him?
No, he's trolling you, John. He's not following you. You are a failure.
Yeah.
In fact, it's worse than that. You have an oven that doesn't work. You live in an apartment complex that's a piece of shit across from a Home Depot. Your kids are coming over. You don't know what to make for them. You're going to cook turkey, but your daughter's a vegetarian, so you're not sure if she's going to enjoy that. You are the definition of a fucking loser, and you had a job paying you $500,000 a year for 10 years. You had every advantage in life to make this work. He goes on to talk about maybe he'll make some rice.
I was going to make my grandma's Puerto Rican rice. I might do that. It's delicious. It's delicious, but see, it has ham in it, and I don't know if my daughter's gonna eat it. So I don't know.
You don't know if a vegetarian will eat ham.
He's not sure if ham is on the list of things vegetarians won't eat. It is, John. Your daughter is not going to enjoy that.
Oh.
By the way, that clip I played before that, he's like the loser who follows him. They starts getting into like Star Wars jargon from that because he's such a big Star Wars fan.
All right, a little Star Wars. Obi-Wan Kenobi jargon there, but as you can recall, who's a bigger, let's see, what did he say? Who's a bigger loser? The loser or the one that follows him? I can't remember.
You think Obi-Wan Kenobi said who's a bigger loser? Do you really think that that's the word that he used? I mean, you guys are not Star Wars fans, but you know that Obi-Wan Kenobi would not use a word like loser in Star Wars, right? It's this.
Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him?
Wow.
The bigger lunacy. It's just like Obi-Wan said. That Carl guy can eat a dick.
Yeah. It's like FDR used to say, don't fear anything, you pussy.
Jesus Christ. He's so stupid. So remember, his daughter's a vegetarian, and he's going through all the things he could possibly cook without an oven. And this is the first thing he thinks of.
Yeah, Union Goon, stuffing and mashed potatoes. I might just make a beer can chicken and do just that.
He's going to make beer can chicken for his vegetarian daughter.
Oh, my God, this fucking guy.
And he continues to talk about it because he had Anthony Scaramucci on, and the mooch was like, I'm done talking to this idiot. So then John had to fill 25 minutes of time just talking to the fucking idiots who are messaging him.
Oh, boy.
Which is always fun.
Yeah, that always goes well.
So then he's later on explaining again what he's going to make for Thanksgiving.
I know. I got to see what my kids want because I can just go to the supermarket and get the pre-made sides and then just do a beer can chicken.
Maybe don't host Thanksgiving. Your apartment is disgusting. Your oven doesn't work, and you're going to cook chicken for your vegetarian daughter. Just don't host.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not your year to do that.
Go pick up some Impossible Whoppers and call it a day. You know what I mean?
Seriously.
Oh, God.
A couple more things I want to play from Stuttering John. Did you bring any John stuff today?
No, I tapped out. I'm like, I can't take him.
Well, I will say the star of the show today is going to be Patrick Michael. Because Patrick Michael is on fire.
This is the golden age.
This is the golden age of Patrick Michael. So we're going to talk about that for sure. But I do have to just wrap up what Stut Joe is talking about.
And watch it live because there's a few on Patreon that are trolls, and then they'll post it up on Reddit. So I'll leave it up for a little while, and then I'll make it private. So but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna give it away for free when the people who are subscribing to me on Patreon and on YouTube, that this is something that only they should get.
So this Beer on the Balcony shows, what he does is he live streams them just like he live streams everything else.
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
Isn't that the site that's publicly accessible? You can go to it and watch stuff?
From most libraries in the U.S., yes.
Oh, okay.
So it's interesting that he thinks that Patreon-only content is content that you put out for free, but then eventually make it so that it's not available anymore.
Yeah.
Patreon's usually the opposite of that. You get the early glimpse of something. Oh, you get the episode before everybody else does. This guy goes, everybody gets the episode, but if you want to watch it again,
that's fucking amazing.
You have to subscribe to Patreon. And I love the awareness of what's going on Reddit. I'm sure Hockey Puck's telling them, or Nikki B.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a note from Heather W. I get a lot of notes from Heather W, but
I bet, yeah.
We're pen pals. I got a note from Heather W.
Could you ask her about? No, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I could really use a blowjob and $2,000. Could you put in a good word for me?
Will you get a COVID test and wear a condom? I know that those are her rules.
I mean,
I happen to know that
for $3,000. Yeah. Sorry,
okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
So she messaged me that Nikki B, one of his moderators, has cancer and is going through chemo. And he had a show where Nikki was talking about that in the chat room, and he was going, oh, best of luck to you, Nikki.
Yeah.
The next day he has a show, and he goes, where's Nikki? Where's Nikki B today? That's how oblivious he is to what's going on. Like, even the people who like him and he's friends with, he just doesn't give a shit about.
Oh, God.
Hey, Hockey Puck, John's not a nice guy. What are you doing?
Oh, man.
What are you doing with this guy? Because Hockey Puck seems like an okay kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why he's hanging out with John. It's not good. One person that's not hanging out with John, and I got to give her credit, a woman named Tammy Pascatelli, a name that's been said way too many times on this program.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
WATP All-Star.
But as you know, when he does Beer on the Balcony, he always wants to get a comedian to be the guest, which is insane. It's insane logic. I do a show for just my Patreon supporters. There's a dozen of them.
Yeah.
And I need to book a guest for it.
Yep.
That's the show you should do solo.
Yeah.
Or with Chad Zubak.
An exclusive Beer on the Balcony. I will have a comedian on it. And Tammy Pescatelli, you've been dodging me too long. So hopefully I'll have Tammy on.
Sounds like Tammy's winding up. She's dodging him. Yes, smart.
I'm going to reach out to Kevin Brennan, Adam Hunter. I will have a comic on Wednesday for Beer on the Balcony. Maybe Chad Zubak.
Oh, maybe Chad Zubak. So we asked Chad if he's been in touch with Stuttering John.
Yeah.
He hasn't talked to him in months.
Oh, okay.
So John's just throwing this out there. He's trying to book a show live on his show.
Yeah.
Hey, if anybody else knows someone who's famous, maybe you can reach out to him for me.
Oh, talk about saying the quiet part loud. He's like, but there's something wrong with my phone. She keeps, my texts keep going to red and she won't respond. There's something's wrong here. Like, no, you're being avoided. Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
The Drew and Mike show out of Detroit. They have an excellent show. I go on there every other week and do a regular segment on there. They recently had Jason Ellis on their show. So Drew reached out to me. He's like, do you have any questions for Jason Ellis? And I was like, yeah. I want to know more about that Stuttering John interview that he did. So they asked him about Stuttering John, and this is Jason Ellis's take on Stut Joe.
Stuttering John is a moron.
Yep.
But you were nice I'm not angry at him, but I don't want to be near him. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it was laughable watching him fix his screen for about 20 minutes while you sat there patiently.
Yeah, I don't even remember that part.
Yeah, Jason Ellis thinks Stuttering John is a moron, and so do I. Stuttering John did a Beer on the Balcony show, which is just for his subscribers on Patreon and YouTube, and not for anybody else, except for he does it live for everybody else. And I have clips from this show that are outrageous. John is obsessed with who are these spies. He thinks I'm obsessed with him. Oh, this guy talks about me on every single episode. It's because you're obsessed with me, dude. That's why this is happening. I want to start off with him talking about how many people are watching his show.
All right. You got 10 people in here. There should be more. But I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna complain.
He's 10 people watching him live. There should be more. This is supposed to be just for subscribers. That was the beginning of the show. At the end of the show, he's taking questions from people. And this is a brilliant question. So unless you thought that, that was just the beginning, so more and more people showed up over time, not quite.
Zach Hart, why are there only 18 people watching, John? Zach, because these are only shows for the subscribers.
Yes, that's precisely correct. The reason why there's 18 people watching is because it's only for subscribers. That's so pathetic, John. Do you not realize how bad that sounds? You can't get more than 18 subscribers watching your show?
And also saying that, when he said there's 10, there should be more. That's shocking to me because there should be less than 10 people watching this.
Yeah, there's 10 people and 3 of them are moderators. And 6 of them are trolls. There's like one, I think his sister's the only person in there watching it because they're interested in what he has to say.
Oh, she just turns to it and then leaves the room and does laundry or something like that.
Yeah, she's probably got some bot on there that asks random questions every 5 minutes, so it looks like she's engaged. So this is, somebody gives him some advice because he's kind of down on the fact that there's only 10 people watching. And they say, well, John, you're doing this at noon or 3 or whenever the fuck he does it. I don't know. And maybe if you did it later in the evening after people get home from work, they'd be able to watch it. Can you guess, Doug, why he cannot possibly do that?
Because he's fucking smashed by that time.
Yeah, let's find out.
Oh, some of us still work a real job and are not available during these early shows. Any chance of doing shows later in the evening, I bet you would get better live views. Good point. That's a good point. I should definitely take that into consideration. Although at that time I'll be inebriated.
So stay sober one fucking day because you're doing a show, you moron. He's like, well, I can't possibly accommodate everybody else's schedule. I'm intoxicated.
I do like the nice dig of that person. Right? Like, some of us actually have real jobs.
I love that you knew exactly what he was going to say. And I also love that John can't figure out that there's possibly another solution to that. Like, well, how could I possibly do a show at 7 o'clock at night? I'm back home from the bar and I'm blackout drunk. What do you expect me to do? I can't even work the equipment at that point.
At that point.
So he gets on Kevin Brennan. Do you know who Kevin Brennan is?
No, I don't. I didn't even know who Jason Ellis is. Jason Ellis does sports talk radio near me. And for the longest time, I was like, why is anybody talking about this guy on WATP?
Jason Ellis was on Sirius XM for 15 years. He had his own channel on there.
Listen, I don't pay attention to things.
Well, what's interesting about Jason Ellis right now is he was just fired from Sirius XM. And it came as a surprise to, I think, everybody. I know that he didn't see it coming at all. So that was kind of interesting. I've heard him on Howard Stern a few times. He's not my cup of tea, but he's an interesting character.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you. It was
That's
just
okay.
the Jason Ellis thing, and I'm like,
I should have explained who Jason Ellis was.
Sports talk radio guy from Philly. I don't get the appeal.
Yeah, it's that's not who it is. This guy is from Australia, and he's a professional skateboarder. Anyway, yeah. So he's talking to Kevin Brennan. Now, Kevin Brennan hosts the show called Misery Loves Company, and Chad Zumock is also on that show. So Kevin and Chad are buddies, and they start talking about Zumock, who, this is a longer clip, but tell me to pause it at any time, and I might stop it a few times. I actually sent this over to Chad yesterday when I heard this. There's a lot of Chad Zumock talk on here.
And I'm not going to mention names yet. After what happened with freaking Chad Zumock, I don't want any problems. You know, people threatening my guests, which is really illegal. It is blackmail. It's extortion.
John is claiming that Chad Zumock was booked to be on his show and then said, people are threatening me so I can no longer go on the show. I'll carry on with this.
How is that extortion, though? That's what I'm confused about.
How is it blackmail?
I don't know.
We'll get into the
details. He doesn't know what those words mean.
No, he has no idea. This is a guy who's trying to sue SiriusXM. He doesn't know what blackmail or extortion are.
And, you know, and I don't blame Chad. I'm not mad at Chad. Don't get me wrong. But, you know,
It's funny he says that because I got a text from Chad earlier this week that said, well, now John's mad at me.
You know, they threaten a family member, you know, something like that. Okay, I get it. You know, he says it doesn't need it in his life. I don't either, Chadsy. You know? And I'm just going to say that you do another person's show who bases his whole show on trashing me.
No, he's not mad, but he sounds a little pissed because Chad did WATP recently, but he's not doing John's show.
I don't know. And all his fans threaten my family, but that's okay.
Wait a second. WATP fans threaten John's family?
Should I not have done that?
See, now he's going to pull that out. Like, this is proof. This is what these guys are doing because he's fucking humorless.
Seems tad hypocritical, but I'm not trashing because everybody has their priorities. I'm just saying, where does it end? You know, don't let the trolls win. Just like don't negotiate with a terrorist. You know, if they're going to try and bully you and scare you, then you do it anyway.
So John is saying Chad should come on my show despite these threats that he's getting to show them who's boss. And John, I hate to break this to you, Chad doesn't want to talk to 10 people on YouTube. Kevin Brennan didn't want to. This is not a good gig to pick up. Let's talk to a drunk Stuttering John in front of 10 people and potentially can be made fun of on WATP. Who would want to do that?
Because
I don't know. I might look into this.
It's insane that this guy accepts the idea that Chad just turned it down because he was threatened by listeners of WATP and has nothing to do with the fact that I am terrible at hosting a show.
Because you can't let yourself be bullied by trolls. But listen, I'm not bad-mouthing them because, hey, everyone has their own choices. You know, it's not the, you know, I just think, I mean, somebody saying that he said that he was never booked, that's a lie because he was. He was booked through me on DM and through Sean, Hockey Canada 25.
Well, that's a really sophisticated system they have there to book guests. All right, here's the second time they bring up Chad, and now he's brought on Kevin Brennan onto the show. And listen to how bored Kevin is with this conversation about Chad.
Kevin, I have to say, I really appreciate you doing the show. I don't know, I know you have Chad Zumock on your show.
Yeah.
Okay, now Chad has been very good to me. Like he goes on other shows and they try and get him to trash me.
Yeah.
Like their goal is to
do you hear how bored Kevin is? Yeah. Yeah.
Anthony Cumia.
I mean, he brings out a guest and immediately makes it about him. Stuttering John It's not about you all the time. If you're going to bring on Kevin Brennan, he wants to be funny. He wants to be compelling and entertaining. You're like, yeah, you know who Chad Zumock is, right? Listen to what's going on with me and Chad Zumock.
There's a little bit of me that wants to come on WATP again and the whole time just sit there and go, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my job.
Right. Okay.
Like their goal is to, like Anthony Cumia.
Right.
Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Cumia. And like, you would have better insight. But like Cumia will have Chad on and try and bait Chad into trashing me. And Chad's like, I don't have a problem with John. And then Cumia will like yell at Chad. And I'm like, what is Cumia's problem? I mean, I never had a real issue with him. I mean, besides that, I'm a liberal and he's a white supremacist. Like, I don't know what it is. I mean,
he gets mad at Chad, genuinely mad, or he's just playing.
Oh
mad?
yeah, he was giving Chad shit because Chad wouldn't trash me.
God bless Kevin Brennan, because this guy's breaking it down. He goes, well, hold on a second. Do you think that they're really mad at each other? He's had Chad Zumock on the show multiple times since this. He's not mad at Chad Zumock. He's busting his balls. It's called ball busting, John. It's something you do not understand at all. You're the worst at this. Kevin
This
Brennan's like,
world that John has constructed in his mind is terrifying.
I
Like
know!
this planet he lives on, it sounds like the most terrifying place.
no wonder he drinks himself to sleep every night.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that everyone is out to get him, and he doesn't understand that all of these people he's talking about are entertainers trying to be entertaining. Poor Kevin's sitting there going, well, do you think maybe he was just trying to like bust balls and it's just part of his show that he does? Like, does Stuttering John think that Anthony Cumia is calling up Chad Zumock after the show or on a Saturday morning and going, don't you think Stuttering John sucks? Just say it. Say Stuttering John sucks. Like, Anthony doesn't fucking care. Nobody actually cares about you, John. Nobody.
And then
what is that? The last time he was on?
I think so. And then Chad didn't trash me on that fucking idiot show, Carla. You know, that podcast guy. You know, who trashed
pods.
Yeah, Kevin, like that guy devotes 10 to a half hour just on me every show.
Yeah, it's fucking gold. It's the best part of the show right now. I love it. By the way, I want to point out that Chad has told me he regrets sticking up for Stuttering John. This is one of his big regrets in life, was doing that. And John is like praising him for it. It's like, that wasn't a smart move on his part. And he said that he was trolling, which means he doesn't actually think Stuttering John is a great guy.
I just think it's hilarious that he got so much shit just for sticking up for
Just
someone.
for sticking up for people. Like, what? Why would you do that?
Really?
I mean, talk about an obsession, you know? And
I got to back it up. Listen to Kevin's response when John talks about how we talk about him every show.
To a half hour just on me every show.
Really?
I mean,
he couldn't be more bored with this conversation. Like, Kevin Brennan doesn't care about who are these podcasts. He doesn't care about Stuttering John. Like, what are we talking about?
Half of it is that he's bored, but half of the really is also like, why would anyone do this? Like, why would anyone talk about you for any period of time?
John, if you pretended you didn't care, we would have moved on by now. You're so dumb.
Talk about an obsession, you know? And you know, and then they'll go, and then Chad will go on that fat pig gums, you know, that Chrissy Mad dumbass.
Mayor, right?
Yeah, and then they're all trying to get Chad to trash me, but Chad's being loyal to me and he's not trashing me.
Yeah.
And then he's getting threats.
I tried to get him on today. I wanted you guys to trash Chrissy, and because I know you guys have a common enemy with them, so I thought it'd be funny, and I could just lay back because I got my stomach's a little something today, and I was gonna cancel on you, but I learned from Esty at the Comedy Cellar. It's just better to just do it because it's not worth the aggravation, you know.
Kevin just said, I don't even want to be here.
Yeah.
To Stuttering John. And Stuttering John kept him on for another hour after that. He just said...
That's insane.
Dude, Doug, if you came on here and you're like, I'm actually not feeling really good. I kind of wanted to cancel. I'd be like, dude, that's fine. Go. I got Tony from Hack the Movies.
Oh, wait, hold on. I can just say that?
Yes!
Okay.
Could you imagine? I'm like, fuck you. We're doing this show.
I've been muting my mic, puking into a bucket when I could have just left.
Yes. Anytime you want. I am not holding people against their will.
I like how he's basically like, I wanted to get Chad on so I could just get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to be here at all.
He has made it very clear at this point he does not want to be on this show. And Stuttering John just plows through that, pretends it didn't happen, and continues to talk about himself and Chad. This is more of the Chad drama.
So Chad was booked on this show, right?
Yeah.
Through doing, DM, and, I'm like, can you do the show? Yeah. And then he tells my producer, Sean, I'll do the show. Then
sounds like they were badgering him, doesn't it? He's like, yeah, we're messaging him and messaging him and messaging him. And then he says, yeah, I'll do the show.
He cancels because he goes, some guy threatened to give out my aunt's address.
All right, does this sound real? He canceled
Not at
because
all.
some guy was going to dox his aunt.
And
I know earlier we joked about BetterHelp, but I guarantee you this is what those counselors hear constantly. Like, this is what they hear.
This guy was going to dox my aunt. All right, calm down.
That's
Let's
who he
talk
should be
about this.
talking to. He needs to talk to some sort of professional psychiatrist or something. He really does need help. And it's hilarious, but it's kind of super scary sometimes.
John probably works the phones at BetterHelp. It's probably what he does for his day job. Oh, yeah, what's
Oh, yeah, you think you have it bad? Oh, listen to this.
Listen to this. I'm trying to get Zubak on my show. It's his mother's sister.
And he shows me the thread, and it goes, if you do Stuttering John show, I'm going to give out your aunt's address. And then Chad said, I don't need this shit. I can't do your show. I don't need my aunt's shit out there. Okay. I respect that. But Kevin, that first of all, it's blackmail. But at some point,
that's not the definition.
When does that end? If he says he's doing your show now and that guy threatens the same thing, is he going to abide by that too?
All right. I've been in contact with Chad Zumock about this. I've been sending him these clips because I want him to hear what's going on over here. And I don't want to speak out of school, but first off, John, think about this. Why would anyone want Chad Zumock's aunt's home address? What would you do with that information? Why would that be important to? What would you do? So
I don't know. Is his aunt hot? I mean, there's.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Dude's in his mid-40s. How old's his aunt? So this is the thing. I don't know if that's the real excuse that Chad used or not, but he definitely did blow John off. He's like, he doesn't need the aggravation. Kevin Brennan doesn't need the aggravation. Nobody needs the aggravation of dealing with Stuttering John.
No.
It's not worth it in any single way. I just think that's the funniest thing ever. He's like, look at this blackmail. Someone's going to give out his aunt's address because of my show.
Is this still Beer on the Balcony? Is this still a show for 18 people?
Yes. Yeah, this is the show that nobody's watching except for now everyone's hearing about it.
He needs to save this stuff for his regular show.
I know, this is the
that's
good
all I
stuff.
want to hear.
Dude,
I tried to listen to his show for this show, and I was like, this is over 2 hours of him talking to someone I don't care about something I don't care about. It was terrible. I tried to listen to the whole thing.
His regular show is unlistenable. Yeah. But when he's talking shit about me, I was up till after 2 last night because I was so excited about this whole thing. And I'm sorry, I have too many clips. We got to plow through because the next thing he does is start talking shit about Chrissy Mayer.
By the way, did you see the fucking pictures of Chrissy Mayer when she was trying to make money and selling her seductive pictures?
On what, OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Kevin sounds sedated. It's so funny.
I didn't see it.
Oh, they're all on Reddit now?
Oh, they are.
Oh, my God. Kevin, she's in a bikini and she's fat as shit. And
it's on OnlyFans? She's trying to get people to pay for them?
Yeah. And now everyone's saying, you whore. Most people, if they don't have money, become a waitress or do something.
Right.
But instead, you try and sell these fucking pictures of you in a bikini, which you should not be wearing, by the way.
Right.
John calling out somebody's appearance is obviously laughable. Wow. But so I sent this to Chrissy in a comment. Chrissy has never had an OnlyFans account. She doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. None of this makes any sense. But
what is he talking about? That what? and the fact that he's making fun of people for doing something to make money if they don't have any money, while he's putting on this stupid Beer on the Balcony. He has no money and he has no way of making money.
Well, he says, why wouldn't you just get a job at a restaurant if you need money so bad? Yeah, John, why don't you get a job at that bar that you go to all the time? Maybe you can get a fucking discount on your pints. Pints of Coors
You think
Light.
they're going to hire that drunk loser?
No. He should probably apply at a different bar that they don't know him so well. So John is officially in our Discord, because now he's talking about our Discord. I think maybe he was just banned by Zoo recently. I think I might know who John was in our Discord. He was causing some issues, but I just found this fascinating.
But, and then her boyfriend, Frank Pellegrino?
Yeah.
He starts, like, defending her on Reddit. He's like, well, she needed the money, but she's not going to do it anymore.
Wait, he's defending her as himself?
Yeah.
Oh.
As a boyfriend.
Embarrassing.
It's a shit show, dude. I mean.
It's active now?
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's in the Who Are These Podcasts fucking, in their forum, like in their Discord, but it's all her pictures.
Oh.
I think he thought I wasn't going to hear this. He's never admitted that he's gone on like our subreddit, our Discord.
Never said those 4 words in a row. Right?
I know. And now he's going, Who Are These Podcasts Discord? Ooh. He's in there all the time.
Oh my God.
It's so funny.
And this, what's his name? Kevin, the guest?
Kevin Brennan, yeah.
Oh my God. Kevin, every single thing he says is basically a question. He has no idea what's happening, what's going on right now.
Why doesn't John have me on his show? I'm the guy he wants to talk to.
Yes.
He has Kevin Brennan. He's like, you know this guy Carl? And Kevin's like, I've heard of him. I don't know. What are we
She's doing
about?
What? Who's defending her? This is up now?
Why are we talking about this? Dude, this is hysterical. This is the funniest show John has ever done. It's really just it's a masterpiece in stupidity.
Oh,
like, it's like, dude, you'll vomit. I'm telling you, she's a pig.
Really?
Yeah. But
well, wait. So she
anyway,
was trying to be sexy, and she didn't look hot at all.
No, she looked like overweight. The gums huge. I mean, but her ass is huge. Like,
so her boyfriend was kind of admitting they weren't great pictures.
She's got a gunt. No, like, he wasn't admitting that. He was just saying, look, that she did that in the past. She's not going to do any more of those.
That's not what Frank said. But anyway, John, you hit on Chrissy Mayer when you were on her show. You wanted to go out and get drinks with her. And now you think she's disgusting and vomit-inducing? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. Is this unbelievable? And I sent this to Chrissy, and she wrote back. She's like, I feel like I'm in high school and I just broke up with a guy, and now he's fighting with my new boyfriend. Like, what's going on right now? This is insane.
He's got a problem with everyone, and it's wildly entertaining. Like, I love listening to this.
I know.
And I'm hoping that after the election is resolved and whatever, come end of January, he can stop his political show and just do this for everyone.
Yes. If there's a reason for Joe Biden to be sworn in on January 20th, it's
Right.
to ruin what Stuttering John is currently doing so that he can get back to trying to be funny, because that's the best stuff. So he talks more about the listeners of WATP.
Yeah, because I was afraid to plug that you were coming on, because I didn't want somebody to, like, then reach out to you and threaten you. And it's all coming from Who Are These Podcast guys.
Yeah.
But when you threaten a guest like that,
So he's convinced that the listeners of this show are threatening his guests, which makes zero sense. We need him to talk to people in order to make fun of him. Why would anyone who listens to the show not want him to have guests on his show? But he goes as far as to exclaim that our fans are evil and that he's the victim.
That Who Are These Podcasts, their fans, they fucking call me, threaten me, like they find my number, they fucking threaten my kids, but they're not going to stop me from doing anything. I mean,
are they serious threats? What are they threatening?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. First off, I have never once promoted that anybody reach out to John. When his resume was posted on the internet, I said doxing people is not cool. So maybe there's people fucking with them, but I doubt it. And it doesn't make any sense that they would. And thank God for Kevin going, well, what do you mean they're threatening you? Like, what exactly does that entail?
Right.
So I like that Kevin's on here to have some rational conversation with this irrational boob.
And it's crazy, too, that his mind goes there. Like, first and foremost, like, someone's not going to be on his show. His mind goes to, well, that person must be being threatened by another podcast. Like, if I invite someone on my show to guest and they're like, you know what, I'm a little bit busy right now. My first thought is they listen to my show and they think it's horrible. Like, it's so weird that he doesn't think that.
So this is him trying to rationalize that this is obviously a real threat.
Are they serious threats? What are they threatening?
Oh God, are you kidding me? They threaten me.
Do they know? Do they know where you live, or they put doxing you?
Oh yeah, they put my address on Twitter.
And what do they want?
They just want to fuck with me.
Oh, okay. So after all of that, John's all upset. And he's like, what do you think's going to happen? Kevin's like, what do you think's going to happen? He's like, I don't know. They're fucking with me. Oh, okay. Interesting. So then he goes on to bash Gino Bisconti. Now, Gino and Kevin are friends. And John has to bring that up.
Hey, just real briefly, because that's all I could deal with this conversation when it comes to this idiot. But it's like, what's this obsession with that, Biscotti or
Gino?
That guy like he'll do it. My open message to Stuttering John. This guy's obsessed with me. I don't even know who the fuck he is.
That's why he hates you, John. You guys have met multiple times. You performed on the same shows together. You've brought him up. He's brought you up. And you're like, I don't even know who this guy is. That's his problem with you. Fucking moron. Who's this Biscott guy? You don't know who Gino Bisconti is. What a fucking moron. Also, he's talking to Kevin Brennan. Now, a lot of people know that Kevin Brennan's younger brother is Neil Brennan. And Neil Brennan is very well known for being the co-creator or co-writer of The Chappelle Show. You ever heard of The Chappelle Show?
I have.
Kind of popular show. So Kevin and Neil do not get along. This is well known by everybody. John asked Kevin a question. I'm just going to let this play just to show you how bad John is at interviewing people, how bad he is at prep. Like, dude, get to know who you're talking to just a little bit.
Oh, I have a question for you from my moderator, my producer, Sean. He had a bad experience with your brother. Do you have a brother, Nick?
Neil.
He had a bad experience at the Comedy Store because he had his feet up, like not on the stage in the belly room, but it was like, like his heels were on the stage. And your brother got so mad he kicked his feet and stuff.
Really?
Do you have a good relationship with your brother?
Not really, but
wow. John, first off, he doesn't have a good relationship with his brother. This is very well known. And even Kevin had to defend his brother in this one. He's just like, yeah, don't put your fucking feet up on the stage. He's doing a comedy show. The fuck's your problem?
This goes back to, remember when he had Cabby on and he's like, oh, so you're stone cold sober now. So I guess you just smoke weed?
Oh, that was KC. Yeah. When he had KC Armstrong on it, he's like, oh, yeah, you don't drink anymore. So what do? You must smoke weed then, right? Probably blow some lines. What are you up to? He's like, no, you don't know what sober is? Can my vegetarian daughter eat ham or not? What's going on? This guy's so fucking stupid. And not in a June Diane Raphael kind of way. Look at how cute I am that I'm so fucking moronic. Like, John is just literally just a stupid person. He's a dunce.
He is?
All right.
You won't get any argument from me.
I'm so sorry. I have so many clips. This is just so much fun because John is mad at Chad Zubak.
Like, why are you? But they do a show on me every fucking show, and then Chad chooses to do that show, but cancels on me.
Remember, he said earlier in the show he's not mad at Chad, and then goes on to explain all the reasons why he's mad at Chad. Vinny Paulino gets into the act here.
I know the ones that are. Vinny Paulino, I know you are. Vinny Paulino is the one that I'm pretty sure is the one that's posting these exclusive beer on the balconies to Patreon and on YouTube. But he pays. But he also does that asshole show. So I don't know if it's him. But somebody will post this show on Reddit, even though it's strictly for you guys.
Well, when you make it available, people can just post the link, you fucking moron. That's not the real Vinny Paulino. This guy thinks that he's a detective. I know what's going on here. This guy, Vinny Paulino, goes with Carl sometimes. That's just a fake troll.
That's so great.
It's not really Vinny Paulino. You fucking moron.
Yeah, John, just so you know, that time a person left a question for you and they were named Nice Doug, that wasn't me.
Right. Vic's Jeopardy stepfather. Do you have a question?
That's the best one.
I know. That one's my favorite, too. Oh, and then he addresses the cockroach conspiracy. Dude, I'm telling you, this entire episode, I just had to clip every fucking part of it. We're just listening to the entire episode. I apologize. It's just too funny.
And for some reason, they keep on calling my, house like the fucking cockroach-ridden.
It's an apartment.
I had cockroaches once, and that was it. And I think it was because somebody planted them in the boxes.
He's got a conspiracy theory. It's not because I live in filth. Somebody gave me cockroaches on purpose, but just once. Who has cockroaches once? What does that mean?
That's so great.
Crabs once.
Do you want to go to that restaurant? I don't know. I heard they had cockroaches once. Fucking stupid.
But then the exterminator came and was like, hey, it's fine. You're okay. I don't see anything.
Yeah. Meanwhile, his cat is known as the cockroach killer.
Right.
Or that time when he heard a noise, he's like, I hope that wasn't a cockroach. John. I fucking love this guy. John, I love you, man. Just so you know. This is amazing. This is really good stuff.
So I hope you Patreon people know that I can't control it, and you YouTube people know I can't control it. If someone's going to post a link, but I do want to keep it alive for everyone on Patreon.
So he doesn't understand how to post a private link on YouTube. So what he does is he puts it out there, so anyone who's paying him money is getting ripped off because it's available for anyone who wants to watch it because he doesn't know how to fucking the internet works.
And it's weird that he's telling them that. Like, he's literally saying, you are giving me money. P.S. You don't need to. You can see all this stuff.
I know. There was a part at the beginning of this. So it's supposed to be beer on the balcony, but for some reason he didn't go on his balcony. So he had a backdrop of a really nice balcony that he would never own. But he was actually in his disgusting living room. And he realizes that the green screen isn't covering the entire background. And you can see the filth behind him.
Let me bring my green screen in. I think you're seeing some of the boxes in the background. There we go. All right, let's see if my guest got the link here.
I mean, if the guy would just learn how to edit, he could save himself some of this aggravation.
Just the idea of boxes, like just boxes being just in your home. I don't understand. Like, unless you are moving, recently moved, getting ready to move, you should not have boxes.
Well, what's funny to me is he likes to pretend that he lives in this really big place. He never calls it an apartment. He makes it sound like he lives in this really nice home. I have boxes in my house. They're in the storage area of the basement where I keep boxes. I would never podcast in front of them or do a video cast in front of my boxes. I would pick one of the 18 other rooms in my house where I could podcast from. This guy must have boxes everywhere.
Everywhere.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Or again, it's just a studio apartment and there's boxes in every corner of the room.
Yes. The best part about this episode, there's so many great parts, is at the very end, he insults every single person who's ever been on his show. This is great.
Thank you, Kevin Brennan. You're the funniest motherfucker I've had on the show.
Why? Why would you say that? I just want to say that Tony from Hack the Movies was the best co-host we've ever had on WATP. Why would you say something like that? You say he's one of the best. He said one of my favorites. The funniest guy who's ever been on my show.
Yeah.
Like Hale Sparks is like, fuck you, dude. What the fuck did I do?
I drove out. I set up your audio equipment.
I want to show you how to plug in an Ethernet cable. This is the thanks I get for that? Oh, my goodness.
I was in Dude, Where's My Car? Aren't I funny enough?
It's amazing. Vinny, we got to get into it. We got to talk about your friend because this is what happened after the show last week on WATP. We ended on Saturday, and we had talked about the fact that Chad Zumock had to cancel on Stuttering John. And the reason why was because Chad said that someone was going to dox his aunt.
His Aunt Sharon, his favorite aunt.
If he had appeared on Stuttering John's show. We didn't believe this to be true. So what John did was he tweeted the screen capture of the note that Chad had sent him. Unfortunately, the screen capture included Chad's email address. So Chad was not happy about this, and Chad reached out to John, and I've seen the DM thread. Chad called John a few words that probably John didn't appreciate.
Okay.
Kind of thinks that John's
Well, you know,
an
I
idiot
will
for
say
doing that.
this. I will say this.
Please.
Because, you know, John, you got to be careful of people's private information, man. And that's just, I'm saying that in just a serious way. You got to be you did it to Jason Ellis, I believe.
Yes, he gave out Jason
You've done it a
Ellis's
couple
number.
of times. Please be more cautious with this stuff.
Correct. And one thing, we love goofing on people, but doxing people is something that we will never do.
Yeah, nobody's doxing anybody around here.
Not cool. So anyway, rightfully so, Chad said, take the fucking tweet down. And John got very upset about that. He did take it down. But then he went out and said, he tweeted, oh, I don't usually lay into comics, but wait until Tuesday's show because Chad's really going to get it. And I couldn't wait to hear what he was going to say about Chad. Yeah. So he had a couple days to cool down.
Is that your third Mick Ultra? Or your third Labatt over there?
It's a Labatt Blue White.
Okay.
I'm on vacation.
You're always on vacation.
Go to Tampa tomorrow. This is motherfucker. You're really throwing me out my game today. I think this might be Vinny's last appearance. You know,
that'll teach me.
You know, Doug from. You mean I can't listen to Tom Myers anymore?
Oh yeah.
You know, Doug.
I'll see you on Monday.
Doug from Good Times, Great Movies, though, is like, oh, this is gonna be my last appearance here. Vinny comes in with a confidence that is not deserved in any single way.
The confidence that only an oblivious fat man could have.
You know, I got a lot of time on the plane to edit. So at least I got that going for me.
I'm just teasing you. All right, so
he decides that he's not going to beat on a guy who's been down on his luck talking about Chad Zumock. But don't worry, Vinny, because you don't want to call somebody out. So he never says his name, even though every single person watching knows exactly who he's talking about.
Thank you. Let's keep those super chats coming. And look, I'm not going to beat a guy, you know, when he's down. All right. So, you know, just that's all I could say. You know, I don't, you know what? I don't even want to bring it up. I'm not going to mention any names. You know, I was pissed off at first because the guy, used, profanity and called me a few things because Sean Hockey can't.
He used a profanity? Wait, what did he just say? Hold on, I gotta hear this.
Profanity and called me.
He used a profanity? Well, I mean, no wonder you're pissed off. He used a profanity.
Just nitpicking the guy.
Profanity and called me a few things because Sean Hockey Canada 25, sent me a screenshot, and I don't blame him because you could only see what was in bold. And then, I tweeted it just to prove because this guy people were claiming that he didn't, that he wasn't threatened, which he was, and that's why he canceled doing my show. So I just said, and I said, this is blackmail. I was supporting the dude, and he starts trashing me.
So he throws Hockey Puck under the bus. Hockey Puck sent me the screen grab, and so I tweeted it, but I said Hockey Puck's the one who put his email address in there. So what am I supposed to do? So then he talks about it was just an innocent mistake, Vinny. When you post a picture on the internet that has somebody's personal information on it, it's just an innocent mistake.
Things do happen.
People do it all the time.
I hope they don't.
People do it all the time.
And look, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not kicking a guy when he's down. I'm not trashing other comics. I don't do that. It's not my nature. Yeah, I was pissed initially because he was calling me things like asshole and dumb fuck. Because of the tweet, which I immediately took down and then had Sean erase his email from it. I didn't see it there. It was an innocent mistake.
All right. Well, I mean, look, we got an innocent man here. There's nothing he could have done differently. I don't know why Chad's getting all upset, but don't worry. He's not going to trash him. He's not going to trash his comedy.
And then he goes on, and then trashes my comedy, which he's never seen. And even when I have his DMs where he's begging me to get him, slots to open for me in Florida, and I would have, because I'm a good guy like that.
This is amazing. So what he's saying is, first off, Chad's never seen my comedy. That's not true. We've all seen your comedy, John. That's the beauty of this, is that we know what your stand-up act is, and it's terrible. Second thing he says is, I'm not going to trash him, even though he was begging me for an opening spot. So now you're kind of trashing him, pretending that you're not, but you actually are. So you can't have it both ways. And then he says, which I would have done because I'm a great guy. So now he's the hero, even though he's doing the thing that he says he wouldn't do.
I see the irony.
I have more examples.
And, and he knows, like he's saying, oh, I'll put my 45 minutes against his. I don't even know if he has 45 minutes. He's not a headliner. I'm a headliner. But it doesn't matter. I'm not trashing the guy.
He just said Chad Zumach's not a headliner. I don't even know if he has 45 minutes. The guy's been a stand-up forever. He goes, yeah, he's not a headliner. I'm a headliner. But I'm not trashing him. Vinny, you're in the world of comedy. Is calling someone who says they have a solid 45 minutes not a headliner trashing them?
Too many people claim to have more time than they do.
Okay.
That's a thing that does happen in the comedy world all the time.
And Stuttering John should know all about the comedy world because, as we all know, he's known for his stand-up comedy.
Stuttering John is known for being one of the greatest man-on-the-street interviewers of all time.
This is true.
He's also known for being the announcer on The Tonight Show.
Fred Norris did a very good job with those jokes that he wrote for Stuttering John. I agree with you.
Well, let me tell you something. It's not all about who
You're
wrote
right,
them.
You're
it's
right.
about delivery.
You're right. Jackie also did it, too. The delivery was the delivery. All right, fair enough. You got me there.
Why are you laughing?
All right. Not only is he not going to trash Chad, but he also demands an apology.
I will certainly not trash any comics comedy. I think it was in poor taste that he did so. He should probably apologize for that because he has never seen me. And I've headlined all across the country.
So now he wants an apology, even though he just bashed Chad's comedy that he's never seen. But he says that Chad
Is Chad
sucks.
a headliner? Does Chad headline rooms?
Of course Chad headlines rooms, yes.
I knew who Stuttering John was. I didn't know who Chad Zumach was till he was on your show.
Okay.
And I also know that Chad Zumach emailed you to be on the show. So it maybe makes sense that Chad would be asking Stuttering John for spots.
So if I were him, I would just, end it and we'll leave it at that. And, because I'm not going to trash you because, it's punching down.
I'm not going to trash you because that would be punching down, which is the definition of trashing someone. But this is great because he has to give out his credits on this clip.
Punching down. People don't know who you are. And I think you just admitted that on your Instagram. I've been on a lot of shows.
Like what?
The Howard Stern Show for 15 years and was very successful there as a writer and performer. And also I've been on The Tonight Show, very successful there for 10 years as a writer and performer. I think my resume speaks for itself.
He's still bringing up that he was on the Howard Stern Show, The Tonight Show. We know!
Which is currently in litigation.
We know! Oh, boy. It's just not in his nature to pile on someone who's having a tough time. So he's not going to say anything about Chad.
I'm not going to, I'm not trashing anybody. And, and that's it. Especially, when the person is going through a lot of personal problems. That's not my nature. I'm not going to pile on. And then I'll leave it at that. I know everyone was waiting for me to do some trash session. It's not going to happen. Okay? Because after I sent that tweet, I deleted it and I changed my mind.
So, I'm sitting here right now and I actually just got an email from Chad.
Yeah.
He asked if he can open a credit card in my name.
Oh, Jesus. So this is great. Stuttering John goes on and announces, I'm going to crush Chad Zumach on my show on Tuesday. He gets on the show on Tuesday, decides to crush Chad Zumach. You all just heard it. And then said, but I didn't do that. And I don't know why you guys thought I was going to. Chad, you can't. He wants to have it every single way.
I just heard a man stating his opinion on a situation.
Yep, he sure did. And I heard it loud and clear. But don't worry. John is still the hero in this.
If I start getting back into Florida and headlining there, I would even have him open for me because I'm not a vindictive kind of guy.
Bullshit. He's not vindictive. Stuttering John's not vindictive.
Well, isn't that where you two got into trouble with each other?
It's one of the first words I would use when describing Stuttering John as vindictive.
All right.
And John's show, Vinny, I know that you like John and you support him, and I appreciate that about
Listen,
you.
I just want you to know, I don't think the guy did anything that heinous.
I agree. I think he's a stand-up guy, and just not a stand-up, but he's a stand-up guy. And his
cheap
show,
shots.
His show is a fucking disaster, man. Right after you got done talking to Chad, he's just so bad at moving his show along.
Now, without further ado, I'm very excited to have this next guest on, and please keep those super chats coming. And before I bring the next guest on, I want to what the hell? I was going to post my link. Well, I'll just say it. What is it? You know what? I'll post the link if you want to donate to me and the program as we continue. I'm still trying to get that phone system here so I can actually take calls.
You don't need a phone system to take calls in the year 2020.
Carl, stuff happens when you're doing a live show.
Dude.
Carl.
It's so funny because he's begging for money all the time. Here's my Patreon. Here's my PayPal. Constantly begging for money. And then he's like, oh, let me put my PayPal up. Oh, shit. What is it? Where is it? Oh, I don't even know. I know what it is. So then he brings out his guest. And his guest is muted. And John ridicules him for not having audio when he brought him on.
And now let's bring on Greg Prado, author extraordinaire, to the Stuttering John program. How are you, Greg? All right, Greg, nothing better than a mic that don't work.
Yeah, the expert knows.
All right, Greg, I can't hear you, my brother. Turn your computer mic on. All right. If you want to fix it, just you might have to log back in and then, fix it and then log back in, okay?
That is way better advice than anything I've ever got trying to call like a customer service line for technical assistance. To be fair, that was way more clear and concise.
I just love that this guy has had technical problems that I've witnessed 50 times. And his first instinct is that it's the other guy's fault. Like if I was having a guest on and I couldn't hear them, I'm scrambling to figure out like, oh, what am I doing wrong? There's probably something that I need to plug in or change up. And John's just like, you fucking idiot. Your mic's off. Hey, dummy, I can't hear you because your mic's off. Fucking get a new mic, you idiot. John.
Well, that's your approach.
I know. We all have different approaches, I guess. Let's talk about John's finances. He gets the money from Super Chats from YouTube.
Well, he's entertaining people.
Of course. Now, what I didn't know about this is that you get paid out at certain times during the month.
Thank you, Jillian. For the $2. The deadline's on the 11th, so I like to get all these in. And then the 11th. I have one more show on Thursday, and that'll be the 10th, and that's it. And then I get paid on the 21st, unless it's on a weekend, and then they hold your money even longer. Man, YouTube and Google have some racket freaking going on.
Now, I'm not saying that a lot of people don't live paycheck to paycheck, and I totally understand that. But it's very sad.
Do you know how many comedians live paycheck to paycheck, Carl?
Yeah, how many that used to be on TV for 10 years making $500,000 a year, Vinny?
I don't know,
living
Bob
paycheck
Nelson,
to paycheck.
maybe I could go down a list.
$500,000 a year for 10 years.
Gallagher.
On television. And this guy is going, when am I going to get my Super Chats money, which is probably an amount between $50 and $200. And he's concerned that if the 21st lands on a weekend, they're going to keep it for another extra day, and he's not going to get his money yet. I'm sorry. I know that you are definitely trolling me, and this is your fucking thing that you're doing today, but this is fucking crazy.
Why?
This is crazy, Tom.
Why is everyone accusing me of things?
All right, fair enough. I mean, you enjoy Stuttering John, and that's to each their own.
I like it when he talks about the old school Stern stuff. I think it's fascinating. It's an insider eye view, and I just wish you would just give it a chance.
I like it when he has Casey Armstrong on and asks him why he doesn't fucking drink.
I missed it. He had Casey on?
Oh, it's great. He's like, Casey, why aren't we getting beers? Why aren't you drinking? And Casey explains that his liver exploded. And he's like, yeah, but still, we should grab a beer sometime.
Oh, no.
I like it when, he does that.
John, I love you, buddy, but no. Come on.
So,
did he offer him a beer can chicken?
Chrissy Mayer. That's for his vegetarian daughter. You keep your hands off.
That was hysterical. I'm not going to lie.
But he's coming around.
That was very funny. But he even knows that's funny. If he looked
knows
at it,
that's
he would
funny.
laugh at it too.
Of course, he's got a great sense of
It
humor.
was a joke.
It's been well documented.
I mean, my God, you just nitpick these people.
That is true. That I will give you. That's your first good point that you've made today. All right, so Chrissy Mayer was on
Gums.
Anthony Cumia's show. Yes. Gums was on that white nationalist racist show on Monday. I don't even know how to get through this anymore. I'm having flashbacks.
Vinny is nothing if not provocative.
He's very provocative. I'll give him that.
I'm showing a lot of cleavage today, people.
With Chrissy and Ant, they want to talk about John right away.
I have to talk to you about Stuttering John Melendez.
Oh,
Again,
God.
you are saddled with this fucking guy, as we all are, because he's a mental patient who honestly believes that he's so paranoid. He thinks people are after him.
Obsessed with you.
The only time we ever talk about him is after he's talked about us at length.
You know,
you're going to comment after every one of these clips. I love it.
Well, no, I'm
Shot
just
of a
saying,
cannon
like,
today.
at least, Anthony's not talking about his kids this time.
this time he is not.
You know?
But he does have a couple of good jokes. And I don't know if you know this, but Anthony Cumia doesn't listen to Stuttering John's show, but he does find out about things that John says.
Like, I don't even talk about every time. I will tell you what I do listen to all the time. Who are these podcasts? I can't get enough of this show. I was playing Rust last night, as I usually do. I had to get one headphone off because Who Are These Podcasts are on, and I had to hear it. Because, again, they're talking about John, and I'm laughing my ass off.
Oh, good. Nazis like your show. Cool.
Not just any Nazi, Vinny. My favorite of all time. All right, so they listened to the episode we did where John had Kevin Brennan on, and they commented on that,
KB.
which I thought was hilarious.
Because, Hootie, I had Kevin Brennan on his show.
Yes, and he will try to just force your name into the conversation.
And Kevin, to his credit, is just going, yeah, huh?
He couldn't be more bored.
It was Kevin, bored shitless. And then when John thinks that Kevin is engaging him in conversation, what Kevin's doing is showing what an idiot John is. Because oh, so John, what do you think? You think he hates you?
Yeah.
Because now he's just waiting. He's baiting John to talk more about it.
That was fun.
Kind of like what you're doing right now.
That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Now, I didn't see that episode with Kevin Brennan.
No, I didn't send it to you. I forgot
But
to.
people did tweet me because apparently I was mentioned.
Yes. You're mentioned quite often.
These days I've heard that
By
my name has
Stuttering
come
John,
up.
Yeah.
I find that odd.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, you're a big celebrity in those parts.
I
You're
guess.
a pretty big deal.
I don't know what the story is.
John's always talking about how listeners of WATP are threatening his family. And Ant disagrees with this assertion.
The way he says, it's threatening my family.
Oh, my family, my
no
kids.
one.
Yeah, nobody cares.
No one threatens your family. You would have to give a shit about someone to threaten their family. No one threatens you or your family. I'll tell you who does make threats. Stuttering John Melendez.
Lots of threats.
He will threaten people. If I see him, I heard through a person that Reddit was talking about a guy that said he heard Anthony say something about my kids.
Yeah.
So fuck him. I'm going to kill him. If I see him in New York, I'm going to punch him in the face.
You guys are so immature.
So fun. No, they realize that what Stuttering John is doing right now, if it weren't earnest, it would be hilarious.
I said, if this was a bit, if this was a character that John was playing, it would be brilliant. And I would listen to the show every day because he's playing a blithering idiot.
It's a sitcom character.
It is.
I like that they're enjoying this as much as I am. How this whole thing is playing out, how it's all unfolding in front of our very eyes.
If you're this guy who's just trying to make a living, dude, and he's trying to entertain, and he's on a mission. You got to remember, John's on a mission.
Yeah, to take down the dotard known as Donald Trump.
And he did. And he did.
He did, yes.
So
we
now
have to
he's
give him
trying
that.
to get. Now he's
Hold
got
on a second.
retool.
You just made a really good point that I want to point out because a lot of what we do on here is we trash people and we make fun of them, we roast them, we goof, we make jokes.
And to be honest with you, I've always found it to be very lighthearted. until you got to Stuttering John.
Well,
it is so personal that I can't believe it.
He threatened to break my legs, Vinny, and then he threatened lawsuits.
But he does that to everybody.
He does do that to everybody. That is true. He does threaten lawsuits to everybody. I shouldn't take it to heart. That's a good point. Oh, I can't get a sentence out with you today. I've already forgot what I was going to say about this whole conversation. Oh, we have to give credit where credit is due. And yes.
Yes, I did invent the creep off.
He is responsible for getting Donald Trump out of office. That and election fraud. All right, let's hear what else Chrissy Mayer had to say.
Because Carl, I love that podcast too. Carl is like, hey, I heard Stuttering John talking about you the other day. When he did his the show with Kevin Brennan, and he was like, oh, he was going on. I heard the clip. He was going on and on that like pictures from my OnlyFans like leaked to Reddit. Yeah. About how fat I looked, and I was like,
Stuttering John's son, and she's on. There's pictures of her in a bikini. It's like, oh God, oh, 1920s John.
I'm with John. Ew. Secondly, how does she love WATP? I mean, Carl, when she used to call in, she called hanging from like the landing bracket from a helicopter on a cell phone.
She has apologized for that.
She cared so much about your show.
She's a friend of the show now.
Oh, please.
We are all friends now.
You need to pick your friends better.
Oh, I agree. That's something I totally agree with right now. There's 3 people in this basement, and one of them is not like the others.
Hey. It's important to be nice.
That's right. Gagia.
I don't understand the reference.
All right. So again, talking about if Stuttering John had consciously come up with this character that he's playing, which is him, it would be kind of funny.
Like I said, if this was a character, I'm listening to their show last night, and I'm listening to John, the clips they play, and I'm just thinking, if he consciously came up with this character, like Jim did with Chip.
Yeah.
If this Stuttering John character was John Melendez doing a bit, I would have to give him so much credit for being brilliant. But it's so weird because the fact that it isn't, and he's just stupid, why isn't that good too?
Yeah, it's not like
But because it's real and he's really stupid, that it's not as funny as if it was a character.
I got to disagree with this.
These guys used to be friends.
I have to disagree with this, Benny. I think the fact that it's not a character makes it way funnier. If it was a character, we wouldn't be talking about it at all. I think it's hilarious. Apparently, John tweeted, and I saw this come through, Mersh from Revenge of the Sis was tweeting about this. John tweeted he was going to come to Tampa to confront me and the Revenge of the Sis guys at our show this weekend, and then deleted the tweet 30 minutes later. So John's playing tough guy tactics now.
That's a shoot work.
Wouldn't that be awesome if John showed up to our show?
I honestly think you two should talk.
I agree. I'd love to. I've said that many times.
I honestly think that if you two could just put the shit behind you,
right,
you'd probably be friends.
Yeah, let's get on the same page.
I mean, you both pound beers while you're podcasting.
This is true. This is a good point.
I mean, there you go.
I mean, we have everything in common.
Yeah, alcoholism. It's adorable.
Yeah.
As I sip my coffee.
Watch out for the cockroach there on the table. All right. Speaking of John playing a character, Chrissy has a really good joke here.
I would love to see those moments where, like, Jim will go put on the Chip wig. I would love this Stuttering John. Oh, gotta go put on my
I gotta put on my asshole, liar, paranoid, schizophrenic, drunk guy outfit.
My prop roaches.
Yeah, my prop roaches in my apartment.
Come on, little guys. Yeah.
You guys remember when we used to play a string of people saying nice things about us at the beginning of the podcast? I had like a long clip of people who I admire.
Yeah, it's in your jerk off folder now, I believe.
Jesus.
When does your vacation start?
I thought it already started, but
I'm making you work.
I was wrong.
He's out of his mind. And I can't get enough of it. Like, I won't listen to his show, but translated through Who Are These Podcasts, it's fucking great.
Yeah.
I can't give those guys enough credit. They're so goddamn funny. And I listen and go, like, I actually go, aw.
Yes.
They still want to do production and stuff. Like, they still produce their show with sounds and clips and things that are organized. I'm like, I remember doing that. That's adorable.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Jesus Christ, man, what the hell is wrong with you? Please, just shut up!
Does anybody remember laughter?
So Anthony thinks that we're adorable, that we're trying so hard to put out an entertaining show.
I recently heard you described as a tryhard. So
this is true. This is a
you know,
good
though,
point.
I think that's really a high compliment because Anthony Cumia
Yes.
knows good podcasts and knows good radio. So congratulations, Carl.
He sure does. He sure does, Vinny. Wow. A positive thing coming out of Vinny's face. Surprising. Usually it's just pizza
I've
crumbs.
said less.
So then they started...
I don't let those escape, Carl.
After John said that, they started playing sound effects to remember the good old times, and Chrissy comes up with another good joke here, a good zinger.
Oh! John's career! Oh, bye!
Who wrote that? Tom Myers?
Hey!
No, I think it was Chrissy off the cuff. And John and Chrissy, there's no love lost there. So you don't have to hate Chrissy just because John does. You can be pro Chrissy if you want. You got a really stern look on your face.
You, Carl. I'll do me.
I got a couple more clips real quick. And just things that I have to play because it's necessary.
I like Carl, and thank God for Who Are These Podcasts, because, like, without them, like, that's Stuttering John's show is someone, there needs to be a show that explains, like, what the fuck his show is.
Kind of exposes.
Yeah, it gives John as a person context, his show, and like, ties it all together. It's like, you can't just watch it by itself. You're like, can someone explain?
No. I need some type of context.
WATP, also known as Stuttering John for Dummies.
Yes! We're the ones who break it down and explain to you what's going on over there. Because it's impossible to watch if you've ever tried to do that. So then the next day, Chrissy Mayer's on the show now. This is the Tuesday edition of Tax. And Anthony just decides to bring up Stuttering John out of nowhere again. I think he's just baiting him at this point.
I think that you guys both are.
Yeah, I think so.
They'll stagger people around the room.
They're talking about in comedy clubs, even if they're at 50%, you want the 50% to be in different areas. You can't all just be in the back of the room, obviously. That would be bad.
They'll stagger people around the room. And again, that's the formula for having a good night. It doesn't have to be a packed place. God only knows. Stuttering John knows that. But it has to. He mentioned me again. I'm obsessed.
But I don't mind being the vehicle to communicate this back to Hockey Puck and John that Anthony was talking shit about you. It was pretty funny.
Goddamn cheap shots.
Yep, they sure were. Guys, I have some really good news about our buddy Stuttering John. Corrosion's in a good mood today. It is a catchy ditty, though. It is a lot of fun.
You know, Stuttering John always puts me in a good mood.
Right. As he does everyone, because he's a comedian. And he's hilarious.
Well, his lust for life is contagious. But there's some people who are just in love with life, and you can't help but get a little on.
Just having such a good time.
Yeah.
And he's decided that he is now all in with WATP.
He always says WATP. WATP. WATP.
That's right. Stuttering John doing our call letters.
You finally did it. You goaded him into it. You inveigled it out of him.
I have to play you the source material for this. This was a cameo. I don't know who did this.
A genius.
Yes, a genius did this. Vic sent this to me. I don't know where she got it from. But whoever you are, please let me know who you are. I want to give you credit for this. This is amazing. This is the full cameo. And this proves that John has never listened to this show.
Yeah.
People tell him I say shit, and then he fucking is enraged by it.
Yeah.
You can just tell John anything. He just believes it.
Yeah.
He has no idea. So this is proof right here. John has no idea. Because all you have to do is listen to the first 30 seconds of an episode to know WATP comes from Who Are These Podcasts. All right, this is fun.
Shit.
Hey, Jordan, how are you? Jordan, I'm thinking that's your name. It says for Jordan, booked by Jordan, but I'm pretty sure that's you. Anyway, I think your wife has booked this for you, and she says that her hubby is an old school Stern fan, and that you guys listen on the Apple podcast while you travel in our RV. I've always wanted to do that. He is with the Washington Native American Teepee Club on the reservation here. That's awesome. He always says WATP, like WNBC. Could you do that for him? Well, I'll do it again. WATP.
WATP. WATP. Anyway, listen, Jordan, thank you for being a fan. And I'm going to give you a little trumpet.
How does he not know that's a goof?
Did he say the Washington American TP Club?
Yes!
And then he said it again. He was like, let me do it over.
Washington
this is
Native
mean.
American TP.
There's like when scammers get old senile ladies to sign their house lease over and they sell it. It's cruel almost.
Oh my God, so well done. And now we have this.
WATP.
So the next time someone comes on the show and they don't know they have to do that, I just have John do it with me.
Oh, God.
That'll be great. So John recently did a beer on the balcony episode.
Oh, good.
That, is available when he does it. It's on YouTube. Anyone can watch it. But then after it's done, he takes it down and makes it for Patreon only.
Yeah.
Which is really weird because it means that it's been seen by a couple dozen people at most.
Yeah.
15 people while they're doing it, and then 10 more who might be on his Patreon, which I think is rude to the guests that he has on.
Yeah, no shit.
And he had AJ Benza on the show.
For 15 people?
Yeah.
What?
I know.
I mean, even AJ Benza doesn't have anything better to do?
Well, I would imagine he does. I have things better to do than to talk to Stuttering John.
Holy fuck.
Some people I know don't, but I do. All right. At the beginning of the show, he is marred with technical difficulties. It's all fucked up. He's making AJ wait hours,
of course,
to come on, of course. So it's even more of a waste of his time. And he explains what the problem is.
We got gremlins in this fucking house. I don't know what happened. First we get the cockroaches, and now we got the gremlins.
Why is he obsessed with cockroaches? He always says it only happened one time. I saw cockroaches that one day, and I haven't seen them since. And I don't know what you guys are talking about. He keeps bringing it up.
Yeah. Holy shit. That's hilarious.
Kai, do you know who AJ Benza is?
No.
I wouldn't have thought so. He used to work for the Daily News in New York. He was like a gossip columnist.
Yeah, I remember from
Howard Stern.
Well, I remember from the E! Channel, he used to have there would be like a half hour, sort of behind the music, but it would be like some actress that got murdered or something, and it was the lowest production values, like the skeeziest, before the true crime, but it was true crime,
Yeah, he's had a couple of different TV shows.
Yeah, and then he was on Stern, and he punch Stuttering John?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
Yeah, so
nice.
they've made up since then.
I guess so, yeah.
So the first question to AJ Benza is, did you ever buy cocaine for Artie Lang? And AJ Benza goes into a whole story about the one time that Artie needed coke, and he helped him find coke, and he knew where these guys were, and then Artie was up doing coke all night. It's like, dude, that's not cool. And then they talk about,
fucking take it.
I know, and then they talk about Artie's manager asking his manager if Artie was doing coke, and this is how you answer that question.
And I said to Dan, I go, Dan, is Artie back on the drugs?
Yeah.
This was Dan's response in Artie's kitchen. I haven't seen any drugs here.
Yeah, I know. It's all bullshit. That's the way guys do it.
Oh, my God.
That's how you answer that question. When someone says, have you seen so-and-so doing drugs? No, I haven't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Be a buddy.
Why you would go on a long... Go ahead.
Fucking snitch. No, that's all
I know.
Fuck.
That's so not cool to go on YouTube and talk about getting Artie hooked up with coke.
Well, and a dude who has had a few run-ins with the law in the past maybe would rather have a cleaner reputation these days, Holy shit.
And then John has the balls to call out drug addicts, which I find hysterical.
Does anybody?
I think he's with his mother. I think he, he's like most drug addicts. He needs to be babied and cared for.
John lives in filth.
The dude can't even clean his own room.
What an asshole.
He can't
He's
even
an
clean his own room.
He's an alcoholic, self-admittedly alcoholic, too.
And let's add a severe one. I mean, a case of fucking Coors Light a night, that's not doing you any favors. Dude, he can't even clean up his room when his kids are coming over. And he's like, oh, that guy's a baby. The fuck?
Well, also, the other hilarious thing is when somebody said, hey, you should do these live shows at 6 p.m. so that we can watch them after we get out of work. He goes, how would I do that? I'm already tanked by then.
Yeah.
Without like a hint of sarcasm.
Yeah.
Just like, what do you mean I would do a show at 6 p.m.? I'm blackout drunk. How would I possibly do that?
But that guy's a drug addict.
he needs his mommy. I mean, not for nothing, but John could use like a mom around to help him out with his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, an accountability buddy.
So he's talking to AJ Benza, and he decides to start ragging on Chad Zumock. Now, AJ Benza has no idea who Chad Zumock is.
Yeah.
But for some reason, because John is so good at interviewing people, he has to steer the conversation to things that he cares about.
I don't know. Like, I guess this Chad dude got arrested.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for like credit card. I don't know, and I'm not gonna trash the guy. But,
I don't know.
But then he just started getting all like weird with me. It's like Boschetti.
And then he starts bashing Boschetti too. Yeah, Boschetti doesn't talk to me anymore either. It's like, well, if all these people stop talking to you, maybe it's you, John.
Maybe.
Would you even consider that as possibly the common denominator here?
It's a signature sentence too. I don't want to bash the guy. I just, he's a drug addict. I saw him go into a room with an 8-year-old alone once. Or, they were really sweaty when they came out. I don't want to bash him though.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't want to say he's an ugly fat loser because that would be mean. So I would never say that about him.
Yes, that's exactly how he gets away with it.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying he's a drug addict and he sucks at life, but I'm not going to bash him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Actually, if you said it that way, it'd be funnier. He's not even that self-aware.
This asshole's just itching for the cops to show up and book him as a witness. He really wants it.
Yes.
He really wants to spill the beans and get people in trouble, this ass.
So this guy decides to go through the entire Chad Zumock story with AJ Benza. AJ does not know who Chad Zumock is, and none of this matters.
Yeah.
This is weeks ago. He goes
That
through the
guy
whole thing.
Chad, I was nothing but nice to. Now I accidentally,
Jesus Christ.
because I wanted to help, and some guy was threatening to because you know how social media is. Some guy was threatening to give his aunt's address out on social media if he does my show. So in other words, this is what the guy said: if you do Stuttering John show, I am going to give out your aunt's address.
Why do people care? Who cares?
Well, he did because he's going through all this shit.
Yeah.
So everyone's saying that he's lying, and then he was saying that he was never booked in my show, and I go, yes, he was, and I showed the, I showed the DM. I didn't realize because everything else was in bold. That it was like almost invisible. His email address was on there, so I accidentally, posted it.
Oh, Christ!
No, but I said, dude, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it. But then he starts calling me asshole, and I'm like,
I didn't know anything. I don't even know the guy.
Yeah.
What kind of conversation is that?
And even in John's own stories, he's an asshole. You know what I mean? Yeah, the guy's all pissed at me because someone was going to give out his aunt's address. So I gave out his personal email address.
Christ.
Okay.
Sounds like a woman talking. This is tedious.
Yes! Yes! And he's always the hero of his own story. This is a track that I call Benevolent John. He's talking about how amazing he was to Mike Boschetti.
And I wanted to get him a spot on The Tonight Show. I think he's unique.
Oh, wow. That'd be great.
And I think he's funny. So you know what I did, AJ? Out of my own pocket, I flew Boschetti from New York to L.A., put him up in my house,
Jesus.
got him to audition in front of my agent at his house.
So this guy's so amazing. He does so many favors for everybody.
He bought someone a plane ticket.
I know, I'm not buying it either.
Yeah, okay.
But this is also over 10 years ago. This is when The Tonight Show existed.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how, I got him an audition, and I did all this stuff for him. He never got on The Tonight Show.
Yeah.
So it's not like he actually did anything for this guy. I mean, he tried maybe he tried to give him a chance. And now he's pissed that Mike Boschetti doesn't talk to him anymore. But I think I might know why. Because he's always speaking out of school.
He tells me all the time that he can't stand Artie. Artie trashes him. Artie.
And I want to point out, Mike Boschetti is on Artie Lang's podcast.
Yeah.
He's the co-host on Artie's podcast, even the most recent one that Artie did.
Yeah.
He's the co-host. So Mike probably doesn't want to fuck up that
He
relationship.
tells me all the time that he can't stand Artie. Artie trashes him. Artie, and he despises Artie, right?
Really?
And I have his text going, Artie's like an asshole. I hope he dies and all this shit.
Oh, no.
Why is he saying this? Why would he say that?
Yeah, I can't imagine why Mike wouldn't want to hang out with John
Right.
after that. Holy fuck.
And then he figures out that the reason why Mike doesn't respond to him is because Artie told him not to be friends with him anymore.
Oh, that's why.
Because that's what adults do.
He's like he's my buddy, and then Artie asked him to do the podcast with him, and he just abandons me. And then I text him, AJ, and then I call him and go, leave a message, Mike. At least call me back. And
Right.
But let me nothing.
Is he about to cry?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds it.
He's very upset because he did nothing wrong here.
Oh, my God.
He's such a victim of poor. And it's the same thing with Howard Stern. The reason why I don't have a show on Sirius is because Howard won't let me get a show on there. He thinks that everyone's trying to cockblock him for some reason. People don't even think about you, John.
Well, yeah. I mean, not that we got to point it out, but meanwhile, he does have a show, and it's fucking terrible.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, if you're trying to put out your audition tape, it's working.
Yeah.
You've auditioned. You didn't get the job.
Yeah.
And then the reason why people don't want to be on his show and don't enjoy having conversations with him is because John's not a good listener. John is just talking at you. He is not absorbing any information that you're giving him back, as in this example.
Shit about you. Like the second you cross him, he's going to spill all your secrets. Days
Yes,
later.
right.
Or years,
Why
like
would
10
you
years
ever
later.
text him anything?
He'll tell people about your drug habit if he doesn't like you. A fucking petty piece of shit snitch. What an asshole.
Right. So this is just an example of the fact that John doesn't listen and has never listened.
You banged Mariah Carey?
Yeah. Long time ago.
knew that one,
I've told you that every show. You forget. You always ask me. And now I'm at 10% battery. It's going to go down. I'm going to lose you.
I love that.
Yeah.
AJ Benjamin's like, oh, yeah, John, we've talked about this a million times. Oh, by the way, my battery's almost done. I guess I got to go. Oops.
Yeah. That's like every guest on the Adam Carolla show. No, I really don't want to reenact that comedy bit again for the 19th time, Adam Carolla. My battery's dead. I got to go.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
So I wonder why John doesn't have friends anymore. Could it be because he oversteps his boundaries? As in this example, he's talking about his friend Jillian Barbary.
Oh, boy.
Or ex-friend Jillian Barbary.
That sounds more accurate.
Jillian Barbary is a very attractive TV host. She was on some morning show in LA forever, and she's been on Stern and a bunch of things. People who are aware of the Stuttering John and AJ Benza universe are very aware of Jillian Barbary.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess AJ and Jillian are friends. And John tells this story.
When my sister-in-law got breast cancer, I reached out to Jillian about 6 months ago.
Oh, okay.
And told her, and she said, have her call me. I'd love to help.
Yeah.
And then a friend of mine who is one of my moderators, Nikki B, also has breast cancer.
Oh, God.
So I reached out to Jillian and said, hey, Jillian, my friend has breast cancer. She's a nurse. She's a first responder. Would you mind talking to her?
Yeah.
And Jillian and just does not respond to me. What's going on, AJ?
I don't know why she'd do that.
Why would AJ know the answer to that? Why does he ask people how other people behave? How come Jillian is not returning my text, AJ Benza? John, how the fuck would I know?
Yeah.
I've never talked to Jillian Barbary about her relationship with Stuttering John Melendez.
Does he ever talk about anything on the show other than other people? Does he discuss anything
No,
other
it's
than
always
people?
And it's only his relationship with other people.
It's
Yes,
gossip.
it's always
nothing
revolved
but
around him.
gossip. This is the awful thing. You guys know when somebody will tell you a story without introducing the characters? Like, oh, you won't believe my day. Like, Ashley was such a bitch, but then Jessica came in and showed me the messages that Ashley sent her. Meanwhile, you're sitting there thinking, who the fuck is Jessica? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was married for
Story
years. That was
sucks.
every conversation I had.
That's all he does.
Yes.
Well, and oh my God, his fucking love of disclosing other people's medical conditions on the internet blows my fucking mind.
He's got the loosest lips. Why would anyone want to be friends with you, you douchebag? People want solid friends. They want friends that they can count on to call and bury a hooker. Not you, you douchebag. You don't keep any secrets.
But talk about no good deed goes unpunished. He's talking about someone who has breast cancer. Jillian went through that. She goes, oh, you know what? I'll talk to that person. And now every single person that John knows, he's sending messages. Hey, Jillian, now call this person. Now call this person.
Yeah.
She's like, no, that's not my job. My job is not to talk to everyone who has breast cancer, you fucking idiots.
Well, and I'd
Try
love
to be nice.
I'd love to know what was in between those requests.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Probably a lot of other requests for non-cancer related shit.
So, Croge, I was texting with producer Chris the other day.
Really?
He didn't even respond to my text.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
I know.
Yeah, did you know he has a drug habit?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I sent him a joke. He didn't even laugh. Why didn't he send back like a ha 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 or something?
I know, that's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I don't want to bash him, but I heard he's impotent.
I don't want to bash him, but there's blue chew falling out of his pocket right now.
What a douche.
Kaya, you mentioned that this is all just gossip. Well, John disagrees with you.
First of all, I don't have to trash Howard. On my normal show, I rarely ever mention Howard, ever.
I wish you weren't a liar.
He says he rarely talks about Howard Stern.
Every single show. Every single fucking show.
Come on, man. You can't say that with a straight face, you fucking moron. All right, so after AJ's battery runs out, quote unquote, John then tells this story. And this story is amazing. It really encompasses who he is as a person.
Yeah.
He needed to park his motorcycle somewhere, and his buddy from the pub let him park it in his driveway. So now he's going to grab his motorcycle. He takes an Uber to get there. And when he gets there, it doesn't start.
Oh.
So he calls his buddy and says, "Can you come over here with jumper cables and help me start my bike?" And the guy says, "I'm at the pub. I just ordered a drink. Can I come over when I'm done with the drink?"
Yeah.
This is unacceptable to Stuttering John.
Course.
This person would
drop everything.
Immediately come and help him.
Yeah.
And he explains the situation here.
And I have a lot of friends, but it's weird. Like, you kind of figure out who your real friend is when you ask them to fucking help you in a dire situation, which I was in at that point. Well, I'm going to take an Uber back, spend another $15, and then have to take an Uber back again with a friend or whatever, drive with a friend to actually jumpstart me.
This guy stored his bike for him, though.
Dude, it was a dire situation. He would have to spend another $15 on another Uber.
Oh, my God.
The word dire does not belong in that sentence. And it's funny that he goes, this is where you find out how good your friends are.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't like you that much. It's like an Opie syndrome thing. It's like, oh, now we find out who people really are. It's like, yeah, they all hate you.
Yeah.
That's who people really are.
I mean, his thing is, you did me a huge favor, but you won't drop everything for my minor inconvenience.
Correct.
So that makes you a shitty friend.
And the people in his chat room, I don't know if they're fucking morons or if they're just egging him on. They're like, well, obviously he'll do something when he doesn't have to lift a finger, but as soon as he does, then he says no.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you're so fucking needy.
And meanwhile, what do you think a friendship with John is like? You think he does a lot of favors? You think he's helping you out with stuff? Yeah.
He's obviously an asshole. If he has to talk about one time he helped Mike Buschetti get an audition
20 years ago.
In 2006.
Yeah.
Like, the guy's a fucking asshole if that's like the story that he's still holding on to.
Oh, please. Would you ever call him over to your place for a drink? He's going to bring over bed bugs and cockroaches and then say it was staged and framed.
Oh, John's the kind of guy who brings over shitty beer no one wants to drink and then drinks your beer.
Yep.
He'll put the shitty beer in the fridge and be like, oh, you got Coors Lights?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So then he's reading questions in the chat, which is always so fucking annoying. And Canadian Bacon asks this.
Canadian Bacon, when you work with Jay, what type of car did you drive? Very good question.
That's not a good question. Who gives a shit what kind of car he used to drive?
Wow.
And the answer is mind-boggling. He doesn't know any of the cars that he had. I think it was a Mercedes. He doesn't even know what he used to drive. It's a bad question and a terrible answer.
Yeah. Wow.
Last thing from Stuttering John. He did lose an advertiser, but we learned what he was getting paid for all those Speedweed ads over the years.
I'm a little upset because I guess my Speedweed Gino, I don't know. He's not, I don't know. I don't want to misquote the story, but I think Speedweed is now just an entity, but Gino doesn't get the weed anymore, so I don't get any free weed anymore, which is why I'm not doing that spot anymore.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
So it was just a barter relationship, as we all assumed.
Yeah, as we all knew.
He was just getting free weed and acting like it was a sponsor of his show.
Wow.
And that bums him out. That's as depressed as I've ever heard him.